Water. In every direction, cold and green and going up forever, and I could not find the surface and I could not find my hands. That is how I learned I was a fish. I would like to say I took it well. I did not. I spent the first hour trying to scream, which in a river accomplishes nothing except advertising your location to everything with teeth. Then I spent a while trying to stand up, which went about as well as you would expect. Then I got tired and sank and lay on the bottom of the Qianliu River shaking, and that is when I found a broken pot half buried in the silt, and the water was still enough to give me a reflection, red and white, long trailing fins, two extremely stupid little whiskers, a koi, not a shark, not an eel, not for me, not even a decent carp with a bad attitude. I had come back as the fish rich people buy to make their garden look peaceful. 10 years later, I was a dragon long enough to lie across a mountain range. I want you to hold on to that, because for the next few minutes, nothing about me is going to look remotely like it. My name is Li Wei. In my last life, I wrote code for a living, ate instant noodles standing up, and one Tuesday, I went blind. Just like that, no warning, no pain, 3 days of black. On the third day, the black turned into water, and the water turned out to be real. Every man who reads those transmigration stories has a version of this fantasy. Mine was specific. Wake up in a mountain sect with good bones and a sword, cultivate 100 years, marry an empress who finds me mysterious. That was the plan. The universe read the plan and made me a pond ornament with a 50-year lifespan. 50 years. That was the number the panel gave me when it opened in front of my eyes that first day, floating there in the water where nobody but me could see it. Host, Li Wei, bloodline, ordinary koi, lifespan 1 out of 50, realm, none, evolution points, 0 out of 10, talent, infinite devour. I read that panel about 40 times, not for the lifespan, for the layout, the fonts, the chime. I knew that interface. I had built that interface. Back on Earth, in the 6 months before everything went dark, I had been making a small stupid mobile game about a fish that eats other fish and gets bigger. It was called Deep Sea. It had 11 downloads and 4 of them were me. So the cosmos had not given me a golden finger. It had given me my own unfinished side project, Infinite Devour, Eat and Grow, no cap listed, no ceiling mentioned. In the game it had been a joke mechanic, the reason the little fish sprite got fat. In the river, it was the only thing I had. Fine, I could work with that. I started with algae because algae does not fight back, not 0.01%. I ate a whole rock's worth of the stuff and the bar barely twitched. Then a shrimp, which was not 0.1%, which meant a shrimp was worth 10 rocks, which meant the system did not care about volume, it cared about life. The more alive it was, the more it counted. That was the first real thing I learned about my own body, and I learned it from a shrimp. 2 days later, I found a goby nest under a shelf of stone, a whole clutch of eggs glowing faintly in the dark, and the moment I took the first mouthful, the number moved 5%. 5. I ate that nest with the manners of a man who has not seen food in a week, and by the last swallow the bar hit 100, and my body seized up, and something inside me tore open and rebuilt itself in about 4 seconds. Level 1. Spirit guiding. I could feel the river differently after that, not see it, feel it. Currents had shapes, things had weight, even out of sight. Somewhere upstream, a lot of small weights were moving together in a nervous knot. Purple perch, about 20 of them, a hand and a half long each, the kind of fish that would have eaten me a week ago without slowing down. I want you to understand that I did not sneak up on them. I did not have a plan. I just went in with my mouth open like a man falling into a buffet, and 18% later, the water was cloudy and empty, and I was longer than a grown man's leg. That was the whole first month, honestly. Find things. Open mouth. Get bigger. There is a version of this story where that is boring. It was not boring. Every single meal in that river was also something that would happily have eaten me, and the only difference between the two outcomes was who committed first. Then the catfish found me. It came up out of the deep channel where the river bends, 5 feet of black muscle with a mouth like an open drawer, exactly twice my length. Level 2. I was level 1 and change. It did not circle, it did not posture, it accelerated. I have been in fights since then with things that could break mountains. I have never been as purely frightened as I was by that catfish because that catfish was the first thing that ever looked at me and saw dinner. It missed. Barely, and only because a body that size does not corner. It went past me trailing a wall of water, and it had to swing wide to come back around, and in that half second, I understood the only advantage I had. I was smaller turns, so I did not run for open water, which is what it wanted. I ran for the rocks. Down along the bottom, through the reef shelf where the current has been carving the stone for a few thousand years, and the catfish came after me the whole way with its mouth cracking on rock, and I threaded a gap between 2 boulders that leaned together into an arch, and I was through it, and it was not. It got its head and half its body in and stuck there, thrashing, working its gills, and I came around the back. Now, if you fight a fish, do not go for the head. A fish does not steer with its head. I took its tail off. The tail is the legs. It is the engine and the rudder and the brakes. Without it, that catfish was 5 feet of meat with opinions, tilting over sideways on the current, drifting down into the dark, and I followed it down and finished the job. Plus 60%. Plus 1 evolution point. My first point. 1 out of the 10 I needed. It cost me a fight I nearly lost, and I sat on the bottom afterward with my whole body ringing, doing the arithmetic. 9 more of those. 9 more catfish. Then I found a turtle, and a water snake, and a bed of shellfish, and by the end of that week, I was level 2 and over 5 feet long, and the arithmetic started to look different. Here is what I worked out about the Qianliu River. It is a tributary. It comes down out of the hills of the southern Kang into the Nankang, which is the real river, and every strong thing in it owns about a mile and defends that mile, which makes the whole river a map of little kingdoms, with a king in the middle of each. So I stopped hunting and started invading. The yellow spotted stone frog cost me a fin and paid 15%. The golden clawed crab paid 19 and took 2 days to actually die, because a crab does not accept that it has lost. A 6-winged swordfish that had been the terror of a bend upstream for probably a decade paid 28 and a whole evolution point. I ate a patch of Nether River grass that had killed everything that touched it for years, which stung on the way down, and paid 23. 1 month. That is all it took. 1 month of walking into other people's kingdoms and eating the king. By the end of it, I was 23 feet long, I was level 7, and I had 8 evolution points sitting in the panel out of the 10 I needed, and there was nothing left in the Qianliu River worth the trip, which is when I made a mistake that changed absolutely everything, and the mistake was this. It was a nice night, and I went up to look at the moon. I had not seen the sky in months. You forget. You are under the water, and the water is a ceiling, and after a while you stop thinking of the world as having a top to it. So I came up in the shallows on my side, half out, and there it was, the whole sky, the moon sitting on the water in pieces. It was so beautiful, I fell asleep. 23 feet of divine fish, asleep on a sandbar, mouth open, in front of a town. I woke up to children. There were maybe a dozen of them standing around me in a ring, barefoot in the mud, staring. The biggest was 8 or 9, and he was already doing math out loud. There was enough meat on me, he said, to feed the whole town. He said it the way you would say the sun is up. Not cruel, just hungry. That was the detail that stuck. Not the fact that a child was planning to butcher me. The fact that he was that thin, and that the 10 kids behind him were that thin, and that they were all standing on the bank of a river, absolutely full of fish. Then an old man came down the path with a walking stick and shouted at them to get away from me, the town chief. He told them that a koi is an auspicious creature, and that killing one brings disaster on everybody. And I have never in my life been so grateful for superstition. They tried to push me back into the water instead. All of them. Then more of them, until there were 100 people from the town with their shoulders against my side, heaving, and I did not move an inch, because at that size I weighed several tons and the mud had me, and I woke up properly, and I flicked my tail once, gently, the way you would shrug. 2 men went into the river. There was a silence then that I can still hear. 100 people standing very still while a fish the length of a house lifted its head, with the light coming off its scales in the morning, and then all of them going down on their knees in the mud at once, foreheads in the wet sand, and the old chief with them. River God, they said. I did not have a voice. I could not have explained a single thing to them even if I had wanted to, so I did the only thing I could think of. I put myself back into the deep water, and I went down until I hit the bottom, and I came up the whole channel at speed and threw myself out of the river in a full turn. The column of water came up behind me about 60 feet, hung there, and came down on the bank as rain, and about 4 tons of fish. They were still on their knees when I left. I did not look back, because a god does not look back, and because I had absolutely no idea what I had just started. I found out an hour later, in the deep water, when white mist began to come to me through the river from a long way off. It moved like it had somewhere to be. It came in through my scales. Incense power detected. A whole second half of the panel unfolded that I had never seen. Deity name, Koi River God. That was not a name I picked. That was a name they picked. Believers, 73. Incense power, 157, and 2 skills, grayed out until that moment, called listening and transmitting. I used listen first because I am nosy. It was like putting your head into a room with 300 people whispering at once, except they were all whispering about the worst things in their lives. Give my son back. Let the flood not come this year. I cannot do this anymore. Every breath of it, 10 more points of incense, and every breath of it was a person. Transmitting was the other direction, a channel out. I could push my will down it, I could push objects down it, given enough of it, I could push myself, and there was an exchange rate at the bottom of the panel, sitting there like a price tag on the whole world. 1 million incense converts to 1 divine essence. I did the maths on the bottom of the Qianliu River, like a man reading a stock ticker. A believer gives 1 to 3 a day. A shrine gives 100, a temple gives 3,000. 73 people had just made me 157 points by kneeling in the mud for 10 minutes. Everything before that had been me, alone, eating things one at a time until something ate me. This was different. This scaled. In my last life, the single most powerful force on Earth was never an army. It was a story that enough people agreed on, and I had just found out that in this world, the story pays out in a currency I could eat. So that was the day I stopped being a fish that was trying to survive and started being something considerably worse. The problem showed up 11 days later, and the problem was that my number went the wrong way. I had a shrine by then, my first, plus 100 incense a day for it. And then over the space of 2 days, my believers went from more than 100 down to 6. 6. I have been stabbed since then. Nothing has ever felt quite like watching that number fall. I listened for it, and out of the 6 voices left, one was a boy. And what the boy was saying was, "The evil god has come back. Please protect Jiangku town." His name was Chen Hao. He was skinny. He had a tuft of hair sticking straight up off the back of his head that no amount of water would flatten, and he was kneeling under a dead banyan tree in front of a clay figure of a koi that he had made himself, badly, with his own hands. And while I was watching through it, a man in a yellow robe came up the path with 6 large men behind him and a whip in his hand. I did not know his name then. I learned it later. Wang Feng, priest of the Jiangku temple, which was not my temple. He looked at the clay fish and he asked the boy how he dared to raise a shrine to an evil god. The old town chief got in front of him. "Chen Hao is only a child," he said, "and you saw it. All of you saw how the fish rose." And the boy stood up. He was maybe 11. He was shaking, and I could feel it through the clay. He asked why Jiangku had to send an offering to the temple every single day, while the town starved through every winter. He asked why every year the town had to hand over young men and young women at the Guanjiang estuary. He asked why this year they were preparing to throw in his sister, who was the only family he had left. The priest said, "Then send them both tomorrow." And the 6 large men did not move. That is the part I think about. 6 grown men with the temple's own mark on their sleeves, standing in the dirt, not moving, while a priest told them to take a boy. So the priest lost his temper and swung the whip himself. The whip never landed. 7 colors of light came up out of that ugly little clayfish and stopped it dead in the air. I would love to tell you I planned that. I did not plan that. I was simply there, and I was watching, and something in me made a decision several seconds ahead of the rest of me. The clay figure rose off the ground. Every thread of incense in that dry yard came in and gathered above it and settled into a shape, and the shape was a pair of eyes. Cold ones. Fish eyes. Mine. Every single person in that yard went down on their face, including the priest, and I found out I had a voice after all. Who, I asked, dared to defile my shrine? There was no answer, which was fine, because I did not want one. The light came down in a line about as wide as a man, and the priest of the Jiangku temple stopped existing. Not a body, not ash, nothing on the ground at all except a whip that had lost its owner. Then I gave the first divine decree of my life, and I made it short because I had already worked out that gods should never explain themselves. In one day, I said, I will destroy the god of the Jiangku temple, and that temple will carry my name instead, the 1,000 current carp god. That performance cost me over 2,000 points of incense, which was very nearly everything I had. By nightfall, my believer count had passed its old peak and kept going, which left me with a small problem. I had just promised, out loud, in front of an entire town, to kill a god. I had 9 evolution points and a body made mostly of ambition, so I spent that night hunting the one thing left in the Qianliu worth eating, which was a blood arrow spirit fish that lived under the old stone weir and had eaten, by local reckoning, everything that ever went near it. 10 feet of it. It went through my side like a thrown spear on the first pass. It did not get a second pass. 10 points of mine. The world went out. I want to describe this properly because it happened to me 5 times in my life, and it never got less strange. Your body stops. Your mind is lifted out of it and set down somewhere with no floor and no light, only a gray churn, and hanging in that churn are clusters of glowing seeds, and every seed is a life you could have instead of this one. Moonlight carp, flame weaver fish, longevity spirit fish, crimson sky snake, white armored python, dozens of them, every one a whole future, and me with no body at all, window shopping. I took the one that shone in 7 colors, the 7-colored carp, not the strongest thing on offer. It came with something the others did not, which was a body that drinks. Sun, moon, and stars go straight in and come back out as that shine under the scales, and the shine is armor, and the shine heals you while you are still being hit. And it came with one more thing, folded up inside me like a coin in a pocket, a mirror, a very old one. 7 days in the cocoon. I came out of it 12 meters long, with a lifespan reading 2 out of 300, throwing color off every scale like oil on water. Then I went to introduce myself. The god of the Jiangku temple lived at the Guanjiang estuary in a place called the Yellow Wind Cave, and when I finally got in there, I was insulted. There was gold in piles, and a jade couch, and 2 women from Jiangku in silk, taken as offerings and kept alive to pour tea. And on the couch was the god himself, and the god himself was a kappa. He came up to my chin, in human terms. Green scales, a beak instead of a mouth, a ring of red hair around a bald wet head, and 4 fingers on each hand. Jian, the yellow-winged water demon, formerly a very minor water spirit of the Nanchang who got taken in as a disciple by something powerful, learned 3 real techniques, robbed his master, and ran downstream to a town too small to know better. 10 years. 10 years of a starving town hauling food up a hill, and every year young men and women walking into that estuary and never walking back out, so that a meter of frog in a stolen coat could sit on jade. He had just given the order to flood Jiangku for pulling his statue down when I came up under his escort. There were about a dozen white-whiskered tigerfish coming out of the underwater canyon in formation, level 6, the pride of his household. The water above them opened. 3 or 4 went down whole. The rest went down in pieces. Jean saw what I was and made a sound I have never heard anything else make. He said nobody had seen a 7-colored carp in the entire Nankong River. He said it the way a man says a number that cannot be right. I chewed. They were quite good. Then he shouted at his guards to attack, and while he was still shouting, he was already swimming the other way. The tigerfish did attack. Their teeth broke on me. Not chipped. Broke. The way teeth break on iron. I killed all of them with my tail without turning around and went after the frog. The mirror came out then for the first time. It rose out of my forehead like a third eye, old bronze, older than anything in that river had any right to be, and the beam took his leg off below the knee and did not leave a wound so much as an absence, so he threw off his yellow cloak. That was the trick. That was the entire trick. 10 years of it. The cloak commanded water, and out of the cloak came water dragons, and that was what had been raising the floods, and that was what a whole town had spent a decade believing was the anger of heaven. I ate the cloak. I ate it with him still in it. Plus 30%, plus 5 evolution points. And a technique called summoning wind and rain, which is a very grand name for the ability to make it rain, and which had bought a frog 10 years of tribute. I finished the tigerfish afterward out of tidiness, and somewhere in the middle of that meal my body changed again. Cave Heaven Realm, first level, 18 meters of me, and down inside, a space opened that had not been there before, a 7-colored hollow that belonged to me and was not made of anything. The cave I looted properly, and it turned out the cave itself was the treasure, a movable thing, stolen, which explained how a minor river spirit had ended up with a palace, and there was the gold, every coin of it lifted out of Jiangku across 10 years, and there were the 2 women, still breathing, kept that way by some pill he had made them swallow. I took all of it into my mouth, the gold and the women both. There was no elegant way to do it, and I apologized, silently, at length, the entire way home. Back at the town they were already at the temple with hammers. 200 or 300 of them with tools in their hands and nobody swinging because 10 years is a long time to be afraid of something. And then the statue cracked on its own, straight down the middle, the way a thing cracks when whatever it stood for has stopped existing. The god of the Jiangku temple, somebody said, has fallen to my god. Chen Hao swung first. Of course he did. After the first hammer, watching through my own statue, I stopped calling it a demolition. 10 years came out of those people all at once. They counted their sons out loud while they worked. They named the winters. One woman kept hitting the same piece of the altar long after it was gravel. It went on for a full day and a night, and by dawn, there was nothing on that hill but a foundation and a great many people sitting down. I let them have it. Then I gave them the other thing. 18 meters of 7-colored fish came up out of the Qianliu in front of 1,000 people and did not come back down. That is one of the benefits of the Cave Heaven realm that nobody mentions. You stop needing the water. I hung there in the morning air over my own river, and I opened my mouth and I gave them back their gold. It came down in a wave. 10 years of tribute hit the sand in front of the temple in a heap that took 4 men to climb. Then I gave them back the 2 women. I have watched armies break since then. I have watched gods die. I have never heard a sound like the one that town made when those 2 stood up on the sand. A man went down on his knees so hard he took the skin off them. Somebody screamed the word daughter over and over with nothing else attached to it. The old chief came forward and thanked me for the treasure and for the children. I did not answer. I turned around and I left, and to be clear, that was not humility. That was strategy. A god who explains himself is just a man with a good excuse, and I had already worked out that the less I said, the more they filled in. It worked better than anything I have ever done on purpose. I could hear it starting behind me before I reached the water. He did not ask us for anything, they were saying. He took nothing. That is what a real god is. 3,000 points of incense in the time it took me to reach the deep channel. That was when the town stopped being a place that had been saved and became the first brick of something else. The chief opened a granary out of the recovered gold and called it the storehouse of divine mercy, and it fed anyone who needed feeding. The ruin on the hill went back up under a new name, the Carp God Temple, and I moved into the Yellow Wind Cave and renamed it because I am not sentimental but I am petty, Carp God Cave. I widened the whole thing to fit me, which involved eating several tons of rock, which the panel did not reward at all, and which I resented for weeks. Half a month later, I sat down and read my own numbers, and I finally understood what I had built. 308 shrines of mine, one in every household. Over 30,000 points of incense arriving every day from a town of 1,000 people, most of whom owned nothing. Faith is not the strongest thing in my world. It is the only thing in this world that compounds. The panel unlocked a new rank when I crossed that line, and the rank was priest. I already had a candidate. He had put himself forward without being asked. He had been sleeping in the temple and sweeping a floor nobody had told him to sweep, and praying every morning without ever once asking for anything, which after all the listening I had done made him roughly 1 in 1,000. I let the statue move. "Your name," I said. "Chen Hao." He hit his forehead on the floor going down. I asked whether he was willing to be my priest, to carry my name and say it for as long as there was breath in him. He said yes before I finished the sentence. Not bravely, not solemnly. Fast, the way you answer when somebody finally offers you the thing you have wanted since you were small. My light went into him and did not stop. Third level of spirit guiding in about 11 seconds, which some men chase for 30 years, and I gave it to him for a swept floor. A 7-colored mark settled in between his eyebrows, and into his head went the water technique and the wind and rain technique, both taken off a dead frog, both now belonging to an 11-year-old with a cowlick that would not lie flat. He went and told the chief he would be preaching in the temple and teaching cultivation to anybody who could learn it. Because that was the next part, and it was the part that mattered. An ordinary believer gave me 1 to 3 points a day. A believer who can cultivate gives more, and gives it longer, and keeps giving it after the ordinary ones are gone. Jian had run his temple on terror, and it collapsed the same day he did, because terror does not compound. Terror has to be renewed, and it costs you something every single time. So my instruction to my priest was the exact opposite of every instruction that temple had ever received. Teach them, all of them, anyone who can hold it. Out of the entire town, 12 people could, 12 of mine, out of 1,000. That is the real rate. And anybody who tells you different has never counted. Then I gave the second instruction, and nobody liked that one. Go up past the tree line and break new ground. Dig channels. Plant. They brought it to Chen Hao, confused, and they had a fair point, which was that the river was already full of fish and had been ever since I cleaned it out and started dropping the surplus on their beach every few days. We see today, Chen Hao told them. Lord Carp sees the year after next. This town is going to grow. The fish will not be enough. They dug. While they dug, I went back to work, which for me meant clearing the last 30 miles of the estuary of anything that could bite. A red-spined spearfish paid 13% and 5 points, and a technique called Red Thorn Poison Mist, which came bundled with the actual plant, a nasty red grass that fogs the water around it and kills whatever swims through. I moved a whole bed of it and replanted it in a ring around my cave. If you want to know what a god does with his afternoons, it is gardening, and the garden is a minefield. A month of that, and I was 22 meters long and into the second level of cave heaven, and the incense counter finally rolled over 1 million. 1 million converts to one divine essence. I sat and watched the number tick to 7 digits with the same face I used to make watching a download bar, and when it flipped, the panel gave me something new. Divine punishment. What it does is simple, and what it means is not. It takes any technique I already have and pours divine power into it. That is all. The important part is the line underneath, which said there was no upper limit on how much I could pour. No upper limit on anything, as long as somebody, somewhere, was still kneeling. I sat in my minefield with that in front of my eyes and thought a thought that would have got me killed if I had said it out loud. With enough essence, I could kill a true god. I was a fish. I had been a fish for about 4 months. Meanwhile, Jiangku was turning into something I had not asked for. 200 acres broken out of the hillside with 300 as the target, 72 irrigation channels planned, 6 people through into the first level of spirit guiding, which for a fishing town is roughly the same as 6 people discovering they can fly. Chen Hao stood up in front of them and promised he would call rain for the fields himself, and then went home and practiced until he could actually do it, which is more than most priests manage. And a fox started stealing from my altar. I noticed her the first night. A little white fox, no bigger than a cat, sliding through the temple door after dark, absolutely terrified of my statue, edging around the room with her belly on the floor so that the statue would not see her, and then bolting for the door with a piece of fruit in her mouth. She came back the next night, and the night after. If Chen Hao came back early, she would sit in the bushes outside with her ears up and wait him out. I could have stopped it with a thought. I did not. And the reason I did not is one I am not proud of and will state plainly. Being a god is extremely boring. You sit in a hole in a river listening to 1,000 people apologize to you. The fox was the funniest thing that happened all week. Chen Hao and the chief eventually worked out that the offerings were walking, and they hired a hunter, and the hunter dug a pit 10 feet deep and covered it. She went straight in, and then she screamed. I have heard a lot of animals in pain since then. That was not pain. That was a performance. She lay at the bottom of that pit shrieking like something with a broken back until the hunter, who was a decent man, climbed down on a rope to get her out. She used his shoulders as a step and cleared the lip of the pit in one bounce. Chen Hao caught her mid-air with a gust of wind by the scruff and held her up while she pedaled at nothing and said the obvious thing, that is not a fox. That is a fox demon. So they brought her into the temple to be judged by me, and in the temple she stopped fighting. She hung there in the boy's hand and would not look at the statue, and I looked at her properly for the first time. There was an old wound in her, not a scratch, something buried and long healed wrong, the kind of thing that sits in a body for years and quietly takes a year off the end of it. Chen Hao could not see it. I could. I let one drop of my blood come out of the statue. It went across the room in the air, 7 colors turning over on themselves, and landed on her forehead, and soaked in, and the thing inside her that had been wrong for years stopped being wrong. I did not say anything, not one word. Chen Hao decided the merciful carp god had forgiven the thief, which I let him keep because it made me look good. They put her down at the door, and she ran. And then, 3 steps out into the dark, she stopped and turned around and looked back at the statue for a long moment, the way you look at a thing you are trying to memorize. Her name was Lin Mei. She lived in a village of black tile roofs about 8 miles east with a stone marker at the gate that said Lin Family Village, and everybody in that village was a fox. I found this out the way I found out most things, by listening. I listened to the whole thing. The children caught her at the gate and rolled her in the dirt and shouted her name and rubbed her fur the wrong way, and they were all thin and pale and much too strong for their size, and then an old woman came out and put a stop to it. Grandmother Lin, head of the clan, and what she said to those children was not that they should be kind, it was that they should behave like ordinary humans, because the clan was in danger, and the rule was that no fox leaves this village until it can take a human shape. There is no place in this world, she said, for our kind. Xiao stood there with her ears flat and looked extremely sorry until she was forgiven, at which point she stuck her tongue out at everybody and fled. And the old woman watched her go and said something that stayed with me. That child has a hard fate, but her heart is good. She will remember a kindness. Her house was at the end of the village and there was a woman in it who could not get up. Xiao's mother, pale and thin and still beautiful in the way that makes it worse, propped against her own daughter because sitting up alone had stopped being possible, and on the shelf above her bed was a small shrine, and the shrine belonged to the little Tushan mountain god. The old herbalist of the village came by, the one they called Fifth Master, and took her pulse, and smiled the whole time, and then measured out a dose of medicine that was smaller than the last one. Spend these days with your mother, he told the girl at the door, and Xiao asked him how long. Less than a month, he said. Only a high-grade medicine would do it now. And every high-grade medicine in these hills goes through the mountain god, and nothing that goes through the mountain god comes to us. I got the rest of it out of the same conversation, because old men explain things to children. I got the rest of it out of the same conversation. The Fox clan had been punished by a true god a long time ago, and what the true god had taken from them was their demon meridians. They cannot cultivate. There is no path up for them at all. The one thing they still have is the bloodline gift, which is that at about 6 years old they can take a human shape, and that is the only reason there are any of them left. And Xiao's father was dead, and the way he had died had something to do with the little Tushan mountain god. When the herbalist was gone, that girl sat and looked down at her own stomach, at the place where an old wound used to be and was not anymore. Then she went and took the mountain god's shrine off the shelf. I was not watching for that. I was busy. My range had gone from 30 miles of the Qianliu to 50 miles of the Nanchang itself, which is a different animal, wide enough that the far bank is a rumor, and I owned my stretch of it and ate anybody who disagreed. Things from the shore kept coming down to catch the enormous 7-colored fish, and every one of them was worth points, and by then, I was into the 3rd level of cave heaven at 26 meters, and on the bank, creatures who had watched me rise to swallow moonlight had started leaving little offerings in the reeds without anyone asking them to. So when I read my numbers that week, they said a temple, 308 shrines, 1 priest, 6 divine servants, 1,203 mortal believers, and 7 spiritual ones, 660,000 incense, 1 essence in hand. And then the counter moved by 1, and 1 shrine appeared, and it was not in Jiangku. Little Tushan, Lin Family Village. That little thief, I thought. The doors were barred when I looked. The mountain god shrine was gone off the shelf, and in its place was a picture, and the picture was of me. She had drawn it herself. From memory. From the one time she had been carried into my temple by the scruff of the neck, and it had taken her days, and it was not good, and I have never in my life been given anything better. The offerings laid out in front of me were herbs stolen from Fifth Master, a gourd of apricot wine stolen from her own grandmother, some wild fruit, and a bowl of green rice that the village had given her out of pity. She apologized for it out loud. She said it was nothing like the offerings in the carp god temple, and that she was sorry, and that there was no more time, because her mother had not woken up that morning. Then she knelt. She knelt for half a day. When it got dark, she was still kneeling. She started to wonder out loud whether she was not devout enough, whether she was doing it wrong, whether there was a correct way to ask, and nobody had ever taught her, because nobody teaches a fox anything. And I sat in my cave with the whole thing in front of me and did not move, and I want to be honest about why. Little Tushan is a god with 36 peaks. Almost everything alive in that district was already his, including human villages down on my river. Taking one believer of his out of the middle of his own territory is not charity. It is a declaration. I had spent months building something that ran on nobody noticing me yet. One little white fox with a badly drawn picture was going to cost me a war. I sat there for an hour. That is the honest number. 1 hour, doing sums, while a child knelt on a dirt floor. Then I sent the spark anyway. It came up out of that terrible drawing in 7 colors and filled the room, and she made a sound I do not have a good word for, and she said, at last. He answered me. 3 days later, her mother woke up. Fifth Master came running with his robe half on, took the pulse, and then took it again, and then sat down on the floor. Healed, he said. Not improving, healed. And there is something else in there. A demon meridian, small, new, barely a thread of it, growing. Nobody in that room could speak, and neither could I, because every fox in that village had been born without one, and their parents had been born without one, and the last fox who had one had been alive before any of them, and now there was a woman lying on a bed in a back room of a village nobody had ever heard of, and she was going to be able to cultivate. Xiaoxiao told them she had found a rare herb outside the village. She told them that because I told her to. That is the first lie I ever asked anybody to tell for me, and it bought us all about 2 more months. Because on the 1st of July, my town held its planting festival. 350 acres broken, 72 channels dug in 2 months by people who had been eating fish heads the winter before. Chen Hao stood on the temple steps in a 7-colored robe with the whole town in front of him, and people had come in from 4 neighboring villages to see it, and they heard the story, and the story was very simple and had the great advantage of being true. The god of the Jiangku temple was a wicked thing that ate this town for 10 years. The carp god came and killed him. I gained more believers in 1 afternoon than in the previous 3 weeks, and 2 crows landed on the bank. They were the size of grown men, black and wet-looking, and their eyes were not eyes. They were dark blue whirlpools that pulled at you, and every single person on that riverbank stopped talking at once. Water soul crows, out of the Huai God Palace. Jean's elder brothers. Jean is dead, they said. We do not care. But the yellow cloak and the water spirit cave were stolen from our palace, and our master wants them back. And then one of them said the line that gods in that river basin apparently all learn as children. Who in the whole Nanchang does not know the name of the Huai God Palace? The wave came up behind him while he was still saying it. Both of them went down in one mouthful, in front of the entire festival, which I admit was theater, and which I would do again. They were worth 25% and 10 points, and 32% and 10 points, and a technique called the soul-seizing art, and together they pushed me into the 4th level of cave heaven. They were also worth something better, which was their memories. The Huai God Palace sits a long way up the Nankang. Its master is the Huai River God, and he is a god of incense like me, except that he is the only one in his palace and he has been the strongest thing in that stretch of water for a very long time. Jian was his disciple, so were the crows. Jian rebelled, took the yellow cloak and the water spirit cave, which is the cave I currently live in and have redecorated, and ran downstream. So the calculation was this. Gods of incense are territorial the way rivers are wet. Coming down 200 miles into somebody else's water is expensive and slow, and it makes you weak at home. He would want to. He would not be able to for a while, which meant I had a window, and I spent it the way you spend a window. I had 2 divine essences by then. I kept the first because the first one is what you use when something is trying to kill you and you need divine punishment to work. The second one I ate. 7 days out cold, plus 300% progress, plus 1,000 evolution points. I went through the 5th and the 6th and into the 7th level of cave heaven without waking up, and I came out of it at 50 meters, which was not supposed to be possible. 4 meters a level is the rule. I put on 20 in a week because divine power does not grow a body, it rebuilds it, and the panel does not care about your rules. I had 1,000 points. The second evolution needs 100. So back into the gray with no floor, and this time the seeds were bigger and there were far more of them, and for the first time some of them were not fish at all. Fragrant sea evil python, azure sky rock, moon-shaking sky sparrow, peaceful golden carp, 3 aperture empty spirit fish, sea and land and air, all of it on offer. I spent an entire day in there. No body, no time passing, just a man standing in a gray room deciding what species to be. And then I found one that was not like the others because it had a drop of somebody else's blood in it. Ancestral blood, the blood of my own 7-colored devouring heaven carp. The 7-colored flying carp. That is what I took. A month asleep this time. While I was under, my priest was busy. Chen Hao had converted more than a dozen villages, and he had also mapped the competition for me, which turned out to be a 2-horse race I had joined without being invited. The little Tushan mountain god and the heavenly pool god of Screwtooth Mountain up at Loya. Between them they split the Qianliu Basin 30-70. 33 towns along 200 miles of main channel, a temple in every one of them, all of it accounted for, and then a delegation walked into my temple. An old Taoist abbot from the little Tushan Mountain Temple and his young disciple come to have a look at the newcomer. The disciple suggested, in a whisper, that they simply pull the place down. The abbot told him no. He said, "We do not know how strong this carp is. If he is stronger than the mountain god, we are the ones who die." And at that exact moment, while they were standing in the middle of my hall, my statue lit up. I want to be extremely clear about this, because it became the founding miracle of my religion, and I had nothing to do with it. I was asleep in a cocoon in a cave 8 miles away, changing species. What came out of that statue was overflow, waste, the runoff of an evolution leaking down a channel I had built and out of a fixture I had installed. 7-colored light came down over every single person in that hall. There was a man in the crowd called Zhao Kun, who everybody called Zhao the Crooked, who had been a fraudulent fortune teller until his knee went and had been telling stories in the market since. He stood up out of it without his stick. "My leg," he said. Then he screamed it. My leg is fixed." He was not the only one. Old backs, bad eyes. A woman who had not seen properly in 9 years. Chen Hao went up 3 levels standing still. All 6 divine servants moved. The whole room, all at once, in about 4 seconds, for free, by accident. The 2 Taoists went out of that temple sideways, and I heard the abbot say it on the road home in a voice that had gone strange. What if the god of that temple is a true god? Chen Hao, to his eternal credit, walked them to the door and asked pleasantly what had brought them, and they said they had just been passing. I woke up with fins that were not fins. They had gone long and broad and layered, and they were made of scale, and they were wings. Bloodline, 7-colored flying carp. Lifespan 2 out of 300. 8th level of cave heaven. 80 meters long, and the wingspan was a number I stopped measuring because it embarrassed me. I took off from the surface of the Nonkong at night, and I want to tell you that the first beat of those wings moved me about 2 miles. There is a technique that came with them called the 7-colored landscape map. What it does is unroll the world behind you as an image, mountains and rivers and sky painted in the air in 7 colors for as long as you are flying. So the creatures along that river, who had spent their whole lives in the mud, looked up one night and saw a fish the length of a street go over them with a picture of the world trailing off its back. The shrines went up on their own after that. I did not have to send anybody. I gave Chen Hao the yellow cloak and both of the dead frogs techniques as a reward for holding the place together while I slept, which he accepted with the exact expression of a boy being handed a sword. Meanwhile, the little Tushan mountain god was doing his own arithmetic, and I have to admit his was better than mine. He heard the abbot's report standing in a hall inside a mountain with 36 peaks, and his voice was the dry sound of something old. And what he said was, "This carp is bold, therefore somebody is standing behind him, so we do not touch him. The faith of the Qianliu was never all mine anyway. Let the carp and the heavenly pool god tear pieces off each other, and I will walk in when both of them are tired and take the whole basin. That is a good plan. That is genuinely the plan I would have made." And then, as an afterthought, on his way out of the conversation, he said one more thing. "A lot of them died in the little 2 mountain mine prison again this season. We are short of workers. Then go down and catch some," he said. "Commoners, small clans, nobody who matters. Just do not fall short, because we have to pay upward at the end of the year." I did not understand what I was listening to at the time. Nobody in that district understood it. There was a mountain in those hills with a hole in it, and every year the hole ate a few hundred people, and every year the villages around it sent their strongest men up a road and told each other that the men had been chosen. Zhao Kun, meanwhile, had taken his fixed knee and gone into business. I watched him do it. He turned up in Dongyang town with a gong and a wooden banner, and where the banner should have said storyteller, he had painted a 7-colored carp. He stood in the square in front of a collapsing temple and told the story of the carp god with all the timing of a professional liar who has finally got hold of a true story, and when he got to the part about the miracle, he rolled up his trouser leg and let the whole square come and feel the knee. And then he said he had been moved by the carp god to rebuild this ruined temple. The temple was the heavenly pool god's. Somebody said so out loud. That is the heavenly pool god's temple. And Zhao the Crooked, who had cheated people for a living for 20 years and knew exactly which nerve to press, said this. Has he ever shown you one single miracle? That is why the roof leaks and nobody comes. And then, before they could argue, he gave them the thing that actually mattered. In Janku, he said, the priests teach cultivation. To anyone. Maybe they will teach us. That was the moment the whole basin started to move, and it was not because of me, and it was not because of a miracle. It was because a crooked storyteller offered a market square a way out of being ordinary. I watched from the cloud layer and thought two things at once. This man is a talent. This man is too clever to trust. I sent word to Chen Hao to help him onto the cultivation path anyway. Then I went to look at my competition. 200 miles of main channel, 33 towns, and at the top of it, Luoya Mountain, which comes up out of the hills, shaped like a tooth. I did not go close. I sat in the clouds above it for 2 days and watched, and I learned nothing except that the mountain was full of people, and that the people were afraid in a very organized way. On my way back, I found 3 teenagers in the forest, and one of them was bleeding. He was in black, and there was an arrow through his calf, and he was running badly. The other 2 were not running at all, because they did not have to. One in a blue robe, one in red, with a black iron bow. The one who was bleeding shouted at them that they should fear the punishment of the heavenly pool god, and the one in blue laughed and said the thing that told me everything I needed to know about that mountain. He said the god is very high up, and he does not care about children fighting. And if you die here today, the only people who will ever know about it are the 2 of us. Then he put his foot on the boy's back and broke his meridians. The bow came up, and 7 colors came down. Both of them were gone before the arrow was loosed. 2 wet patches on the leaf litter, and a bow lying on the ground with nobody holding it. The boy on the ground looked up and saw half a fish head coming out of the cloud with a wingspan that put the whole clearing in shadow, and he did not scream, which I noticed. His name was Zhang Shen, and he had a bloodline gift called the White Weasel Spirit Eyes, and what they did was let him see incense, not gods, not power, faith itself, moving through the air. I used the soul-seizing art on him, which turns my eyes into those dark blue whirlpools the crows had, and I read him like a document. 3 great families run Luoya under the god. Each family has over 100 at spirit guiding and more than 10 at cave heaven, and each family head sits at the 9th level of cave heaven and not one step higher. Not one of them, in generations, had ever broken through. That is not talent. That is a ceiling, and somebody installs a ceiling, which told me what the heavenly pool god actually was. Spirit transformation realm. Higher than me. Not so much higher that divine punishment could not reach the bottom of it. So I asked the boy on the ground a question. Do you want your cultivation back? And do you want revenge? 1 drop of blood. His meridians knitted, and then they kept going, and he came up out of the dirt at the 9th level of cave heaven, which put a 16-year-old level with the head of his own family. Go, I told him. Take your revenge on the Liu and the Jiang. Turn Luoya Mountain upside down. My name will protect you. He went. He also did the one intelligent thing I did not tell him to do, which was to keep my name out of it entirely, because if his family had learned that a foreign god was standing behind him, they would have executed him themselves before dinner. Within 10 days, the 3 great families of Luoya Mountain were killing each other in the streets. His own father called the council and gave the order to strike first and cut down the young of the other 2 houses, and while he was giving it, he said a thing out loud that no one in that room had ever dared to say. The heavenly pool god is probably delighted, he said. Our 3 houses have had it too easy for too long. He did not like that. They all knew. Every one of them had always known. They had simply never had a reason to say it in a room. 10 days of that, and the heavenly pool god said nothing and did nothing and let it burn. On the 1st of September, I opened my 2nd temple in Dongyang, in the building Zhao Kun had rebuilt out of his rival's ruin. The statue lifted off its plinth in front of the crowd, and I asked him the same question I had asked a boy sweeping a floor. Zhao Kun, are you willing to be my priest? I have never seen a man take an offer that fast, and I include myself. The mark went in between his eyebrows, and he came up at the 5th level, and my panel read 2 temples, 512 shrines, 2 priests, and a little over 4,000 believers. 4 months earlier, I had been eating algae off a rock, and on the day my 2nd temple opened, 3 men in gray and white robes walked into Lin family village. We are from the Little Tushan Taoist temple, they said. By order of the mountain god. 100 able-bodied men for the mine prison. Grandmother Lin came out and told them the truth, which was that the village sent men every single year, and that not one of them had ever come back, and that what was left was old people, women and children, 400 or 500 souls in total. Then she offered a bribe. A white lingji the size of her palm, which for a village like that is a generation of savings. The fat one took the mushroom, put it away carefully inside his robe, and kicked her in the stomach. For the mushroom, he said, I will let you keep your life. If there are no men, bring women and children. Leave the old ones, they die on the road. You have the time it takes 1 stick of incense to burn. Xiaoxiao's mother was on the list. She had been walking for 2 months on a demon meridian that was 6 weeks old. She said goodbye to grandmother Lin in the doorway, and she said it in the flattest voice in the world. Xiaoxiao is nearly old enough to take a human shape. I will not see it. Look after her for me. And Xiaoxiao came out of that yard like something fired from a bow, with a rolled scroll in her teeth, running for the village gate. Every fox in that street understood what was about to happen, and it was not bravery they felt. If the temple caught a fox, the temple would learn that Lin family village was not a village of humans, and then there would be no village. Grandmother Lin screamed at them to hold her. 2 young Taoists moved to grab her, which was the last decision either of them made. She threw her head and the scroll came open in the air. A picture of a 7-colored fish, drawn badly by a child, from memory. 7-colored light took both of them apart where they stood. The third one turned and ran, and the light gathered itself out of the air and became an old bronze mirror hanging over that village street, and the beam went through him and through the wall behind him. There was a very long silence in Lin family village. They left that night. Several hundred foxes with their kits in their arms, walking east through the forest in the dark, because the alternative was to be there when the little Tushan temple sent somebody serious. Xiaoxiao led them. She told them that the people of Jiangku believe in the carp god, and the carp god will make room. At dawn, at the edge of the trees, Chen Hao was standing on the path waiting for them with lanterns. By order of the carp god, he said, I have come to meet you. The old chief of Jiangku had already emptied the houses on the eastern side. They took the forest east of the town, 500 of them who believed and 200 or 300 who did not yet, and Chen Hao and the divine servants spent a week planting red thorn grass in a ring all the way around it, so that the only way in or out was through Jiangku. They cut a shrine of me into a dead tree, badly, which is apparently how my faith likes to start. And within a month, the human children and the fox children were playing in the same road, which is a thing that had not happened in that district in living memory. Grandmother Lin worried out loud about being tracked. Chen Hao pointed at 3 bodies in temple robes laid out at the tree line and said this was the 3rd patrol. If the mountain god had the nerve, he told her, he would have come himself. He sends scouts. That means he is afraid of Lord Carp. Lord Carp, at that moment, was asleep in a cave with his mouth open. That is the truth of nearly everything I did in that first year. Half my reputation was work, and half of it was other people being terrified of a fish that could not be bothered to wake up. I ate essences 4 at a time that season. 200% of progress, 4,000 evolution points, the 9th level of Cave Heaven, and then the 10th, which the books call legendary because the ordinary ceiling is 99 meters, and then my body simply stopped. Not tired. Stopped, the way a jar stops. So I went back into the gray, desert blood eagle, deep sea mermaid, sunset silver serpent, sea suppressing white carp, and, for the first time, a dragon. A horned dragon, which sounds enormous until you learn that the horned dragon is the bottom of that family, and that it was not measurably better than what I already was. I did not want better. I went looking for one specific thing, and it took a long time, and then I found it. The 7-colored devouring heaven carp, the ancestor. The one whose blood had been sitting in my last 2 bodies like a rumor. The vision that came with that seed was not a fish, and I have never forgotten it. It was a thing the size of an ancient divine mountain that inhaled and took 10,000 miles of cloud into itself in one breath, and the pattern on its flank was not a landscape. It was stars, and the sun, and the moon, and forests, and birds, and beasts. Every living thing painted on one body. There have been, as far as anybody knows, one of those. I signed up to be the second. While I slept, Jiangku brought in its first harvest off 350 acres, and that winter the neighboring villages went hungry, and Jiangku did not. And Jiangku sent carts of grain east into the forest, and the men driving the carts said, "We are all Lord Carp's people," and the children in that forest kept asking where Xiaoxiao was. "She is asleep," Grandmother Lin told them. "She is turning into a person. Can she turn back into a fox after?" "No," the old woman said. "Our meridians were cut. Once you go across, you do not come back." And then, quieter, to the adults, she said the part the children did not get to hear. "A transformation without meridians is not a change. It is a disaster. Skin and bone come apart and go back together, and roughly half of our kits do not survive it. May the carp god's blessing hold the little one." That was in the ledger of things I owed, and I was unconscious for it, and I would find out later exactly what it cost. In December it snowed, and the refugees started coming down the river into Dongyang in rags because the 3 great families of Luoya had been at war for months, and the Liu family had gone so far as to loose a demon calamity, whole packs of Yao beasts driven downhill at the other houses and everything in between. The divine servants at the Dongyang temple suggested turning them away. Zhao Kun, formerly a fraud, said no. He said build a camp against the temple wall and send to Chen Hao to open the granaries. I want to be fair to him, because he was a slippery man, and I never fully trusted him. He was not being kind. He said it out loud that night, in the yard, to a servant who asked him why. These are the heavenly pool god's people, he said. Their god let this happen, and then did nothing. There is not going to be a better moment in our lifetimes. Both things are true. He fed several thousand people who would otherwise have died in a ditch, and he did it as an act of war. Up in the ruins of Luoya, the three family heads met in secret in an abandoned village 30 miles out. They were done fighting. Everybody's sons were dead. And the head of the Zhang family, a plain, tired-looking woman, put the actual problem on the table. It is easy enough for us to make peace, she said. The one up there does not want peace. And then she said the thing they had all noticed separately and never once said together. Since the day our three houses submitted to the heavenly pool god, every single family head who reached the 9th level of cave heaven has died in an accident. Everyone. For generations. So the head of the Liu family finished the thought. If we want peace, he said, the three of us have to leave this world first, unless we drag that high god down off his seat. They had not come to make peace. They had come to plan a killing. The new year turned over. Jiangku and Dongyang hung carp lanterns down every street and sent up paper lamps with prayers folded inside them, which I could read, and most of which were about pigs and marriages. And at Luoya, the three families spiked the sacrificial wine with something called drunken god powder, of which a mouthful will put a spirit transformation cultivator on the floor for 9 nights. At midnight, every cave heaven cultivator in 3 great houses walked up the only path to the summit. The young had been sent away that afternoon, which is how you know they did not expect to come back. Zhang Shen refused to go with the young. He knelt in the snow at the bottom of the mountain instead and asked me a straight question. Lord Carp, tonight we kill a god. Will you intervene? I did not answer because I was 3 months into a cocoon on the bottom of the Nankong River, and I was, in every sense that mattered, not there. 2 hours of thunder and firelight on that summit, then nothing. Then his father came down out of the smoke on a flying spirit feather, so far gone that the boy did not recognize him at first, and said 4 sentences. The heavenly pool god had a second plan. We lost. Everyone else is dead. And then the light came down off the mountain, and the light was a snow lotus, not a plant. It was incense, compressed into a shape, 9 petals opening over 150 terrified people with a small green seed in the middle. The roots came out of it like whips. They went through foreheads. They went through chests. And whatever a Gu family cultivator had in him went up those roots in about 4 breaths, and what was left standing there was dry, and then it fell over. Tonglu's father broke a root with his fist, which I still think about. He put the flying spirit feather into his son's hands and told him it was good for 50 miles. Then he drew a jade sword and went at the lotus. The sword came apart on the first root like a stick on a wheel. The second root went through his forehead. What it left was not a body. The lotus opened all 9 petals then, and in the middle of it, where the seed had been, there was the face of an old man. I was going to fatten the 3 of you up, he said, and eat you at the bottleneck. You accepted my protection for 200 years and then came up my mountain with poison. That is the nerve of a bear. And Zhang Shen, 16 years old, holding a broken sword, ran at it. A root came for his forehead, and the 7-colored mark on his brow lit up, and the root melted off it like ice on a stove. The believer Zhang Shen, he shouted, begs the carp god to intervene and kill this evil god. I woke up. I want to be honest about the timing because he has never known this, and I have never told him. I did not come because he called. I woke up on my own, that hour, in that minute, because a body finishes when it finishes, and I opened my eyes with somebody screaming my name in my head. The old man's face turned in the middle of the lotus and looked at nothing in particular. So you are the 1,000-current carp god, he said. I did not answer him. I have never once answered that question when it was asked like that. The mirror assembled itself over that boy's head, 7 colors, and it wiped the lotus and all 9 of its petals out of the air. That was not him, Tonglu said afterward, to what was left of his family. That was an idol, a cast-off body. My father said the real heavenly pool god is still trapped up there. Then he got them moving downhill, and in the mud of the Nanking, 180 miles away, I read a line I had waited a long time for. 3rd evolution complete. Bloodline, 7-colored devouring heaven carp. In 4 months of sleep, I had grown by about 1 meter, which was disappointing until the meter after that, because at exactly 100 meters, the jar broke. 101, 102, 103, and it did not slow down. 11th level of cave heaven. There is no 11th level of cave heaven. 10 is the legend. What happened at 11 was that the 10 hollows inside me stopped being 10 and became 1, and the 1 had no walls I could find. 150 meters, and my own cave would not hold me, so I put the cave away and grew in open water instead. 200 meters, 70% of the way to spirit transformation. And there was a new line under talent that I did not recognize, and it said 7-colored space. Inside me, there was room, not a stomach. Room, real room, with no bottom to it, that would go on getting bigger as I did. Up to that day, anything larger than my own head had to be torn apart before I could swallow it. From that day, size stopped being a category I had to think about. The ancestor of my bloodline, according to the vision, once swallowed an entire small world. I opened my mouth in the estuary and took a breath to see what would happen. The Qianliu River ran backwards, not a trickle. The whole channel turned around and came at me in a spiral, in January, with ice on it, and the towns along the bank came out of their houses screaming about a flood while the water in front of their doors went the wrong way up the hill. I stopped. Eventually. I would like to say I felt bad about it. Mostly, I felt like a man who has just found out what the big pedal does. Up on the summit of Luoya, there was a crater with a lake in it called the Heavenly Pool, and out of that lake came a withered lotus with gold nails driven through its petals, and off the lotus stepped a white-haired young man in white, so pale he looked drowned. Drunken god powder, he said, and withered god nails. The 3 families prepared well. If I had not left a lotus seed running my incense dharma form, they would actually have had me. Around him, floating in his own sacred lake, were the heads of the Liu and Zhang families, and then he noticed that the water level was dropping. Guanjiang estuary, he said, looking down 200 miles of river. So it is that carp. Are you trying to draw me out of my pool? He threw a handful of seeds into the only outlet of the lake, and a wall of blue lotuses came up out of the stone and closed the source of the Qianliu River like a stopper. The river was dry inside a day. For a basin of fishing towns, that is not a hardship. That is the end of the world. And the reaction was immediate, and it was not in my favor, because the people who had been mine for 8 months looked at a dry riverbed and said out loud in the street that the heavenly pool god was punishing them for betraying him. Dongyang started emptying back the other way. Refugees who had eaten Zhao Kun's grain all winter walked back to the old altars. My number went down for the 2nd time in my life. Hong stood on his temple steps and did the only thing he could do, which was gamble. He said, perhaps this is not all his doing. Lord Carp has woken up. And Chen Hao took a delegation down to the estuary to find out whether that was true, and what they found in the 400-meter-wide channel was a 7-colored mountain sitting across it, and the mountain turned round, and the mountain had eyes. I had already done the arithmetic. Half of that dry river was me drinking it. Half of it was him plugging it, which meant that between us we had produced, by accident, the single largest opportunity of my life. Every believer in that basin was standing on a dry bank with a question in their mouth, and whoever answered it owned all of them. He had stopped a river, so I turned one around. I put my body into the empty channel and widened it as I went, and I dragged the Nanchang River up behind me, 200 miles of it, uphill. The first thing they saw in Jiangku was a thread of water in a dead riverbed, then a stream, then a wall of it coming up the valley, and inside the wall a 7-colored fish. And the strangest part, the part that they still tell wrong, was that the water did not touch the banks. It held to me, it went where I went, and it did not take one house. Chen Hao got down on his knees in the mud and said it out loud so that everybody heard it in the right order. Lord Carp is turning the river back. Dongyang saw the same thing an hour later from the other direction, water climbing a slope in defiance of every sane thing, and Zhao Kun, who had been about a day from losing his temple, went up onto the roof and screamed that the carp god had come and the river had come alive with him. They came back, all of them, in a mob, in one afternoon. Zhang Shen's refugees were on that bank when I went past, and he went face down in the sand and told his surviving family, "That is the carp god. That is who we are walking to." Then he looked up the valley at the mountain and worked out the rest of it himself. "This is a war between gods," he said, and he left them and went to see it. The heavenly pool god came up off his summit to meet me with his arms out. "The heavenly pool is the forbidden ground of this god," he said. "Outsider, leave." I answered him with the mirror, and no words at all, which I had learned by then was worth more than any speech. He broke the beam with his palm. Then he broke the mirror with the same palm, and he was not even breathing hard, and he told me what I was. "I am middle stage spirit transformation," he said. "Even little Tushin does not touch me." "And you are early stage." That was true. Every word of it was true. Then I hit him with my tail. 9 golden swords came out of a golden lotus to stop it, and every one of them shattered on my scales, and he went into the side of his own mountain and stayed in the hole. "What is that body?" he said, from inside the rock. "Nobody at early stage has a body like that." Nobody at early stage had eaten what I had eaten. He got a barrier up over the whole summit, a proper one, the kind that is supposed to buy you a week. I went through it in one pass, and I did not stop at the barrier. I hit Luoya Mountain. The mountain broke, straight across, like a halberd snapped over a knee, and the top third of it slid off into the valley. and the heavenly pool came out of the crater as a river falling into the sky. Zhang Shen, standing on a ridge a long way off, said something about Xuan and the pillar of heaven, which meant nothing to me at the time. Then the god of that mountain sat on his withered lotus in the wreckage of everything he had built over 500 years and started to bargain. I concede, he said, withdraw, and I will give you half the faith of the Qianliu. Not enough, 70%. Not enough, 90, that is the limit, not enough. Fine, he said, all of it, and I leave Luoya Mountain tonight. And in his head, as clear as if he had shouted it, was the second half of that sentence. Leave. Go to Little Tushan, come back with him. Not enough. Not enough, your mother, he screamed, and that was the end of the negotiation. 33 seeds went up into the air and became 33 heavenly pool gods, all of them made of incense, and they came at me from every side while the real one turned and ran for Little Tushan. I took a breath. All 33 went down my throat, and the panel said plus 30,000 incense, and then said it 32 more times. About 1,000,000 points of faith in one swallow. It had cost him nearly 10 million to make them. The backlash put him off his feet in the air, and that stumble was the whole fight. I unrolled the 10,000 aspects living beings diagram for the first time in my life. It is what the landscape painting had grown into, and it is not a picture anymore. It is 10 miles of scroll with mountains in it, and rivers, and a sun, and a moon, and stars, and when it closes on something, that something is inside a world that belongs to me. He crumpled up in it like a dry leaf. What was left was the withered lotus, which was his real foundation, and out of which, given a century, a second heavenly pool god would eventually have grown. I ate the lotus too. Plus 30%. Plus 1,000 evolution points, plus 3 million points of incense, which was more than I had ever held at once, plus 4 techniques and a broken cultivation method out of the Buddhist path, and a divine skill called incense dharma image, which is how he had made 33 of himself, and his life, which the system handed over like a receipt. 500 years ago, a bird dropped a lotus seed into a mountain lake. Decades later, an old Buddhist monk came up that mountain and sat by the water for 10 years, and the lotus listened to him and woke up. When the monk left, he gave it half a scroll as a goodbye present. Then it grew and hit the ceiling of its own talent, and instead of dying quietly, it declared itself a god. And it raised 3 great families over 300 years, deliberately, the way you raise stock, and every time one of them produced somebody strong enough to be worth eating, he invited that person up the mountain for a private audience. It was an interesting biography. I did not feel one thing about it. In a world where the big fish eats the small one, somebody has to be the one laughing at the end, and I had already decided that it was going to be me. Luoya Mountain is a ruin now. The heavenly pool spilled out and settled in the broken ground, and the locals call it the Lake of Fallen Gods, which is a better name than anything I would have come up with. The 3 families, or what was left of them, walked down to Jiangku together and knelt. And my numbers that spring read 3 temples, 632 shrines, 2 priests, 16 divine servants, 9,323 mortal believers, and 1,327 spiritual ones, and 8.5 million incense. There were 100,000 people living along that river. I wanted all of them. Here is a thing about evolution that nobody tells you. For 7 days afterward, you can push the feedback back out. Anything you have gained, you can spend on other people. You just have to have them in one place, which is a logistics problem, and I was very bad at logistics, and Zhao Kun was not. He solved it overnight. He invented a holiday, the Carp God Festival, 7th day of the first lunar month, in commemoration of the fall of the evil god of the heavenly pool. He got the 3 families to bring out their spirit fruit and their spirit rice. He got the alchemists to set up stalls and demonstrate, and he turned a religious observance into a market fair in under 24 hours, because he understood something about people that I did not, which is that nobody walks 11 miles to worship, but everybody walks 11 miles to shop. Then I spoke out of all 3 statues at once. Every one of my believers, whoever stands within 1 mile of a carp god temple today, I will bless. The statues came up off their plinths. 7-colored cloud went over the 3 temples, and out of the cloud came rain, and the rain was every color there is. I have never done anything better. I do not think I will. The sick got up. Old men straightened. Bad joints, bad eyes, old breaks, all of it gone in the time it takes to get wet, because those drops had the ancestors' blood in them, and a thread of divine power besides. Bottlenecks broke all over 3 towns. Cultivators who had been stuck for a decade went through in the street. Zhang Shen punched through into cave heaven and did not stop. He took 3 hollows in a row, standing up with his mouth open, and his weasel eyes sharpened until he could see faith moving over the crowd like weather. The priests did not get rain. They got poured on. Chen Hao came out of it at the 5th level of cave heaven. Zhao Kun had been at the 6th level of spirit guiding that morning and finished the afternoon in cave heaven, standing in a puddle with his arms out, laughing, saying, "There it is, there it is. That is the grace." And 8 miles east, in the White Fox Forest, several hundred foxes started screaming. Meridians, they were screaming. Our meridians. We have meridians. Grown foxes were sitting down in the dirt sobbing. Some of them were laughing in a way that was not sane, because here is what I found out had been taken from them, and by whom. A long time ago, the fox tribe had a patron, the Qianliu fox god, 9 tails, an actual power in the world. He fell, and after he fell, a true god put a prohibition over the whole world that no god may shelter the fox tribe again, and cut the meridians out of every fox alive so the tribe could never raise another one. They had been rats for 1,000 years because of a rule. I read all of that, and my only thought, honestly, was this: so what? A true god cannot see everything. If he could, how did Qianliu fall in the first place? Then Xiaoxiao's mother carried her daughter into my temple. The white fur was dark and wet. The paws had gone human, small and pink and wrong-looking, and they were shriveling. Everybody in that forest knew what that meant. Limbs first, then the torso, then the mind, then the organs. It withers like cut grass. That is what happens to half the kits of a tribe with no meridians, and that is why the old woman had said, "May the blessing hold her." Except the blessing was what did it. Her meridian had not been a thread. It had been a river, the whole of it, more than any fox in 300 years, and every drop of that rain had gone into opening it, and there had been nothing left over for the change itself. She had been given the best thing in the world at the exact moment it could kill her. I did not have time to be clever. "Lin Mei," I said, out of the statue, in front of her mother and Chen Hao and half the forest. "From this day, you are my 3rd priest." And then I put a drop of my life essence and a divine source essence into a child, through the divine grace channel, slowly, because the channel is the only thing between that much power and a body that would have gone up like paper. The shriveling stopped, the fur came off her, and what was underneath was skin. Her hair came in white, which no fox's hair ever does, and the tail did not go away. The tail got thicker, and then there were 2, and then there were 3. Nobody in that hall made a sound, because every fox alive knows the ladder, even if none of them has ever stood on it. 3 tails is a king, 6 is an emperor, 9 is a god, and the last 9-tailed thing anybody could name had been Qianliu himself. She woke up an hour later and reached out with her claws, and there were no claws. There was a hand, a small human hand, and she looked at it for a long moment. Then she tried to stand and went straight over sideways, and her mother caught her, because nobody has ever been born knowing how to have legs. There was a 7-colored mark on her forehead. There was a robe on her that I had woven out of qi while she was unconscious, because the body of a believer of mine is not for other people to look at. And with the 3rd tail came something none of us expected, which was memory. The clan's memory, the bloodlines, the whole inherited method, a cultivation art called the demon tail derivation that runs all the way to the divine fire realm and that no creature without fox blood can use. Grandmother Lin looked at that and said the thing that I have never corrected. "That is why the carp god never gave us a method," she said. He knew the whole time. I did not know. I had never heard of any of it. But a god who explains himself is a man with a good excuse, so I let her keep it. The next 6 months I mostly spent building a country, which is less interesting than it sounds and is why I am going to do it in one breath. The refugees did not go home. Nobody goes home. Every town along that river broke new ground, and this time they planted spirit rice, and the 3 great families of Luoya melted themselves down into one family and picked a bald hill outside Jiangku to live on, and called it Carp God Mountain, and called themselves the Carp God family. Zhang Shen became my 4th priest, 22 temples, over 3,000 shrines, 100,000 mortal believers and 5,000 cultivators, and more than 300,000 points of incense a day, which was more than the heavenly pool god and little Tushan had ever pulled between them. 3 pillars, the white foxes under Xiaoxiao, the carp god family under Tonglu, the river towns under Chen Hao and Zhao Kun. At that rate, I would have enough for the 4th evolution inside a year, and then I sent Zhang Shen to go and look at little Tushan. He took my robe off and put my mark out and went up into those hills as a herb picker in a straw hat, and he spent 10 days finding nothing, and on the 11th he found a mountain path 5 paces wide with a drop on one side and about 100 conscripted peasants on it, roped together, with 2 Taoists walking the line with whips. An old woman in a flowered headscarf turned her ankle. Her son begged on his knees for them to let her go home. The fat Taoist said of course, and helped her up and walked her 3 steps to the edge and pushed her off it. Her son went for him and got a whip across the chest that opened him from shoulder to hip. An hour later, on flat ground, the whole column stopped dead, because sitting on a boulder at the side of the road, in a flowered headscarf, entirely undamaged, was that old woman. Somebody said the word ghost, and the herb picker in the straw hat lifted his head, and his eyes were dark blue whirlpools. 10 days, he said. Finally, some people from your temple. On my order, he sent the peasants home to Suchigu. He put a pill into the boy with the open chest. He put the old woman to sleep so that she would not have to remember any of it, and she woke up in her own bed, and the villagers of Shujiagu talked it over for one night and then walked east, because word had got around that there was a new god on the Qianliu and that this one was said to be kind. In a cave, he had the two Taoists, and tied up between them a small furious boy called Yunhai, who was the closed-door disciple of the abbot himself, and who spent his entire captivity explaining who his master was and what would be done to us. The whirlpools came out, and Tonglu took what he needed, and the thing he took was worth the entire trip. The mountain god was not on the mountain. He had spent a full year sending an unusually rich tribute up out of that mine, been rewarded for it from above, gone into seclusion for 6 months, and come out at the late stage of spirit transformation, and right now he was at a banquet at a friend's house on the other side of the district. My reply came back in 12 words. Wait for reinforcements. Destroy the temple. Take its place. They came in that night. All 4 of my priests, and better than 40 cave heaven cultivators, which was every fighter I had. The abbot of Little Tushan found out about it when Yunhai's head rolled into his hall. He came out to a burning temple and 4 people standing in his courtyard with 7 colored marks on their foreheads, and Chen Hao smiled at him and said, "It has been a long time, elder." They had met exactly once in my temple, on the day the abbot lied to a child's face and said he had just been passing. Zhao Kun read the charges out loud so the whole mountain could hear them, which was pure theater and which I approved of entirely. The mine prison, the conscriptions, 30 years of it. The abbot shouted that the mountain god was not the heavenly pool god, and lunged for his own statue. He did not reach it. An old bronze mirror lit up in the night sky over that mountain like a second moon, and the beam took the temple off the ridge, and the statue burst in midair, and the disciples came apart into points of light, and the abbot lasted less than 1 breath. And that was me at a range of 180 miles, half asleep, spending incense. They found the mine the next morning. A valley, a stone marker that said Little 2 Mountain Mine Prison, and a fog formation over the entrance. Tonglu's weasel eyes read it as a maze rather than a killing ground, unpleasant but survivable. Xiaoxiao would not wait. She said she could smell white fox blood down there. And then the ground started shaking, and something came over the horizon at 100 meters tall, with a flat pink snout, ears like sails and tusks like the spears you would use on a mountain, and that is how I finally met the Little Tushan mountain god, who was, it turned out, a boar. He was not alone. Flying beside him was a golden sparrow the size of a house, middle-stage spirit transformation, and their conversation on the approach told me everything. "Who dares?" the boar was saying. "Is it the heavenly pool god?" "No," said the sparrow. "He fell at the start of the year. The 1,000-current carp god killed him. That is why I was riding out to your banquet, brother. To ask your help killing that carp before he got to us. He has beaten us to it." And then the sparrow named his price for helping, and the price was to be written into the god list. "The mine pays well," the boar said. "They think highly of me upstairs. I will put in a word." And then a 7-colored beam came down out of the sky. They both looked up, and neither of them looked up far enough, because the thing above them was so large that a 100-meter boar was a detail. I could see them doing the greedy arithmetic. 7-colored carp meat is one of the great tonics of the world, and they had decided I was a variant of the species, a big one, a lucky find. It did not occur to either of them that they were looking at the actual ancestor of the line. If it had, I think they would have lost their minds on the spot. The boar tried to bargain with me first. "I bowed to you," he said. "I have never crossed you. Why tear down my faith?" "And who is that beside you?" I said. "You had already decided. If I had not struck first, you would have." The sparrow went for my right eye, beak first, and it was fast enough that I felt it. The soul-seizing art caught him for half a second, and half a second was enough, and my mouth opened under him, and the boar barely got him out of it. Then the boar threw his mountain at me. I want to be precise about this, because it is the single most impressive object anybody ever used on me. He had been growing an emerald treasure mountain for 360 years, at about 3 meters a year, and it weighed more than mountains have any business weighing, and it came through the air like a falling continent. It went into my mouth, and then it got smaller. That is the part he could not process. I swallowed it, and I cut the connection between it and him while it was going down, and 360 years came off him all at once. He coughed blood and screamed that it was his mountain, which, in fairness, it had been. Then he came in himself, in his true form, at a full charge, and I met him with my own tail. There is a hill missing from that valley. He went through it, and past it, and into the ground hard enough to put a crater in the plain with cracks running out of it for miles. The sparrow said what everybody says. The White Boar clan has the best body in the world. He is 2 whole small realms above you, and there is not one scale off you. Then the sky filled up with mirrors. Hundreds of them, then thousands, 7 colors, all of them firing at once, and I put so many holes through that boar that he should not have been standing, and he was standing, because every vital point on his body had turtle shell runes burning on it. You stole my mountain, he screamed. You destroyed my foundation. If I do not kill you today, I am not a god, and he spat out a white scroll. I did not know what it was. I found out. I did not know what it was. I found out. A divine decree is a thing a god of the Wheel Sea realm makes out of his own divine source essence, and it is given as a reward from above, and it contains him. Out of that scroll stepped a god in a green robe, skin like cinnabar, tusks, blue ribbons on his arms, a golden sword in his left hand, and a bronze bell in his right. The lesser god White Boar, said the boar, begs the greater god Guo to intervene. That green god was 9 feet tall, 9 feet against 200 meters. His first sword stroke threw me a mile, took scale off my tail, and left a furrow in me I could feel from the inside. And that was not the part that frightened me. The part that frightened me was that it also cut about 1/10 of my incense off me and poured it into himself. 9 more of those, and everything I had built in a year would be standing over there instead of over here. So I broke off, and I converted incense into essence in a block, more than I had ever spent in my life, and I opened the 10,000 aspects living beings diagram across several hundred miles of sky, and rolled it shut like a cocoon so there was nowhere left to stand. He threw the bell into it and said one word, which was, grow. The bell went to 600 meters across and 2,000 tall, a mountain with a mouth, and the mountain and the painting met. But there is no upper limit on divine punishment, and I had just emptied the treasury into it. The bell twisted and cracked and came apart. The green god came apart after it. The decree went out like a candle. The boar was making a sound I have no interest in describing, and I inhaled him into the 7-colored space while he was still making it. The sparrow ran from me. His clan is the fastest thing in that district, and he knew it, and he was already saying so out loud when he glanced back and found the shadow already on him. The sparrow was worth 28%, 1,000 points, 2.5 million incense, and 4 techniques. The boar was worth 45%, 2,000 points, 5 million incense, and a cultivation method called the Green Mountain Turtle Longevity Mantra, which is why he had turtle runes on his heart, and which added 200 years to my life the moment I learned it. Late middle stage of spirit transformation. 63 meters tall at the shoulder, 150 long. And the boar's memories told me where the whole thing had come from, and it was so stupid it was almost sad. As a young beast, he had fallen into a cave belonging to a dead Green Mountain longevity turtle, and picked up a method and a growing mountain. Then he had gone digging, because he was a boar, and under Little Tushan, he found an ore vein. And he took that vein to the Southern Kang ancient kingdom and traded it for a line in the South Kang god list, which made him an official god with a fief and a kingdom's protection. 300 years of a district being eaten so that a pig could have a job title. Then we opened the mine. There were 10,000 people in it. 10,000 of them out of a district population of 50,000, and the district had held 200,000 or 300,000 within living memory, and the arithmetic on the difference is very simple, because a man in that mine did not last 3 years. Xiao went down the shafts calling for her clan. She found dozens of them alive. She did not find her father. And then a man came up out of the dark who was so thin he had corners, and looked at her and said, I am your uncle, and your father is not dead. Your father is at the very bottom. Her father, I found out, had gone down that hole as a slave and come out as Lin Tiangong, master engineer, because an old craftsman of the Ghost Axe sect took him as a disciple. He spent 20 years planning the working faces of that mine, and every one of those years quietly routing the digging away from his own people. So I gave my next order, build a city. The vein under Little Tushan had 3 ores in it, and I wanted all 3, a platinum black stone for walls, mystic stone to strengthen them, mystic jade for the core of a defensive formation. Lin Tiangong had a rough plan in 7 days. I did not conscript one person to build it. I paid, and I paid well, and I put the builders at the front of the queue for housing in the finished city, and I handed out the boar's mountain digging technique to anybody who wanted it, which he had hoarded for 3 centuries. They came in their thousands. By the following new year, there was a platinum-colored giant standing on the plain outside Carp God Mountain. 2 months for the houses, 1 more for the walls, and I paid for every day of it. 100,000 homes inside and a ring outside that would eventually hold millions. I remember Lin Mei standing on the wall in the snow that day with her white hair coming loose in the wind, and the honest observation of every single person up there was that the snow was losing. That was also the winter I noticed that the land itself had changed. The fields of Jiangku and Dongyang and the White Fox Forest had turned spiritual on their own, because a year earlier it had rained 7 colors on all 3 for an afternoon, and the ground had drunk it. The rice out of those fields was better than anything the Luoya families could grow on a mountain, and in the deepest gallery of the mine they found a spring, not water, spiritual liquid, a pool of it the size of a man's head, which is the seed a spirit vein grows from over a few thousand years. I told them to move it to the city so the whole plain would eventually turn. Zhang Shen dug it out himself, and out of the hole, floating up slowly through the liquid, came a severed finger. It was blue-black. It had not rotted in 1,000 years. There was a smear of old blood on the cut, and while 40 cultivators stood there looking at it, it moved. Black chi came off it and ate the jade around it, and the finger unfolded into a black serpent with horns for fangs, and the serpent said, 1,000 years of sleep, and freedom at last, and all thanks to you. Nobody in that gallery could move a muscle. And then it stopped talking, because behind those 40 people, in the dark, a pair of cold fish eyes had opened. So that is who has been standing behind you, the serpent said. Very well. For the favor, I will let them keep their lives. And it went up the shaft. It came out over the plain at night and looked down at 100,000 paper lanterns with a carp painted on every one of them and said, "The Carp God Festival." That fellow, it swallowed. It was clearly hungry, and then it talked itself out of it, out loud, which I have always been grateful for. I have only just come out of a seal, it said. I cannot take him. I will go somewhere else, eat properly, come back and level all of this, and the others will be breaking their seals soon enough. Then we settle with the old man. Then it turned around, and a shadow came down on it. My tail broke its scales open on the first pass. Do you know who I am? It said. I did not answer, because there is a much easier way to find out who somebody is, and it is to eat them. It opened its mouth and let out thousands of black snakes made of 9 nether ki, the kind of thing that rots an ordinary spirit transformation cultivator into soup in 2 days. I inhaled them. What is your body made of? It screamed, and ran, and the 10,000 aspects diagram put it into the ground. Even the old man who sealed me could not digest me, it said. He was right about that, technically. He had not tried. The head was worth 62% and 5,000 evolution points. The finger was worth 1% and 7,000, which is the only time in my life a body part outscored the monster it came off, and it also came with a technique called the Seal Dragon Art, and it came with a name. That serpent was one of 9 heads, Chishan, the 9-headed serpent of 9 Serpent Mountain, and I had just eaten 1/9 of him. Born more than 1,000 years ago at the source of the Nankang River, big enough to swallow hills, and for a long time the first and only god of that river. He submitted to the Southern Kang ancient kingdom, took a title, was given the whole basin to protect, and then ate the basin instead and turned 200 miles of riverbank into a place that people still would not build on, so the kingdom sent 2 men to kill him, the Snake Slayer and the scribe of the southern domain, Guo. And they could not, because every head he lost he grew back, and the scribe of the southern domain of that era died inside him. So the Snake Slayer cut off 9 of his own fingers. I do not know what technique that is. I have never found out. But he took the 9 heads off Chishan with it and sealed each one separately in a different corner of the southern domain, with one of his own fingers holding each seal shut, and then he walked away and let 1,000 years do the rest. 9 heads, 9 minds, 9 different sets of abilities, and 9 different personalities, and the one I had eaten was, by its own reckoning, not the clever one. The spirit spring above it had not been an accident either. It was there to press down on the 9 nether key, and the finger holding that seal had been running out of power for a century, regardless of whether anybody dug it up, which meant the other 8 were on the same clock. Chishan was going to come back. Not maybe. On a schedule. I filed that under things to be strong enough for, and went back to building a city. The finished thing was round. 8 roads, 8 gates, walls of platinum black stone shot through with mystic stone, and a defensive formation called 4 Seas Return to Mountain that I had lifted out of a dead god's memory. The main temple sat in the middle. Zhao Kun became the first lord of the city because a man who can invent a holiday can run a bureaucracy. Chen Hao kept the temple. The carp god family stood guard where everyone could see them, and the white foxes stood guard where nobody could. Little Tushan emptied out. My mind was exhausted by February and abandoned. And on the ridge where a Taoist temple had burned, the locals put up a temple to me on their own initiative, and one man kept it, a woodcutter called Shu Da, whose mother had been thrown off a cliff and given back to him, and who buried her that March when she died of being old, which is how the scribe of the southern domain came to be sitting in my temple drinking bad tea. A bronze chariot came down out of the sky over Little Tushan, pulled by 2 stone tigers that stepped off their traces and turned into golden guards, and the man who got out of it was 9 feet tall in a green robe with a red and gold sash and a purple gold crown, and his eyebrows looked like they had been set on fire. "Kneel," one of the guards said. "You stand before the scribe of the southern domain." And the scribe of the southern domain waved a hand and said, "Just call me Wu Liang." Then he sat down in a woodcutter's yard and drank tea that was, by any measure, terrible, and he complimented the water. There is a trace of incense power in this water, he said. There was very strong worship here once. Shuda told him about the mountain god. He did not tell it well, and I loved him for it. He told it the way people actually tell things, out of order and too loud. The conscriptions, first the men, then when there were no men, the old and the women and the children. And then he told the part about a flowered headscarf and a cliff, and about a priest of the carp god who had put his mother back on the road with her ankle bound. Guolin Shen did not say anything for a while. Then he sent his guards down to Carp God City with an invitation to enter the god list, and he told them to treat the carp god with the utmost courtesy. I refused. He took it better than I expected. If he does not want it, he said, then he is a free spirit. And the fall of your mountain god, one of the guards asked. Let us call it even, Guo said. I appointed him. He ruined a district. That is my fault before it is anybody's. But I owe the people of Tushan a debt, and I owe fellow Taoist Carp one as well. Then he took the woodcutter with him as a disciple. He said, I do not care which god you believe in. If you make something of yourself, come back and repay fellow Taoist Carp. And as the chariot lifted, he said one more thing, to nobody, into the air. Fellow Taoist Carp, if fate allows, we will meet. I had spent 3 days getting ready to spend everything I owned killing an official of the kingdom, and instead I got an honest man, which I was not prepared for at all, and which cost me an entire afternoon of recalibration. That left exactly one enemy on the board, and he was in 9 pieces, and 8 of them were still buried, which is when a giant yellow toad the size of an ox came up the road to my city with a girl on its back, and the girl, without introduction, without a greeting, shot her tongue across 40 feet of open ground and hit Zhao Kun in the chest. He did not dodge. Turtle shell runes came up under his robe, and the tongue stopped dead. Green mountain turtle longevity, she said, delighted. So it really was your carp who killed the mountain god, and Zhao Kun, who had been a market fraud for 20 years and could read an opening move like a hand of cards, said, You aimed at my right side. The heart is on the left. You are not serious, so neither am I. She hopped down and bowed. Hua Jing, of the Golden Toad Palace of the Upper Nankang, sent by her matriarch, the Jade Frog Old Mother, to invite the carp god to the incense gathering in 7 days. Here is what I found out an incense gathering is. After Chishan fell, the gods of that basin spent 100 years tearing each other apart over the vacuum, and the Jade Frog Old Mother stepped in, took the guardianship of the river, and invented a better system. Once every 10 years, the gods send their champions, the champions compete, and the redistribution of faith across the whole basin follows the result. It is a war fought by proxy with fruit as the scoreboard, and it has kept that river from burning for centuries. 288 invitations out of thousands of gods. Neither the heavenly pool god nor Little Tushan had ever received one. I saw exactly what it was, which was a door into the Nanchang River that did not have to be broken down. I sent Lin Mei and Zhang Shen. Tonglu was at the 7th level of Cave Heaven and Xiaoxiao at the 5th, which on paper was modest, except that Xiaoxiao had royal fox blood and had learned to fold her tails and her aura away so completely that Tonglu's weasel eyes could not find them from 6 feet. Huajing tried to fight both of them the entire way up the river. Tonglu she wrestled to a draw over dozens of exchanges. Xiaoxiao put her down in 3, and Tonglu, who was watching, was quite certain that Xiaoxiao had not been trying. The Golden Toad Palace turned out not to be in the water at all. It was a grove of osmanthus on dry land, flowering out of season, with a path of fallen blossom running through it and golden toad lamps hanging in the branches that did not burn oil. They burned incense, actual faith, taken out of the air. Chanyi explained the trick to my people before her own toad slapped her with its tongue to shut her up. The old mother had been born under the mother tree. They share incense. Every tree in that grove is a child of it, and when faith goes down through those roots, it comes out the other end with the god's mark scrubbed off it, and after that it belongs to nobody, and the lamps drink it and turn it into fruit. Somebody had invented a way to launder worship. I respected it enormously. Waiting in the hall for my 2 were the great houses of that river, the Yankee Mountain Boy, a child shaped like a small red bird, and the Zhou King's mansion, which sent a white-haired grand priest and a brother and sister, 5th-generation descendants of a mortal man who had risen after Chishan fell, spent his life killing evil gods and taken number 127 on the god list, and the Huai God Palace, whose second priest was there in person. A demon bull, 18 feet tall with a human body and a water crow on his shoulder, called the Submerging River Priest, and he had already worked out his own agenda, which he said to the crow while he watched my people come in. Finally, the carp's people have walked to us. Fights are inevitable at a gathering. Gods fight through the hands of their priests. And our Lord Huai has just broken through into the Wheel Sea realm. When Tonglu and Xiaoxiao were announced, the hall said, in one voice, Who? And then somebody from the Qianliu answered them. Both of them, they said. The heavenly pool god and little Tushan, both dead by his hand. The hall did the thing halls do. Is he an official god? Somebody demanded. No, said Tonglu. Then how did he dare kill one? And my priest, who was 17 years old and standing in a room full of God's champions, said, why should he not have? That God ruined a district for 300 years. Killing him was mercy, not crime. The grand priest of the Zhou king nodded slowly and then let his eyes go around the room. A great many people found something to look at on the floor. He gave my people one piece of advice on the way past. The submerging river priest, he said, is a bronze bull drowned in a river. Copper skin, copper bones. And then he added, my king has no love for gods who eat their own people either. If the chance comes, let your carp come and see him. Our seats were not at the back. They were at the front, above Yangtze Mountain, and nobody had asked for that, which meant the old mother had put us there deliberately and was letting the whole room notice. She came in a golden robe with 100 toads and 10,000 flowers on it, bent over a staff with 9 clouds and 9 rings, small and old and about as fragile as the sea. And behind her, unannounced, came something that stopped the room. The special envoy of the Azure Sea Dragon Palace, the Turtle Grand Tutor. I knew what that meant. The Dragon Palace does not walk on land, and had not in living memory. The totem of the Southern Kang ancient kingdom is a true dragon because the founding king raised one as a hatchling, and it helped him build a kingdom, and it guarded that kingdom after he died, and when it finally died of age, it left its blood behind, and everything with dragon in it in that region comes down from that. Then the toad maids brought in the fruit. 10-year fruit is black, 100-year fruit is white, 1,000-year fruit is gold. They handed the black ones out like table snacks, which is already several years of somebody else's faith, and then the old mother explained the rules. Under that hall was a grove of 10,000 acres. Hidden in it were 9,900-year fruits. Take what you can hold. Whoever holds the most has the strongest god, and whoever has the strongest god gets the largest share of the basin's faith for the next 10 years. Then she threw one more thing into the grove, and the whole hall leaned forward because it was gold. 1,000-year fruit has divine power in it. She had raised the fire magpie god into the wheel sea realm with one of those. In 1,000 years the grove had made about 10, and the turtle grand tutor, smiling, added a second prize, a flask of the blood essence of the Azure Sea Dragon. 7 or 8 out of 10 people in that room were in the grove before she finished the sentence. 3 days. They watched it from above in 9 ancient golden mirrors. The turtle grand tutor was impressed by Hua Jing, who did not search at all, but stood still and talked to the grove, because she and the old mother are the only 2 of that clan tied to the mother tree, and the trees simply told her where everyone was. And the old mother, watching her, said a thing very quietly that I only heard because Xiaoxiao had a mark on her forehead and I was listening through it. She had built her divine bridge by burning her own lifespan. The bridge stands. She has far less time left than anybody else at her level, and that is why she has spent 40 years looking for an heir. The grand priest of the Zhou king changed expression then, in the middle of the hall, and something else spoke out of his mouth. It is not that I am indifferent to living and dying, the Zhou king said, through his priest, from 200 miles away. But without lighting a divine fire, no one becomes a true god, and no one lives forever. I know the ceiling of my own talent. I will never cross past the divine bridge. That is not breadth of spirit, that is helplessness. Even my ancestors in the dragon palace, said the turtle grand tutor, with the potential of a true dragon, never lit one. And in the mirrors, only 2 pairs kept turning up. Chanyi with the Yankee boy, and my 2, who by then had 3 of the 99. No, 4. They had 4, and Tonglu was already dividing them out loud, 1 each for us. 2 for the priests back home, and then the sky over the grove filled with rainbow streaks all running to the same place because the gold one had been found on a bare hill with a single tree on it, and nobody was willing to be the first hand to touch it. A golden python went under the ground and reached for it, and a bloody arrow came out of nowhere and nailed him to the hillside, which was the blood-flying fish clan. The red fish went for the fruit, and a green crocodile came up out of a stream and swallowed it whole in midair. The crocodile was spirit transformation, and the son of the azure flame old ancestor, whose clan is a curiosity in that river, because every god in the Nankang is a water god, and that clan burns. Blue fire. And onto him, out of the sun, dropped a crocodile swallowing bird with a 100-foot wingspan, which is the hereditary enemy of his entire family. A sea of blue flame and a set of claws, and then everybody else, and the smaller cultivators who thought they would just run up the hill in the confusion, went to ash on the slope. What saved the tree at all was a golden flower the old mother dropped on it from her mountain. Meanwhile, the Zhou brother and sister found my 2 and offered an alliance. No need, Tonglu said. You are that confident. It is not us who are confident, he said. It is the one standing behind us. They left politely and were immediately in a fight of their own with a silver-eyed demonic eagle, both of them at 9 hollows apiece, moving together like a matched pair. And then the bull found my people, not running anymore, he said. If we had fought you earlier, Qianliu said, you would have had the 100-year fruits off us. Now every strong thing in this grove is busy. This is the correct time to kill you. The water crow went for his eyes with the soul-seizing art, and Qianliu let his head go back and his eyes go blank, and let the bird come right in and caught it by the neck. The soul-seizing art, he said. I know that one too. The crow burst. The bull hit my priest with a fist, and the air in front of it compressed into a bull's head 30 feet across. Qianliu went sideways on lotus blossom steps, put out 9 copies of himself with lotus seed incarnation, and put a 9-petal golden lotus over each copy, which is 81 flying swords, most of them fake, all of them fast. A priest at the 7th level of Cave Heaven had a spirit transformation bull in a cage. Watching from above, Hua Jing got up to go and help, and the Yankee boy pulled her back down because the heir of the Golden Toad Palace does not take sides at her own gathering. Then the bull opened his mouth and roared, and it was not sound, it was a wall, and every copy and every sword came apart at once, and Qianliu went over backwards and did not get up. The hand came down, and Lin Mei stepped in and stopped it, and in the air over her palm, turning slowly, no bigger than a fist, was a small green mountain. The hall upstairs said the same word at the same time. That is the Little Tushan Treasure Mountain. The bull could not make it fit. A white boar god had grown that thing for 360 years and died screaming about it, and it was sitting in the hand of a girl who looked about 14, and it was obeying her. The reason was royal fox blood, and the reason I had given it to her was that nobody else could have held it. Grow, she said. It went out to 120 feet in the air and came down, and the bull turned into a bronze bull 120 feet high and 240 long and caught it on his back. Grow, she said again. 300 feet. He got his horns under it and held, and the ground under his hooves went to powder. Bigger, she said. Bigger, bigger. 1,200 feet of mountain, the whole thing, all 360 years of it, and the plain caved in, and the bull went into the earth up to his shoulders, and everybody in that grove heard the bones go. The bull spat out a scroll. The submerging river priest, he said, kneels and begs the god of Huai. The mountain came off him and went up into the sky, and Xiaoxiao could not hold it, and one palm strike she never saw thrown put her on her knees. And the lord of the Huai god palace arrived. An ancient water ape. White fur, green skin, gold eyes, a neck like a snake, and arms that hung past his knees. And the turtle grand tutor said, out loud, upstairs, so it really is the old blood. I read his history off him later. The Chang clan governed every water in the world once, on behalf of true gods, and one of them was the god of rain, and then the whole line went out somewhere in antiquity. This one had been born out of a cracked stone at the source of the Huai. The old god of that river had tried to spoil his blood while he was still small, so he ran and spent 100 years wandering the southern domain, learning the entire path of wind and thunder, and then came home and killed the old god and ate him. Guo had invited him into the god list more than once. He had refused every time because he was proud and because his pride was the load-bearing wall of his personality. My divine form has appeared, he said. Carp, is it not time you came out as well? The mark on Lin Mei's forehead lit up. Incense came in over that grove from every direction and gathered, and what it gathered into was several hundred meters of 7-colored fish, and the shadow of it went across all 10,000 acres like an eclipse. 7-colored body, said somebody in the hall, the size of mountains and rivers, carrying every living thing on its scales. That is the 7-colored devouring heaven carp. 2 ancient bloodlines in one river, said the turtle grand tutor, and I get to see both of them in one afternoon. And then he added something quietly to the old mother that I was not supposed to hear, which was that of the 2, the carp's blood was higher. I have long heard of the ancient clan of water apes, I said. You know my name, he said, and you still killed my man. I hold the 1,000-current river. When vermin come into it, how am I supposed to not kill them? I said that to him, and I said it in front of every god's champion in that basin, and I meant every one of them to write it down. He called his cudgel then Purple Heaven Gold, forged for 1,000 years out of wind and thunder by a god called Zixiao, who died with it, having never crossed the divine bridge. Today I kill your form, he said. Tomorrow I come for your body, and one day there will be only one god over the Nanchang River. He brought that cudgel down on my head with everything he had. I did not move, not an inch, not a hair. You have to understand what that did to the room. Both of us were standing there as incense. Neither of those bodies was real. And if a projection of me could eat a projection of him and not flinch, then the real thing was a number nobody in that hall could see the top of. My tail put him 300 feet across the grove. I opened the 10,000 aspects living beings diagram over him, and he stretched the cudgel out to 1,000 feet to hold the sky off, and the cudgel powdered in one breath. Demon ape moves heaven, he shouted, and he went to 3,000 feet tall and got both arms under my painting and held it. He was magnificent. He genuinely was. And divine punishment has no ceiling, and I had spent a very large amount of money. He came apart an inch at a time. The grove for 1,000 feet in every direction went to dust, and anything in it that had not run went with it. And then the mirror came down and finished his form, and the bull along with it. In a palace of ice on the Huai River, walls shook. The submerging river, somebody said, is dead. But he had your decree, said a Taoist with ram's horns, which means the carp came in his true body. No, said the Lord of Huai. He was a projection too. And then he said the thing that made him worth being afraid of. A loss is a loss, he said. I am arrogant. I am not one of those people who cannot admit defeat. When I was newborn, the old gods of the Huai hunted me for a century, and I bore that. What is one defeat next to it? But he made his name by standing on my head, and one day I will collect. And then, changing subject entirely, he asked, and what of the other matter? There is movement, the ram-horned priest said, on Nine Serpent Mountain. My sister divined a great change coming to the Nankang, said the Lord of Huai. What happens when a mountain that has been silent for 1,000 years starts to move? Down in the grove, I said 2 words, take the fruit. Nobody stopped them. Not one god in that entire gathering so much as showed his divine form. That was the whole point of the exercise, because a projection tells you nothing about the real thing, and from that afternoon, my name went on the same shelf as the Joe King and the Jade Frog Old Mother, in the ledgers of people who had never seen me. Only the Joe brother and sister asked for a bout, politely, for honor. Xiaoxiao took both of them at once, and had it done in 10 exchanges, and Tonglu, who watched, told me afterward that she still had not been trying. Then, Tonglu climbed the hill, picked the 1,000-year golden fruit, and ate it in front of the entire assembly. The hall did not breathe. A fruit that Wheel Sea gods had just killed each other over, fed to a priest, standing up like an apple, which told 288 of the most important people in that river that the carp god did not consider a 1,000-year fruit worth carrying home. The truth is that I had divine punishment and a treasury, and I did not need it, and Tonglu did. But nobody in that hall could see the panel, and that is the entire art. The Turtle Grand Tutor laughed out loud and gave Xiaoxiao the dragon blood as well. I keep my word, he said, and if the chance comes, I will call on your carp. The Old Mother and the Joe King, in 2 heads across 200 miles, thought the same word at the same moment, and the word was slippery. Neither of them said it. Then, the Turtle Grand Tutor stopped smiling. The 1,000-year fruit has an owner, the Old Mother said. The gathering is finished. So what did you actually come for? 9 Serpent Mountain, he said. Every face in that hall changed. My people have seen movement there too, said the Joe King. That snake slayer, said the Turtle Grand Tutor, and I leaned in, was not from the Southern Kang. Nobody knows where he came from, and the royal family has never entirely believed that Chishan died, so the Dragon Palace has been sending strong people out under the king's order for a very long time, and we have found traces of Chishan in exactly one place in the world, 9 Serpent Mountain. The 9 Chi hang around that mountain and have made it a forbidden zone, and even the Dragon Palace, watching it for years, cannot see inside. Chishan is almost certainly dead, he said. What is moving in there is his legacy being born, and the word legacy left that hall and went across the entire southern domain in about a month. Chishan's tomb is opening. Every so often a shaft of treasure light came up out of the base of that mountain, which everybody took as confirmation. Gods started walking. Then they started camping. My 4 priests came home and asked me whether we were going. No, I said, nobody goes to 9 Serpent Mountain. They wanted a reason. I gave them the short one, which was that the head I ate had come out of the ground starving and gone straight for the nearest crowd, and that if one of them was like that, all of them were, and that a legacy is not a treasure, a legacy is bait. Somebody was laying a table for every strong thing in the southern domain at once. And there was a second reason that I did not say out loud, which was that I had eaten the 9th head, and sooner or later, the other 8 were going to find that out. So I went to the ocean instead. There is a coastline south of everything, and on that coastline, in the rain, an old man in a straw cape and hat had been sitting on a rock fishing for what looked like several days without moving. A young kappa was pestering him from the water. I already bit it, the kappa said. Why are you not pulling? You are not what I am fishing for, the old man said. You are not worth the bait. Your hook is empty, said the kappa. I can see it from here. There is bait on it, the old man said. You cannot see it because you are not what it is for. Then what are you fishing for? And the old man opened his eyes. A true dragon, he said. The kappa laughed at him. There are no dragons in this sea. Everybody knows that. Have you swum the whole sea? Said the old man. Everything everybody knows can be untrue. The kappa got offended and turned to leave, and the old man said, Wait, I am hungry. Then catch a fish, said the kappa, or eat me. All right, said the old man. There was no kappa after that. Kappa meat is bitter, he said to himself, to the rain, and I heard every word of it. But it suits me. And then he looked up, unhurried, at the enormous seven-colored shape passing high over the water, and he said, "A devouring heaven carp. I did not expect to see one here. But he is not what I am fishing for either." I did not stop. I have never in my life wanted so badly to be somewhere else, and I could not have told you why. There was nothing on him, no pressure, no aura, no divine light. He was an old man on a rock, and every instinct I had was screaming at a pitch I did not know I had. 2 weeks later, I found a trench in the deep ocean, put a formation over the mouth of it, and spent my 100,000 points. The gray room had changed. The seeds in it were dark now, and some of them were not solid because I had 2 attributes in my blood by then. Space, out of the devouring heaven carp, and 9 nether corruption, out of the head of a serpent. I went looking for one thing that was both. Tai-yin void divine dragon, an ancient yin beast that rules the corrupting cold and walks through empty space, and which somebody at some point thought was worth calling divine, which tells you everything. And that one was going to take years. I was under for a long time. 6 months into it, a girl came out of a hut in the White Fox Forest in white, with white hair and 4 tails and 9 hollows, and her mother put both arms around her, and she stood there and let it happen and did not put her arms back. Grandmother Lin noticed. She had been noticing since the 3rd tale. Xiao Xiao stopped calling her mother mother. She called the old woman clan head. She explained it herself to Tonglu, unprompted, in a completely reasonable voice. "My method settles the mind and cools the spirit," she said. "It is a side effect of the tale derivation. It is nothing." And Tonglu accepted that because his reasoning was that if there were anything wrong with a priest, Lord Carp would have seen it. Lord Carp was at the bottom of the ocean under a formation, changing species, and did not see a thing. Meanwhile, Chen Hao and Zhao Kun came back from months of preaching up the Nanchang with a problem. Nobody had touched them. After the gathering, nobody in that river would touch anything with my mark on it. But nobody had converted either. Cultivators do not need preaching. They have their own methods, and several of the ones who listened politely were sending disciples afterward to find out what ours were, and the common people never heard my name at all because the local god simply did not let it through. That is what a god is for. Zhao Kun solved it in 4 words. "Found a sect," he said. The logic was airtight, and I have never once improved on it. Every strong god in that river already has one. The disciples of the Huai God Palace are the Huai God's believers. The Golden Toad Palace is a clan. Faith does not walk to a temple in a foreign river. It walks to a school that teaches you something. "Put Lord Carp up as the totem of the sect," he said, "and the believers arrive by themselves, and nobody has to be told to burn anything. They pick the Lake of Fallen Gods, on the wreck of Loya Mountain, where every clean stream in the Qianliu ends up. They did not ask me." Hong's position was that if a god has to think for us, what exactly are the priests for? And I have never been prouder of anybody. And then he sat down and wrote a book about me. He called it The Chronicle of the Carp God, and it started with a frog in a cave and ended, for the moment, with a water ape holding up a painting of the world, and he wrote it to be read out loud in market squares, because that is what he had done for 20 years, and he was extremely good at it. 3 years went by like that. The rumor of that legacy swelled until it covered the whole southern domain, and I did not touch it. Foreign powers came into that district and made camps. Gods put up pavilions. The Turtle Grand Tutor moved into the Golden Toad Palace and simply did not leave, year after year, which everybody read as confirmation, because why else would the Dragon Palace park an envoy next door? And the mountain kept producing signs, lights, tremors, and increasingly, people who went in and came out alive with something valuable, which is the single most persuasive advertisement in the world. The danger is dropping, they told each other. Soon it will not be a tomb, it will be a vault. There was a black 9-story tower standing over that mountain the whole time, and inside it were the Zhou King and the Turtle Grand Tutor pouring water on the fog. The Zhou King had been born a peasant at the source of that river. After Chishan ate the basin, he swore to put down evil gods, and he changed his own given name from subduing tigers to subduing gods, and then he spent 200 years doing it. I did not know it at the time, but the Turtle Grand Tutor kept a shell under his robe called Tongshuan, which had gone black over a great many years, and he was quietly one of the 3 strongest things the Dragon Palace had. Once a month, he emptied a gourd of dragon water over 9 Serpent Mountain. It comes out of the transformation pool, where the ancestral dragon's blood went, and it is thunder-natured, and thunder eats corruption. Another year of it, and the fog would be gone. And the reason the Zhou King wanted that mountain opened was that he was dying. 200 years earlier, he had gone south to the sea and met something, and come back with a wound that no medicine in the kingdom could close. What he needed was one of the 9 Qi, the 5 elements returning to origin. The Turtle Grand Tutor asked him, once, who did it. "An old man," said the Zhou King, "on the shore, in a straw cape, fishing with an empty hook." He told me he was fishing for a true dragon. I told him, being polite, that there are no dragons in the southern Kang. Then he said he was hungry, and I went to get him some spirit fruit. He was not hungry for fruit. He was hungry for me. I could not handle him, and I ran. And if he had bothered to chase, you would be standing beside a different man today. 200 years of looking, and not one trace. Under the fog, meanwhile, 3 voices were having a different conversation, and the mountain was talking to itself. The old turtle is pouring again, said one. Less than a year of fog left. A year is plenty, said the second. The 6th, 7th, and 8th are out spreading the story. When every strong thing in the southern domain is standing on this mountain at once, we harvest. A pity about the 9th, said the 3rd. Did he die in the seal, or did somebody kill him? We can find out afterward. A leak now ruins everything. And here is the joke of it, said the 2nd. The snake slayer lied to the royal family. He told them we were dead. That lie is the only reason we are still here. We did not die, said the 1st, so perhaps he did not either. In which case, he already knows. Let him. He could not finish it then, and he cannot now. When the brothers are together and we rise again under the name Chishin, the whole ancient southern Kang is going to shake. And still nothing from eldest brother. Second brother went to look for him. In November it snowed, and the whole southern domain came down on that mountain. I counted them off as they came in. The jade frog old mother with the turtle grand tutor and Hua Jing, the Zhou king with his grand priest and the brother and sister, the fire magpie god and his son, the lord of the Huai god palace, riding a black ram. The azure flame crocodiles, and sitting on the other side of the field, the crocodile swallowing birds, who had been killing them for 900 years and had come anyway. The lord of Huai looked around that field and could not find what he was looking for. Strange, he said. Where is the carp? Has he lost his nerve? That does not sound like him. He also said to his own priest that his sister had divined that 2 of the 9 chi suited his path exactly. The 3 heavens of golden thunder and the 4 seas of wounding wind. Get those, he said, and the carp stops being a problem. And both the Zhou king and the old mother noticed the same absence and said nothing about it, which was that the Tengshe clan had not come. The Tengshe are flying serpents. They are the 3rd divine bridge power of that river. Of everybody alive, they had the most reason to want a serpent god's inheritance. They did not come, and nobody asked why, and that was the mistake. The dragon water and the snow took the last of the fog off together, and under the fog there was a barrier in 9 colors. That is not a formation, said the turtle grand tutor. That is the barrier of Chishin's divine palace. The royal artisans built that, and through it, at the top of the mountain, you could see a black palace. Tens of thousands of people went in. The Zhou king tried to go in with them, and the barrier put him back out on the snow. Nothing above the Wheel Sea realm, said the turtle grand tutor after a moment. One of the 9 was a cautious one, and he wrote that into the wall when it was built to keep out anything stronger than himself. So the strongest 6 powers in the southern domain stood outside in the snow and watched everybody else go in, and the turtle grand tutor thought, privately, that this was ideal because it meant several thousand people were about to find his legacy for him. Inside, the mountain was much larger than the mountain outside. 9 peaks in a stair from south to north, and I counted them. And at the foot of each one, a stele with a name on it. 9 nethers of dark corruption, 8 gates of heavy water, 7 stars mending the lamp, 6 moons imprisoning yang, 5 elements returning to origin, 4 seas of wounding wind, 3 heavens of golden thunder, 2 forms of yin and yang, and at the top, 1 origin, beginning and end. In front of the palace was a platform and 9 white pillars, and Zhou Apricot, who was 17 and observant, asked the only question that mattered and got no answer. Why is the 9th pillar cracked when all the others are whole? Not everybody went for the palace. Most of the small gods spread out looking for loose treasure, because a serpent had eaten a great many gods on that mountain, and their relics were still in the corners where he dropped them. They found plenty, and I watched them kill each other over it enthusiastically, and not one of them noticed that people were also simply not coming back. The 5th head let a party find a cave with an inheritance in it, waited until they were inside celebrating, and closed the cave. The 4th head went through a ridgeline and left nothing above the ankles. 5th brother, said a voice in that wind, stop playing with ants. The Wheel Sea ones are nearly at the palace, and 3rd brother is waiting. On the platform, the grand priest of the Zhou king stopped walking, and the jade frog old mother stopped walking, and both of them looked at the lord of Huai. Those 2, he said, want me to be the one who divines. His black ram turned into a Taoist with ram's horns, who was the head priest of the Huai god palace and a diviner, and who had once served the lord of Huai's sworn sister. And he took out a pair of hollow yellow horns and put a drop of his master's blood on each one. One horn turned red, the other turned black. Red and black, he said. Great fortune and great disaster in the same hand at the same time. Where is the disaster from? I do not know. Then let us stand back, said the Lord of Huai, and watch a while. Nobody was looking at the third pillar, on which the carved eyes of a serpent had just moved. Deep inside the palace, by a clear pool, a man in a golden robe was sitting and watching the Lord of Huai in the reflection. The blood of the Chang clan, he said, and that black ram looks like a horned beast of the Star of Fortune, and those are only kept by the old mother of Mount Li. So is Chang tangled up with that old woman. Then he turned into a golden serpent and breathed out. Black fog with thunder in it came out of the inner palace into the middle palace and out into the outer, and then people started screaming. What came back out of the gate was 3 wheel sea gods in rags. The crocodile swallowing god, burnt black, with his entire clan simply gone, the azure flame old ancestor, and one more. Run, they were shouting. The palace is a trap. The fog gathered itself over the peak into a thunderhead, and out of the bottom of the thunderhead came a golden serpent's head, and the third pillar on the platform was bare. 3 heavens of golden thunder. At which point, everybody on that mountain understood the whole thing at once, and it was too late by several thousand people. Qishan had never died. The ruins were staged, and the Snake Slayer had spent 1,000 years letting a kingdom believe otherwise. The lightning that came down was as thick as a well, and I could see eyes in it, and it went after the ones who ran. Above them, the black wind came over the ridge and turned everything flying into a red mist and swallowed the crocodile swallowing god whole. Below them, the stone serpent came up the slope with the ground closing behind it. Every road off that mountain was shut at the same moment. Outside, the Joe King and the Turtle Grand Tutor and the Jade Frog Old Mother hit the 9-colored barrier together, and it had thinned, and they came through it. They were not the only ones waiting outside. There was the Silver Blood Clan god. There was Grandma Purple Locust, who was a 1,000-year-old locust tree in the shape of an old woman. And there was the White Tiger Little Saint, who was a naked young man riding a white tiger, and who ate people, and whose clan kept a stone tablet at the foot of their mountain grading human meat into 3 qualities, and I am not going to tell you what the first quality was. And those 3 were hit by 3 heads that had been waiting for them. 8 gates of heavy water put a sword of water through the silver blood god's chest, and then held up a mirror of water so that he could watch his whole clan being killed at home, and said, "Your relatives are how I got my divine bridge back." 7 stars mending the lamp took the tree, and 6 moons imprisoning Yang, who was the only woman among the 9, black hair to the ground, skin like set cream, no color in her lips at all, faced the White Tiger Little Saint, who looked her up and down and said he wanted to eat her. "And what grade am I?" she said. "You will find out." The heads outside were stronger than the heads inside, and they said so, more or less, out loud. The game in the mountain was built for those 3. This one is for you. That was the shape of it. Draw every powerful thing in the southern domain onto one mountain, and while they are all standing on it, send the rest of your family to their houses. That battle went on for more than 10 days. I was not there. Everything I know about it I have from people who came out, and the numbers are these: 9 peaks, half collapsed, the mountain flattened, Qishan's palace gone, enough snow off it to flood the upper river, tens of thousands went in, fewer than 1 in 10 came out. 6 divine bridge gods of the southern domain against 6 heads was, for a while, an even fight. Then 3 of the heads fused into something that was almost Qishan, and that thing broke through into the late stage of the divine bridge, and the 6 were driven off the field. What saved anybody at all was Guo Lin Shen, who arrived in the middle of it and held 6 heads off by himself long enough for people to run. The Turtle Grand Tutor went home badly hurt and shut his door. The Old Mother went home badly hurt and shut hers. Grandma Purple Locust was eaten. The Silver Blood God came out with no arms. The White Tiger Little Saint vanished. And the Joe King did not come out at all. The part nobody says out loud is what happened afterward. 70% of the gods who died on that mountain were gods of my river, which meant that in 2 weeks that river lost its entire government. Every stretch of water that had had a god now had a vacancy, and the ordinary creatures who had spent their lives paying incense in exchange for not being eaten found out what the arrangement had actually been worth. Guo Lin Shen was chasing 9 heads and could not stop. The Old Mother was behind a closed door. There was nobody left holding the river. And 200 miles downstream, while everybody who mattered was standing on that mountain, somebody had walked into the water palace of the Tengshe clan and killed all of them. The lake was red from bank to bank, and none of it was water. The old Tengjiang serpent god died on the steps of his own hall among his descendants with his divine bridge broken across, and standing over him was an old man in a straw cape. "I have had my eye on the Tengshe clan for a long time," the old man said, "but I did not want to spoil my great plan." He put a finger through the old god's forehead, and he swallowed what came out, and then he stopped and tilted his head and said, "A pity." They caught up, and he was gone in white mist before the word finished. Out of the ruin, walking, came a man in plain clothes with a long sword on his back, and both of his hands were missing 8 fingers between them. "Well," he said, To nobody. It has started at last. I heard about none of this for a long time. What I knew was what everybody knew, which was that the Nankong River had become a slaughterhouse and that in the whole basin there was exactly one place where nothing was happening, and it was mine. That is not because I was strong, it is because I was absent. I had not gone to Nine Serpent Mountain, and I had not died on it, and to a river full of new gods with a bad memory of the incense gathering. A god who could afford to skip the biggest event of the century was a god at the Divine Bridge realm who had somewhere better to be. Nobody came near the Qianliu, so everybody came to it. Which is why the white tiger little saint, who had crawled off that mountain half dead and had been eating his way home in villages, arrived at the gates of Carp God City and found the roads full. He picked a blue fishman out of the traffic and asked where everybody was going. Today, said the fishman, is the first intake of the Swallowing Heaven sect. And who, said the little saint, would dare give a brand new school a name like that? The Carp God's true form, said the fishman, is the seven-colored devouring heaven carp. He beat the Lord of Huai at the gathering. Most people think he is at the Divine Bridge. That is why this river is quiet. The white tiger little saint decided to go and have a look. The sect had taken Swallowing Heaven Island, which is what is left of Loya Mountain, standing in the middle of the Lake of Fallen Gods. All 4 of my priests were there, and all 4 of them had reached spirit transformation, which is not a coincidence. It is compound interest. Zhao Kun put it plainly to a nervous crowd of new arrivals. Lord Carp told us not to go to Nine Serpent Mountain, he said. If he had not, we would all be lying on it. Now the Nankong is on fire and everything alive on it is running. We are the only house with an open door. 14,232 people came to that intake. They took 1,054. 844 of the lowest grade, 207 of the middle, 3 of the high, and none at all of the grade above that, which exists on paper and is essentially reserved for people like Zhang Shen and Lin Mei. 7 ranks of disciple, white at the bottom, and 7 colors at the top, designed by a carp god family man called Liu Tang, who I never once met and who did more for me than most gods do for themselves. And to the 13,000 they turned away. Hong said the thing that made me laugh out loud in the ocean. Bring us faith, he said, or bring us talent, and we will take you too. Under the willows at the edge of that crowd, the white tiger little saint discovered that he was standing next to the Silver Blood clan god, who had regrown one arm and not the other. They looked at each other for a while, and each of them thought seriously about eating the other, and both of them decided against it. This carp's servants are good, said one of them eventually, muscle and brains both. He came through the Nankang without a scratch, said the other. That is worth something. And then the sky over the lake went black. Bone-crossing shadow crows. Thousands of them. They are scavengers, and they follow the smell of a massacre. And after 10 days on Nine Serpent Mountain, there was a great deal of smell. There were spirit transformation birds in that flock, and there is a saying about that flock, which is that even a we'll-see god goes around it. The white tiger little saint laughed and sat down on a branch. Somebody, he said, is going to test the carp for us. My 4 priests did not move one step backwards. Any one of us alone would be food, said Chen Hao to the disciples behind him in a very ordinary voice. But Lord Carp is awake. Those birds have just brought this sect a housewarming present. And then all 4 of them said it together. We beg the carp god to show his divine might. There were 2 full seconds of nothing, and then the entire Qianliu basin shook. In every temple, in every household shrine, on every cheap painted scroll, and every clay figure in every kitchen in 300 miles, 7-colored light came on at once. And out of the doorways of 10,000 houses, 7-colored fish came swimming out into the air, out of the water, out of the walls, out of the smoke over cooking fires. Every one of them a piece of somebody's faith with my shape on it, all of them turning downstream together toward the lake of fallen gods, and every believer in that basin on their knees in the road watching them go. The sky filled up with light. The fish went through the flock in a single pass. What came down afterward was feathers, and then the light did not stop. There was a sound then that came from behind time and outside space, and it was a bell. The clouds over that lake pulled themselves apart and reassembled, and what they made was a gate. A white one. The white tiger, little saint, and the silver blood god both went rigid, because their blood had started to boil in them, and they knew what that was. That is the sound of a divine birth, one of them said. You only hear it when a divine beast is born, or a supreme treasure comes into the world. Every 7-colored fish in that sky ran together into one fish, and it jumped, a fish, going through the dragon gate, in front of 100,000 people. The light closed over it into a cocoon, and the colors in that cocoon started to fall out of it one by one, 7, then fewer, until what was hanging over the lake of fallen gods was a shell of pure black, because black is where every color in the world ends up, and there is only one thing that comes out of black. The first crack ran across it. Then a second. Then the whole thing came apart, and what came out was white. Tai Yin light. Moonlight. If the moon were something you had to survive, and out of the middle of it something came up into the sky and unrolled and kept unrolling until its head was level with the moon and you could see it from 10,000 miles away. I was thousands of feet of body laid across the night like a mountain range. You could see my head. Nobody could see my tail. 129,000 scales, every one of them as white as snow, 4 legs with 3 claws on each. Horns curved like the hands of something that should not be named, whiskers like the sleeves of a heavenly maiden, and when it breathed out, the breath went out of it long and slow like a rainbow. The eyes were blue-black, blue like deep water and black like the bottom of it, and the people who looked into them said afterwards that it felt like looking down a hole into the underworld and having your souls counted. A true dragon, somebody shouted. No, said somebody older. A true dragon has 4 legs and 5 claws. That is a Jiao. And my 4 priests went down on their faces in the mud of their own new island and said the sentence that 100,000 people then said after them in a wave that went up that river for 300 miles. We congratulate the carp god on his transformation into a dragon. 10 years. That was the whole thing. I woke up in a river as an ornamental fish with a 50-year clock on me and no hands, and 10 years later, I was long enough to lie across a mountain range and I had a moon problem instead of a catfish problem. I want to be very clear that I did not feel triumphant. I felt cold. That is not a metaphor. Taiyin is a cold path and my own body was the coldest thing I had ever touched. The Silver Blood clan god, down at the edge of the lake, worked out what I was before I did. Moonlight, he said. Scales like snow. Eyes like ghost lamps. That is a Taiyin void divine dragon. And their ancestor, he said, was a true god of the netherworld, not of heaven, of the underworld, holding a whole region of it. Which means, said the white tiger little saint slowly, that if that bloodline exists, then the netherworld exists. I turned my head to look at the 2 of them. They were extremely polite about leaving. And on a hill down by the estuary, an old man in a straw cape stood watching the whole thing with his hands behind his back. A fish through the dragon gate, he said, an auspicious sign. And out of the dark beside him, a young man in blue put himself together out of nothing and said, in a voice that cracked, "Eldest brother, it really is you." He had been looking for years, and I heard him say so to that old man immediately, all of it, in a rush, the way you do when you are relieved. Where have you been? We have been searching. We started the whole massacre to get our strength back and wait for you so we could put Chishan together again. The 9th is dead. 2nd brother went out to find you, but you were not hiding from us, were you? No, he said, answering himself. You always have your reasons. You are the reasonable one. The old man listened to all of it with a smile on his face and walked toward him with his arms slightly open and put a crimson dagger through his heart. Eldest brother, said the 8 gates of heavy water. You. Golden crow stone, the old man said. That is the only thing that kills a body made of water like that. The snake slayer never learned it. Nobody in the world knew it except his own brothers. The young man came apart into drops and went into the ground, and the old man knelt and gathered what he could hold and put a hand on that face, and for a moment the cold went off him entirely, and what was left was tenderness. 8th brother, he said, all these years, and you are still a child. It is a pity our fate was fixed from the very beginning. He left a stone on that hill. It said, Tomb of the 8 gates of heavy water. I was the only witness in the world, and I could not have explained one single thing about what I had just seen. For the next several days, the moonlight came up the Qianliu like a tide, from the lake down to the estuary and back, because after an evolution, you can push the feedback out, and I had a great deal to push. Refugees who had crawled in off the Nankong with their bones showing walked out of that light straight. Everybody in my faith moved up. The panel read, Taiyin Void Divine Dragon. Lifespan 9 out of 1500. Wheel Sea Realm, early stage. Talents, Lunar Light, and Void God Spiritual Body. Techniques, and this is the part that mattered. Taiyin Light, in 4 forms. Crossing, transforming, creating, destroying. And the Lesser Void Technique, which is a step that does not use the space in between. 800,000 points of incense a day, coming to me. Then I sat on the hill where the stone was and worked it out. There are 9 heads. One of them had never once shown itself, and it was the first, and its key was called One Origin, Beginning and End. The head I ate had remembered the eldest brother the way you remember a father. He had loved them. They had adored him, and he was killing them one at a time, and he was not assembling Qishan, and every death was making him stronger, and I did not have the faintest idea why. If I could eat one of the middle heads, I would know. I decided not to. That is the correct decision, and I have never regretted it. What I did instead was settle an older account. The Huai God Palace was already being taken apart when I got there. 8-eyed demon spiders, led by a golden spider old ghost at the middle stage of Wheel C, going through those ice halls room by room, and the 3rd priest of the palace, a black ape with a trident, was being eaten while still talking. Your lord, the spider was saying, went to take the 4th chi off one of Qishan's heads. He is somebody's dinner by now. Then the river went red, and a pair of blue-black eyes opened over the palace, Tai Yin light in the transforming form. The palace, the disciples, the spiders, all of it, went the way ice goes in a hot pan. The golden spider. Old Ghost lasted about 2 breaths, which was the best performance of the afternoon, plus 11%, plus 20,000 points, plus 18 million incense. The Lord of Huai was not there, and I never believed for a second that he was dead. A man with a sworn brother and a sworn sister does not die alone in a hole and stay unavenged, but there was no longer a palace for him to come home to, and that was the point, and after that I stopped pretending. The Nankong River in those months was the worst place in the world, gods carving up water, whole species being eaten because the thing that used to protect them in exchange for worship had been killed on a mountain. Less than 1 in 10 of anything got out. For a god who eats gods, it was the best year of my life. I killed several at the Wheel Sea Realm in 10 days. I did it in the open, and I did not explain myself, and a name for me started to come up the river ahead of me, the dragon god of the Nankang. And the other one, the one that stuck, the white god who drowned the river in blood. They called me white because I was, and because moonlight was the last thing a great many gods saw. I would like to tell you that I was cleaning up, that I ate the ones who deserved it, and that the ordinary creatures of that river were better off for it. Quite a lot of them were. That was not why I did it. On my way upriver, I passed over the wreck of 9 Serpent Mountain, and the wind coming off it was screaming. That many dead in that small space curdles. The resentment had gone thick and settled into the ground as yin, and there were 10,000 miles of river turning into the same thing, and I looked down at it and had a thought that I am not going to dress up for you. Good, I thought. Land like that suits Tai-Yin blood perfectly. I will hand the sect some yin methods, and we will make a living off it. Outside the Golden Toad Palace, the old mother and the turtle grand tutor came up to block my road, and they were not being friendly because as far as they knew, I was a nameless white thing that had eaten 4 gods that month. And then a young man came up out of the estate below on an 8-sided ancient sword in a brocade robe at the 9th level of Cave Heaven, a disciple of the scribe of the southern domain, and Shu Da knelt in the air. The believer Shu Da, he said, greets Lord Carp God. Nobody moved for several seconds. You have taken fellow Taoist Guo as a master, I said, eventually. Why do you still worship me as a god? I was a woodcutter, he said. By your grace, my mother died in her own bed instead of at the bottom of a cliff, and I became somebody's disciple. There is a saying about men who forget the wife who shared their poverty as soon as they are rich. He was not that. The turtle grand tutor changed his entire personality inside 1 second and pointed out, brightly, that the flask of dragon blood I had at home had been a gift from him. The old mother invited me in. I am only asking for the road, I said. I am going to look at 9 Serpent Mountain. And Hua Jing, who had been holding it in, burst out with, how is Priestess Lin? And Priest Gu? Both alive, I said. Visit them whenever you like. Then I stepped into empty space and was not there, and both of those divine bridge gods made a noise. 10,000 miles of dead ground. The Zhou King's estate standing open and empty. And on the peak of one origin, where the palace had been, there was nothing left but a platform and 9 white pillars. The 8th was cracked, the 9th was cracked, and so was the 4th. 8 gates of heavy water, killed by his own brother on a hill in front of me. 9 nethers of dark corruption, eaten by me in a mine shaft. And the 4 seas of wounding wind, killed by somebody I had never met, which meant the Lord of Huai had not died on this mountain after all, and that whoever had pulled him out had then gone back and killed a head of Chishan on the way home. Anybody who can kill one of those is not an ordinary person. I wrote that down. Then, since I had come all that way, I ate the mountain. I opened my mouth over 9 Serpent Mountain and inhaled. Peaks came off their roots. Everything alive on that range ran, and 3 or 4 Wheel Sea gods who had been squatting in the ruins came up to object and did not survive the objection. The moonlight over it turned into a furnace, and the whole range went through it. It took a day and a night. When it was finished, there was no mountain. Late stage of the Wheel Sea realm, and a story people in my basin still tell wrong, which they call the day the white god swallowed a mountain. And under where the mountain had been, there was a spring the width of a finger with something horrible coming off it, and behind the spring there was a door, and behind the door there was an underground palace. It was completely bare. No carving, no gold, no offering table. 1 empty tomb in the middle of the floor, and around it, in rows, a forest of stone tablets. The tomb said, Grave of a Jinn, and the tablets were letters. A Jinn. You never liked noise, so I have raised you an empty grave down here. 3 years now, and the grass on my own grave is already thick. You would have laughed at how badly I keep it. 100 years. Your smile is cut into my heart. 300 years. If there is reincarnation, I hope it is good where you are. The great work is settled. The Nankong is too small for me now. I am going to sea. 1,000 years of wandering the ocean. 2,000 years in seclusion. The thing we planned together is finally coming out into the light. I want to go up with the wind, but I am afraid of the gods and immortals of the heavens. My heart shakes, and you are not here, and there is nobody to steady me. I have decided. I am going out to sea, and on the appointed day, I am going to ascend. A jinn. I lost. Those bastards up there really are vicious. Fine, so I did not ascend. Who needs their lousy divine realm anyway? But I did not disgrace you. More than 10 of them came. I cut down 3. I tried playing dead. They came again. I am going out to fight. Wait for me. Ha, 2 more. Now they are the ones playing dead. Playing dead is not working anymore. There is one coming. Only one. But it is a monster that is cultivated for ages nobody can count. I lost. But we fought for so many days that we ended up friends, and he has let me go back to the Nankong to live out what I have left and see you again. Cunning old fox. Who knows what he actually wants? The divine fire is going out. There is no more pretending. And guess what? That old monster waited out in the ocean for me to die, and something nobody has ever heard of came along and ate him. Ha! Who says there is nobody strong left in this world? I cannot hold on. It is a shame that ascending would have taken me away from my fate here. Do not worry. Before I go, I will leave a fallback in place, so that what we built stands another 10,000 years. The hour has come. Tonight at midnight. The road is waiting. I stood in that empty room for a long time. Whoever wrote those had lit a divine fire, which is the line between a strong thing and a true god. Whoever wrote those had tried to ascend and been intercepted by the people already up there, more than 10 of them, sent down specifically to stop him. And the names were not hard. The founder of the ancient kingdom was called the Southern Ancestor. His true dragon was called Ancestor Kang, Jin, and Kang. Put them together, and you have the name of the whole kingdom and the whole river. A Jin is the Southern Ancestor, and every one of those tablets was carved by a dragon. The official history says Ancestor Kang failed to light his divine fire and died of old age grieving for his king. The official history is a lie, and it is a lie written by somebody upstairs because he lit it, and the lighting of it was the problem. If a thing that big can be edited, then history is not a record. History is a statement by whoever is holding the pen, and there was one question in that room that I could not answer at all, which was why the grave of the founder of the kingdom was under 9 Serpent Mountain, which is precisely where Qishan was born. Black and white fog came down out of the spring behind me and put itself together into a beautiful young man with a woman's face and 2 small horns coming up through the skin of his forehead in a robe that moved when there was no wind. Second form of yin and yang, number 2 of 9. There is definitely something wrong here, he said, looking around at the tablets. This is not your place, I said. And it is yours, he said. From the look on your face, you do not even know what it is. 2 flying swords, one black, one white, came at my eyes. I swallowed both of them and went for his throat, and he dropped his human shape, and what he actually was not smaller than me. Middle stage of the divine bridge. The 2 of us hit each other, and neither set of teeth went through the other's hide, and the underground palace came down on top of us, and we went through 1,000 feet of rock and came out into the open sky still locked together. Then he split. Black serpent and white serpent, and both of them coiled up into 2 halves of a millstone and started to turn. That is a stupid way to die, and I very nearly died it. What kept me together was 3 bodies at once, the 7-colored one, the void one, and the 9-nether one, and a form of Tai-yin light that runs the other direction and repairs. I got out of the mill by stepping through the space between the stones, and I set a furnace on him, and he spat out Qishan's divine palace. He had carried the whole thing out of the mountain and kept it, and he threw it at my furnace, and my furnace broke. So I went into the void again and came out behind him with the 4th form of Tai-yin light, the one I do not use often, and wrote the word annihilation into his body. You cannot pull that out. It sits in the flesh, and the flesh starts to go the way a bone goes hollow. He sealed it. It cost him an enormous amount of yin qi to seal it, and he left immediately afterward, and I did not chase him because the fight had cost me nearly everything I had. The old mother and the turtle grand tutor and Shu Da came over the horizon in time to see the end of it, and one of them said, out loud, he fought the 2nd form and did not lose. Then a bronze chariot came down, and Guo Lin Shen got out of it and heard the same report and stood there. A few years, he said. In a few years, he has gone from killing a mountain god to trading blows with the 2nd form. Either he was hiding what he was the whole time, or he is growing at a speed I do not like. Both of those frighten me. Then he went down into the hole, swept 1,000 tons of rubble aside with one sleeve, and uncovered the empty grave. The turtle grand tutor read the words on it and lost his color. That is the tomb of the Southern Ancestor, he said, and those tablets are Ancestor Kang's. Guo did not say anything for a while. Then he set the 2 of them to guard it, sent word to the capital, and turned to Shu Da. Go back to the white god, he said. Invite him into the god list again. But you invited him once, said Shu Da, and he refused. Go anyway. And then the scribe of the southern domain, who I had watched hold 6 heads of a serpent god off by himself, said the following out loud in front of his own disciple. The Nankong is in chaos. Ordinary creatures are dying by the 1,000. I have failed at this. The 9 heads are not exterminated, and I cannot be in 2 places. The official gods are fishing in muddy water and doing as little as they can get away with. That river needs somebody who can put it in order quickly. He was tired, not injured, tired in the way that does not go away with rest. I went home and felt the seal on the second form let go a week later, which meant somebody had scraped my annihilation mark out of him, which took 3 of his brothers working together and all of his own yin and yang qi to manage. Killing him, I decided, is going to be extremely difficult, which meant I could not wait for the next evolution. I had to be at the Divine Bridge, and soon. So I did 2 things at once. I started handing out fiefs, and I started eating gods. My fiefs first, because that was the clever half. 13 clans and 210,000 souls came into my house on terms nobody had ever offered them. Their own local gods kept their divinity and kept 30% of their own incense, and in exchange they brought the rest to me. Nobody can own a whole river, not Chishan, not the old mother. But you can hand out titles, exactly the way the royal family hands out places on the god list, and let the titles do the holding for you. My incense doubled to 1.5 million a day inside a season. Shuda kept standing outside my city with an invitation, and I let him stand there because whoever formally unified that river became a target for 9 heads, and chaos was working extremely well for me. The other half was less clever. Down where the Tengshe clan had been wiped out, the White Tiger Little Saint and the Silver Blood clan god had built themselves a palace and called it the Silver God Residence, and inside a month they had the entire lower river because they took disciples off the street and did not ask any questions about character. Both of them had a very simple problem, which was hunger. The Little Saint had been struck off the god list for eating people, and his faith had collapsed with it. The Silver Blood god's entire clan had been butchered by the 8 gates of heavy water, and his faith had died with them. 2 starving gods in one house. Their walls started shaking on a clear afternoon, and when they came out there was a snow-white shape in the clouds with blue-black eyes. "What do you want?" one of them shouted. "To eat people," I said. The Little Saint threw a punch with a tiger's shadow in it. The Silver Blood god came in with a halberd that struck sparks off my scales and did nothing else. Then the Little Saint opened his Tai-Bai golden eyes and 8,888 golden flying swords came down on me in a curtain. Not one of them went in past the surface. The Silver Blood god got in close all the way to my head and hit the crown of my skull with everything he had, and I lifted my head and looked at him and breathed out. Taiyan light does not cut. It gets into the wound and keeps eating. His silver armor went to rags and his skin ran, and his clan has the strongest regeneration of any bloodline in that river, and it did him no good at all because the light was already inside the hole and still working. Then I inhaled and swallowed all 8,888 swords. The gold went out of the Little Saint's eyes. Tai-Bai was gone. He had raised those swords over decades and lost them once already on 9 Serpent Mountain and gone back for them. So he threw the White Saint seal at me, which was his father's, and which 2 generations of his clan had forged, and out of it came the ghost of White Saint Mountain, and my light took it apart. I stepped through the void and put the annihilation mark in his back. He tried to swallow the seal to smother the mark with it. I swallowed the seal first. Then my tail put him into an island. The Silver Blood god ran. I came out of the void in front of him and set the furnace. "You have strong regeneration," I said. "Then I will refine all of your blood." The Little Saint came up out of the crater and ran the other way, and I stepped out of nothing in front of him. "You cannot eat me," he screamed. "I am the master of White Saint Mountain. My father was the great saint of the White Tiger." That part was true. His father had been a genuinely merciful god who had taken great vows, and that is precisely why the previous scribe of the southern domain, who chased this creature 1,000,000 miles for eating children, had let him live in the end and only struck him off the list. "A tiger for a father," I said, "and a whelp for a son. I am not the previous scribe of the southern domain." Between the 2 of them, I got 240 million points of incense, over 1,000,000 evolution points, and 40% of a realm, and I was still short, so I turned the moonlight on the Silver God Residence itself and wiped every disciple in it off the map, and there were a great many of them screaming that they had been forced into it, and I'm sure some of them had. I want to be accurate about my reasons. Part of it was that I needed the last of the progress. Part of it was that I wanted every god on that river to see exactly what happens to anybody who builds a large religion where I can reach it. I swallowed the island and the lake with it, and the panel asked whether I wished to spend 1,000 divine source essences and step onto the divine bridge. The ocean stood up behind me, and out of the ocean a golden bridge came up, and a first bridge is usually a few hundred feet. Mine went up thousands, 6,000 feet of my body by then. From far away, a mountain range. From close up, a dragon. Out of what I had eaten, 2 names came up that I had been missing. The head called 4 Seas of Wounding Wind had been killed by something called the Hun Yuan Golden Peng out of the Hun Yuan Sea in the far west, late stage of the Divine Bridge, and known across 4 domains by a nickname, the Devouring Devil King. He had once swallowed several 100,000 living things in a single sitting. And the sworn sister was the old mother of Mount Li, and nobody anywhere had any idea what she was capable of. Even Guolin Shen had nothing that worked on the Golden Peng. The second thing was smaller and worse. On 9 Serpent Mountain, the person who had pulled the Zhou King out alive was a man in plain clothes with a sword, and he had 2 fingers left out of 10, which meant the Snake Slayer was alive, and it meant he had been getting his fingers back, one at a time, every time one of the heads died. So why was he not out there finishing them off now, while they were weak? Or, and I did not enjoy this thought at all, why had he left 8 of them alive 1,000 years ago in the first place? In a bamboo grove somewhere south, a man in plain clothes was looking at his own hand while a little finger grew back on it. "Old friend," he said. "It has been a long time." And out of the hut behind him came the Zhou King, who was not dead, and who called him Mr. Heji. Heji had caught the head called 5 Elements returning to origin and used it to close a wound that had been open for 200 years. "Why me?" the Zhou King asked him. "Out of everybody on that mountain, why did you save me?" "Because your surname is Zhou, that is all." "The deeper reasons," said Mr. Heji, "you will find out if you survive what is coming." And then he asked a strange question. "Do you know Ancestor Kang? How long since he died?" 10,000 years, said the Zhou King. "Not 10,000, said Mr. Heji. 9,999. That is very precise. Is there a secret in it?" "There is. Go and find it yourself." And when he was alone, he looked out at the bamboo and said, "Ancestor Kang, you held this kingdom together for 10,000 years. There is 1 year left." And then, to his own empty palm, 4 are down, and 5 are standing. 1 origin. Do not disappoint me. 11 days later, the whole southern domain heard the same sentence at the same time. The lord of the ancient kingdom of southern Kang has fallen. Killed on 9 Serpent Mountain by somebody unnamed, with several hundred years of his own lifespan still in the tank. I did the arithmetic in about 4 seconds, because I had been standing in that underground palace myself. He had come for the tomb, and the only thing in the world that kills a man like that is something at the other shore realm, which is either the Snake Slayer, who has no motive I could see and had his chance 1,000 years ago and did not take it, or it is the first head, the one that had never once shown itself on that mountain, which would mean it had got out of its seal a very long time before the others and had spent 1,000 years growing quietly while everybody was busy being frightened of its brothers. I told my priest to stop expanding and hold the Qianliu. Then I went to see the Jade Frog Old Mother and found her pale, with her divine bridge visibly shaking under her. She confirmed it. 1 origin, beginning and end, had come up out of the underground palace, taken the old king from behind, cut off the 3 witnesses with his own key, and killed him. The 3 of them had gone at him together, and all 3 had been broken, and he had gone, and not one of them had managed to see what realm he was. Then she asked me for something, and it cost her a great deal to ask. Take my heir. Because her clan had been standing next to a king when he died, and somebody was going to be blamed for that, and it was not going to be the Dragon Palace or the scribe of the southern domain. I named a price, and I have been told since that it was cruel, and I would name it again. Both of them renounced the name of the Golden Toad clan. Both of them serve 3 years in my sect as menial labor. And the fee is a century of your clan's incense. The mother tree in that grove dropped a crimson gold fruit at my feet. 3 billion points. 3,000 divine source essences. 3 million evolution points, which is nearly a third of what the next evolution needed, handed over by an old woman buying a life for a girl she had raised. In the capital, the fight over the throne lasted 3 days, and then the 17-year-old they put on it was the youngest and least important princess in the building, and every faction stood down inside one night. Because behind her was the elder princess, and the elder princess was at the other shore realm. The first decree of that reign brought the scribes of all 4 domains into the south at once, called up 100,000 official gods for a hunt, and put the dragon palace across 1,000,000 miles of coastline with thousands of azure dragons in the water. They turned the Nankang River upside down, looking for 9 heads. My sect stopped competing for faith entirely and went quiet, which my priests thought was wisdom, and which was actually me not wanting to be visible. And on the shore of Swallowing Heaven Island, under a golden osmanthus tree that somebody had transplanted, Hua Jing sat and cried because the Jade Frog Old Mother was dead. Somebody had to answer for a king. The Dragon Palace covered the Turtle Grand Tutor. The southern domain needed Guo. So it was her. They wanted the whole clan. Guo argued, and the Turtle Grand Tutor argued, and what they got it down to was 300 years of penal servitude, and an old woman who had burned her own lifespan to build a bridge went and paid it instead. The mother tree, which had not dropped a leaf in 1,000 years, dropped all of them. Zhang Shen stood a long way off and watched a girl cry under a tree and did not go over. I asked him about it afterward once, and he said, I swore to serve a god. How would it look if I gave in to that sort of thing? I did not tell him he was wrong. I should have. A dozen azure dragons 1,000 feet long came over Carp God Mountain the following month with a golden palace hanging in the middle of them, and in that palace was something with a presence above the divine bridge, which meant the lord of the dragon palace had come in person. The turtle grand tutor did the talking. Passing through, he said, admiring the scenery. Why bother? I said. He got to the point. My lord is very interested in Tai-Yin blood, and the Dragon Palace has a great many daughters of marriageable age. Translated out of court language, they wanted my seed. And then he put the bribe on the table, which was that the Dragon Palace would guarantee me sole authority over the entire Qianliu River. I thanked the Dragon Palace for its kindness and told them to leave and swam off before anybody could argue. Behind me, out of the Golden Palace, an old voice said, We are going. There is chaos coming to this kingdom. If he is clever, he will work it out himself. Then I went hunting, because 3 million evolution points is not 10 million, and at 3 million a day of incense I was still 5 or 6 years away, and I did not have 5 or 6 years. The chaos had shaken a great many old monsters out of their holes, and old monsters are worth more than gods. The first one I went for was a 3-headed lion at the early Divine Bridge, who had eaten a province 400 years earlier, and had been hiding on White Saint Mountain ever since, because he and the White Tiger Little Saint had a great deal in common. He was also, according to what I had eaten, somebody who had once run into the Hun Yuan Golden Peng. I breathed moonlight over the whole mountain to find him, and what came up out of it was gold, and 3 heads on one body with 1 mind between them, which made him considerably more dangerous than a serpent with 9, and he had Buddha light. 3 golden halos, 3 spears of light out of them, and 3 scales came off my tail burnt black, which had not happened in a long time. My tail took the top off the mountain, and he recognized what I was in the air. Tai-Yin light, he said. Only the white god who drowns the river has that. I spat the white saint seal at him, and it grew into 10,000 feet of mountain, and he held it on a halo, and I swallowed it back. Then he hit me with a palm print of pure Buddhist gold, tens of thousands of feet across, and in the fragments of it, I saw golden lotuses opening, and I recognized it, because I had eaten it before. It was the Buddha Dao golden lotus skill, the same broken scroll the heavenly pool god had died holding, except his was not broken. His was the whole thing. You cannot get through a Buddhist golden body from the outside, so I did not try. I stepped into the void, put the annihilation mark into him from the inside, and set the furnace on him from the outside at the same moment, and asked him to choose which one to deal with. He could not, and I ate him, and that meal is the reason I found out what was actually happening to the world. 1,000 years ago, an old monk came over the sea into that kingdom, and nobody ever learned his name, and what he did for years was find the worst things alive and sit down and talk to them. He talked to a lotus in a mountain pool that became the heavenly pool god. He talked to a lion that ate provinces, and he talked to the Hun Yuan Golden Peng, who he put down with one gesture, and who carried him for a while like a mount, and came out of it holding a complete inheritance. He never called any of them disciples. He gave them exactly one sentence to keep. Great Deluo heaven is forever in my heart. If you say those 3 words in your own head, gold comes up behind your eyes and Buddhist words come with it, and they wash the killing intent out of you and the blood guilt with it. That lion had said them after every single person he ate for 400 years and slept like a baby. I tried it. Nothing happened. Apparently, you have to be practicing his method, or you have to have been taught by him in person. And the important part, the part I actually took away, was this. The Hun Yuan Golden Peng was collecting all of them. Every creature that old monk had ever spoken to. He was calling it the Great Luo Alliance, and the slogan of the Great Luo Alliance was, Gather the fierce and return the world to the wild, which means bring down the ancient kingdom and go back to the age when things ate each other raw. I did not believe one word of the ideology. Bring down a kingdom, and the Golden Peng simply sits in the chair it used to have, and the Alliance becomes his tool, and every sect in the 4 domains gets absorbed, including mine. So I did not fight him. I wrote the whole thing down and gave it to Shuda and let it walk to Guo on its own legs. 4 bronze chariots came into the south that season. I had never seen 4 of them in one place. Guolin Shen of the southern domain, who is half man and half azure sea flying yaksha, carrying a god-slaying sword that cuts incense itself and a god-sweeping bell that empties 3 souls and 7 spirits out of a body, both of them copies of heavenly weapons, and both of them commissioned a very long time ago by Ancestor Kang. The previous scribe had died inside Chishan holding them, and they had been lost for 1,000 years until the royal family dug them up and handed them on. 4 scribes against 3 heads fused into one body of Qishan, with the second form fighting separately for 7 days. They took the heads off 6 moons and 7 stars. Golden Thunder got out hurt, the second form got out, and all 4 scribes came off that field injured. And when Shuda asked why they had not finished Golden Thunder when they had him, Go said, because somebody was hitting us from cover, from a long way off, with a technique we could not see. Nobody ever found out who. The 3 heavens of Golden Thunder crawled into a dark cave with a black box and swallowed a golden root out of it to speed up his healing, and then coughed black blood because something invisible had gone through his heart. 2 people came down into that cave. One of them was the lord of the Huai God Palace, who was not dead and who I owed. The other was a filthy old man in sacking with yellow teeth, and in his hand was a little snake plaited out of dry grass. Zhang Quan, said the head on the floor, straw man technique. You are the witch god in the linen robe. That name was worth something in this world once. The saying about him is that whoever he looks at does not live out the month. The technique needs 2 things, a drop of the target's blood essence and 100,000 of the target's own followers, refined down, and he had taken blood from all 9 heads on the battlefield 1,000 years ago, while everybody else was busy watching Qishan lose. He put a silver needle 3 inches into the golden serpent, and it dropped. He put needles 9 inches deep the whole length of it, and it stopped moving at all. Then the Lord of Huai began refining a living head of Qishan down into pure 3 heavens of Golden Thunder Qi, and while he was working, he said, out loud, comfortably, I already have the 4 seas of wounding wind. Refine this one, and I step onto the divine bridge, and then it is time to settle with the 1,000 current carp. Why wait, I said from behind him. I came out of the void with my mouth already closed on him, and what came out from between my teeth was not a water ape. It was a single golden hair, a gift from the old mother of Mount Li. The witch went for me with poison mosquitoes out of his sleeves, the kind that eat through a divine bridge body, and moonlight scoured them off. Then he put 72 black nails into the 72 vital points on a dragon, and they never reached the scale because I had turtle shell runes on every one of those points, which I had taken off a boar 300 miles and several lifetimes ago. A shame, the witch thought, quite loudly. I should have prepared his straw body first, so I did the only intelligent thing available. I flew at the witch and hit the Lord of Huai instead. He came up into a demon ape 10,000 feet tall with the purple heaven cudgel in both hands, and I took him apart anyway, and the second golden hair burned. He had been given 3, the third one had gone on 9 Serpent Mountain. There was nothing left to save him with. And the witch, instead of running, moved to cut off the Lord of Huai's retreat, which confused me for about 1 second. Then his skin weathered off him like paint in the rain, and what was underneath was straw, an external incarnation. I had been fighting a doll the entire time. The doll came apart into black centipedes, and the centipedes did not attack. Every one of them took a bite out of me and ran in a different direction, because a straw man needs blood essence, and I had just been generous with mine. I turned the moonlight over about 30 miles of ground and burned all of them, almost all of them. Then I went through the void after the Lord of the Huai God Palace, put the annihilation mark into him, and finished a debt that had started with 2 crows on a riverbank at a harvest festival. He was worth 58 million incense and 1.33 million evolution points and the whole purple cloud wind and thunder art. The 2 heads he had been refining were worth more than that between them. Middle stage of the divine bridge, and out of the 3 of them together, I now held 3 of the 9 chapters of the 9-headed serpent divine skill, Golden Thunder, Wind, 9 nethers. If a person collected all 9 chapters and all 9 Qi, that person could build a Qishan. I learned this much later, out of a dead man. Out in the Hun Yuan Sea, on a mountain that was actually a nest made of dead trees, a golden-haired young man with a hawk's eyes was playing a board game with the scribe of the West. They were fellow students, in the sense that neither of them had ever been anybody's student. He was recruiting. Let the Huangjiao Palace ally with the Great Luo Alliance quietly, he said. We take the southern domain, you end up over the western, and after that, we eat the royal family. And he had a reason to think it would work, and the reason was a prophecy. When the incense runs dry, this land changes hands. When heaven weakens, the great house comes down. That is from the old mother of Mount Li, who is the finest diviner in the kingdom, and whom the late king himself had gone to in person to beg for the god list. The Huangjiao great god thought about it for a long time. Then he said, all right. Neither of them was under any illusion. It was a temporary arrangement between 2 things that would eventually eat each other. They talked about their teacher for a while afterward, the way you do, and the Golden Peng said the thing that stuck with me when I finally learned it. He left hundreds of years ago. We put the title of teacher on him ourselves. He never once called us disciples. Perhaps we were only people he passed on the road. Then a messenger came in and said that the soul lamp of the Lord Qiang had gone out. The Golden Peng crushed the messenger's skull in one hand without standing up and dropped the body off the mountain into the water where things came up for it. Forgive me, brother Huangjiao, he said. That must have looked ridiculous. Then he went to find the witch's real body, because a witch who could get blood essence off 9 heads of Chishan could tell him a great deal. So did I. The real one was in a dead valley in the southeast, and next to that valley there was a village of about 300 people who could eat and sleep and do nothing else at all. They walked their own streets in the evenings with the lights out and nothing behind their eyes. They were stock. He had been keeping them there the way you keep a herd. He came out of the ground furious, shouting that the white god had destroyed his incarnation, and then one of his centipedes made it home to him with a piece of me in it, and he started to smile. Now I get his followers for the blood sacrifice, he said, and then he is mine. Then 7,000 feet of white came down out of the clouds. He was middle stage divine bridge, and if he had ever consented to join the god list, he would have been in the top 50 of it, and he hit me with a dry black branch, and then bit his own tongue and put blood on the branch, and the branch grew. What it grew into was a tree the size of a hill covered in black fruit, and the fruit had faces, and the faces opened their mouths and said, "Hungry, hungry." Tendrils came off it and wrapped me and started pulling me toward those mouths. A devouring god tree. It eats living things and it grows with every one of them, and the largest of them, according to the stories, have eaten true gods. There is no mind in it, and the part I could have done without knowing is that the souls it swallows are not killed. They are kept and stirred until they lose their reason and become part of it. I stepped out of the space I was in and burned the tree, and when it withered back down into a branch, every face on it, right before it went out, looked relieved. They went up as black smoke, all of them at once, and there were a great many of them. I ate the branch, not out of respect, out of curiosity. Then I went into the void, and I did not come out. That is the cruelest thing I know how to do to somebody. He stood in his dead valley waiting for an attack, and the longer nothing happened, the worse it got, and I let it get much worse before I let the light come in from one side and put my eyes out on the other and wrote annihilation into his spine. He burned his own divine bridge to buy himself the run home. Then he set the village on fire. "Kill," he screamed, and 300 people who had never had a thought in their lives lifted their heads at once. Here is the thing I had not understood about him until that moment. A person, I had always been told, has 3 souls and 7 spirits. Take the human soul out, and what is left is not a corpse, and it is not a man. It is a clean vessel with a heartbeat, and you can raise anything you like inside it. And to do it properly, you have to start with infants. Their faces came apart, and the things inside them came out, and I burned every one of them, and I want to be honest and say that I did not hesitate and did not feel anything at the time, and that I have thought about that village more often since than about any god I ever ate. He got as far as a long-range transport altar, which is a thing only the royal family is supposed to have, and shouted that next time I would be the one who died. I hit it with a column of light with 4 things braided into it. Tie-in, golden thunder, wounding wind, 9 nethers. "You have refined 3 of the QE already," he said, in the last second of his life. "Where did you get them?" I did not answer. That is a bad habit of mine, and I have never once regretted it. 230 million points of incense, and out of his memory, the straw man technique, the witch soul extraction, and 3,000 witch stickers. And then the second form of yin and yang came out of the tree line, because he had come to kill the witch as well, and had arrived late. The witch had taken his blood 1,000 years ago, and had used it to kill their 3rd brother. He looked at me, and saw the 9 nether key in me, and said, "So the 9th died by your hand." "And if he did," I said. "Last time we drew," he said. "Today we settle it." I stepped into the void instead, and said one thing on my way through. "Today is not our fight. You should be thinking about your next opponent." And out of the horizon came golden lightning. The Hun Yuan Golden Peng went into the second form at full speed and took scale off him with his claws on the first pass. "Did you kill my sworn brother?" he shouted. "No," said the second form, "and if I had, he would have deserved it. You are the one who hunted down my 4th brother and killed him for his key." They fought for a full day and night while I watched, and the second form left broken. Then I made my second move, which was better than the first. Guolin Shen announced in the name of the crown that the Hun Yuan Golden Ping had gathered the worst creatures in 4 domains into a great Luo alliance for the purpose of overthrowing the royal family, and that every official god in the southern domain was to hunt its members on sight. And then he published the membership list. He had that list because I gave it to him, and I had it out of the memory of a dead water ape. The alliance had not finished forming. Half of them had not committed. Every one of them woke up with a price on their head and their neighbors reading their name off a public notice, and the whole thing went underground so fast that even the Golden Pang stopped moving. A fortnight later, Guo brought me the other half of the bargain, which was an appointment from the crown. The white god of bright moon is henceforth the great yin god, governor of the river and warden of its waters, which is the office Chishan held, and the jade frog old mother after him. It carries the right to call up every official god in the basin, and the right to send for the scribe of the southern domain himself. My first decree in that office was 3 sentences long. Every incense god of the Qianliu River is to enter the god list. Anybody who does not wish to may leave the basin voluntarily. Anybody who does neither, I will come and see about personally. Nobody had ever said that anywhere before me, and the noise was tremendous. In 10 days, I destroyed more than 100 gods and burned dozens of cults out of my river. The noise stopped, and the ordinary creatures of that river got, within about a month, the first period of quiet they had had since 9 Serpent Mountain. Nobody was eating villages. Nobody was carving up water. My name went out ahead of my priests everywhere they walked, and the faith came in without a word of preaching. 10 million points of incense a day into my hands. I did not enjoy it as much as I should have, because I could see the next part coming. The moment the southern domain settles down, the crown starts looking at whoever holds the biggest river in it. Every kingdom does. That is the job. So we held the Carp God Festival, and the whole basin came to see the one district that had not burned, and my 4 priests went back to Carp God City to celebrate it where the thing had actually started, and sat on the wall at night by a fire like they were children again. And Shuda came down out of the sky on a stone tiger with his master's second errand. Lord Carp is to come at once, he said. They have found a trace of the first head of Chishan, and a voice came out of the air over all 4 of them. I already know, I said. Hold the Qianliu, and whatever happens, do not panic. I did not go to the scribe's palace. I went to 9 Serpent Mountain. At the empty grave of the southern ancestor, there was an old man in a straw cape standing among the bodies of Guo's guards. Above him hung the golden palace of the Lord of the Dragon Palace inside a ring of azure dragons. Then the 4 scribes came down. Then the Zhou King. And then the Huangjiao great god, who looked at me exactly once, and I looked back exactly once, and nobody in that field noticed either of us doing it. The turtle grand tutor came forward carrying a golden ancient sword. That belonged to the southern ancestor, he said. My lord commands you to take your own life. The old man took it and turned it over and ran a thumb down the flat of it like a man greeting something he had not seen in a long time. Then he closed his hand and crushed it into pieces. The ancient kingdom, he said, is like this sword. Its time is up. Even without me, the old king had very little left. I killed him so that he would not have to stand there and watch his own house come down. Consider that my thanks for his kindness. And then he pointed a finger, and there was a hole through the turtle grand tutor's forehead, and the hole closed. The turtle grand tutor straightened up. His shell was not there anymore. His robe turned gold, and there were 9 dragons on it. The Lord of the Dragon Palace had been standing in that field the entire time wearing his own envoy. You are ruthless, he said, mending the sword in his hand as he spoke. You killed a man who trusted you. He failed to protect the old king, said the head, and then he came over to you privately and sold you my position and sent me hunting nothing for a season. When exactly was I supposed to kill him? A broken sword can be mended, said the Lord of the Dragon Palace, holding it up whole. What collapse are you talking about? A broken sword can be mended, the old man agreed. A fallen country cannot. And then he went for the soft place, the way he always did. There is the blood of Ancestor Kang in your veins, he said, and I watched a god king take that in the face. But Ancestor Kang always loved the descendants of the southern ancestor best, which is why the Dragon Palace, which should have been the pride of the true dragons, spends its centuries fetching and caring for a human family. When that family falls, the happiest creature in this kingdom is going to be you. Nobody answered that. He swept his sleeve, and out of the flat ruined ground, the 9 peaks came back up, taller than they had been, carrying the underground palace on their shoulders, and on the summit stood 9 pillars. 7 of them were cracked, and he turned toward the second one and said, Second brother, there are only 2 of us left. You are here. Come out and talk. The second form came, and stopped a long way short and would not come closer. Do you remember, said the old man, when I used to put my hand on your head? Did you kill the 8th brother? Yes. Did you stand and watch while the rest of us died? Yes. We thought of you as our father. And is that not, said the head, because I raised you? Which was true, and which is the reason none of them ever suspected him. 9 weak things came out of a hole in the ground 1,000 years ago, and only one of them understood anything, and he stood over the other 8 until they were strong enough to be called a god. If I could have done otherwise, he said, I would not have watched you go. I certainly would not have put the knife into the 8th myself. But what happened today was settled before any of us opened our eyes. And then he told him where they were born, right here, in this underground palace, under the empty grave of the southern ancestor. He had woken first, and he had woken knowing everything, and the first thing he ever did as a living creature was reach into the minds of his 8 brothers and take out everything from before they had a mind. Ancestor Kang was a true dragon, he said. Of course he lit his divine fire, and after that he spent thousands of years hiding what he was, so that nothing would come down here looking for him. And then he said the sentence that rearranged the entire world for everybody standing on that mountain. We are Ancestor Kang, not descendants, not inheritors. To light a divine fire, Ancestor Kang had gone across the sea and come back with 9 kinds of qi, and it was those 9 that lit it. When he died, the fire went out, but the qi did not. It went into the ground and it drifted for 9,000 years, and then by accident, in one place, all 9 came together again, and what came out of the ground was a 9-headed serpent. So the 9 of us, he said, were born to eat each other. That is the whole design. 9 qi in one body is the only way anything crosses to the other shore and lights that fire again. Every one of you was a step. Then we were livestock, said the second form. Yes, he said, and I could not eat you early. The world is far too dangerous. Alone, none of you would have grown at all. And then he said the last part, which nobody in that field had thought of. 9 qi is not enough. We are not true dragons. It also needs the body of Ancestor Kang, and that is directly beneath our feet. You are telling me, said the Lord of the Dragon Palace, and he was not calm anymore, that the Nankang River is the corpse of Ancestor Kang. Yes and no. After the southern ancestor died, nearly every point of incense in that kingdom went to the dragon. To light the fire, he burned 10,000 years of savings in one go, and he did not only burn his own, he drained the spiritual environment of an entire country to do it. He never got over that. So before he died, he took his own body, the body of a true dragon, and gave it to the land. He poured himself into the ground of the kingdom he had beggared, and gave it back 10,000 years of spiritual qi, and he put his own divine will inside it. Which meant that every god who grew on that qi for 100 generations was quietly feeding a portion of everything they earned back to the royal family, and not one of them ever knew. My river is his grave. My river is also the dragon vein of that dynasty. Even the royal family only knew the shape of it. They did not know where the vein actually was, because Kang did not want a bad air draining it, and he had hidden it from the Dragon Palace as well. That last part put the Lord of the Dragon Palace 3 steps forward with his teeth showing. He never trusted us, he said. He trusted the southern ancestor, said the head, and I have thought about this since. That is a different thing. The southern ancestor once gave up his own chance to light a divine fire so that Kang could take it. And Kang once came very close to killing every azure dragon alive, because he was afraid that one day your clan would put a knee on the throne. It was the southern ancestor who stopped him. Then he looked around at all of us. 10,000 years, he said. The Jin bloodline got smaller in every generation. Kang's incense has finally run out. His will is about to disperse. That is why your old king came running down here in person, and that is why he is dead. Whatever he built is finished. All of it was wasted, and in the end he was only my food, and that man's clean southern ancestor blood was the last thing I needed. Then he set the 9 peaks on fire. When the 9 peaks have burned, he said, it will be exactly 10,000 years since Ancestor Kang died. Second brother, you have about 1 stick of incense left to live. The second form ran, and Guo went after him, and the Zhou king went after him, and so did I, and this is the part where I have to admit that I did not go because of any of that. Behind us, out of the smoke of 9 burning mountains, 2 figures put themselves together, 10,000 feet high, in azure armor. Everything alive within tens of thousands of miles went down on its face, including gods. What are you doing? Somebody shouted. Fetching my ancestor's body, he said. The 2 of them drove their hands into the earth and went down through 1,000 feet of rock and broke open the underground river and came up with chains, black chains, thicker than towns. They put them over their shoulders and they started to walk north. And the Nanchang River stood up. From the source to the sea, the whole thing came out of its bed at once. The Lord of the Dragon Palace hit him with everything he had and said, "You will not defile my ancestor's body." And the first head of Chishan raised 1 finger and rubbed the attack out of the air. Late stage, other shore realm, late stage. The old king had been at the middle. That is why the old king is dead. I have your king's flesh to thank for the late stage, he said. And you are at the early. He beat the Lord of the Dragon Palace like a man beating a carpet. And then a jade hairpin came out of the sky and broke his seal, and the elder princess of southern Kang came down in a column of divine light, and the hairpin turned into a green sword 3 feet long. One origin, she said. You killed the emperor and you have ruined southern Kang. Today you die. And when the sword came down, there was 1,000 feet of light in it, and out of the light came the roar of a true dragon, and an azure dragon shadow came with it. A true dragon, somebody said. The head of Chishan put both hands into that dragon shadow and tore it open from the inside. The princess of Nankang, he said, went north to cultivate in a frozen sea and came back at the other shore. But you are weaker than your father. You hold Ancestor Kang's inheritance. You are not a true dragon. The true dragon is over there. The 2 azure demons had dragged the chain 100,000 miles by then, and out of the broken ground slowly came a pair of horns. Blue-black, curved like the dead branches of an ancient tree, and under the horns, coming up out of the earth, bone, white, 10,000 years underground and not 1 shade duller. Every scaled thing in the world felt it at the same moment. Fish, snakes, pythons, me. Every scaled thing alive shook. I want to be honest about where I was standing at that moment. 7,000 feet is a great deal of dragon. Next to a skeleton 1,000,000 miles long, it is a detail on a coastline. The first head of Chishan was eating the spiritual chi of an entire domain to put meat back on those bones, and you could watch the world going thin around him while he did it, and I already had half of my body in the void with the other half getting ready to follow it. And then a picture came into my head that I had not put there. A man in plain clothes with a long sword, and a second later he was standing on the air in front of us. The snake slayer, somebody said. Mr. Heji, said the Joe King, which was much more interesting. You came, said the first head of Chishan. You have not disappointed me, said the man with the sword. 1,000 years ago you could have finished all 9 of us, said the head. Instead, you left us alive and told a kingdom we were dead. Why? Does it matter to you? Not anymore. I have rebuilt the body. I have lit the fire. A divine fire that has gone out cannot be relit, said the snake slayer. Look at the sky. Where is your heavenly tribulation? The sky was clear from one edge of the world to the other, which meant the thing burning inside 1,000,000 miles of dragon skull was a counterfeit. Without the tribulation, there is no baptism, and without the baptism, you are not a god. You are a very large impression of one. You sealed the 9 of us with 9 of your fingers, said the head. 8 of them have grown back. You are still short one. You are not at full strength. And the snake slayer smiled, and an index finger grew back on his hand while everybody watched. How? Said the head. He had buried that one particular finger by a secret method specifically so it could not return, and he had checked for 1,000 years, and it had never returned, and he said so, in the voice of somebody watching the floor of the world open. If it had come back, said the snake slayer, would you ever have let your guard down? Would you ever have let yourself dream about being a god? Then the escape from the seal, said the head, being first. That was arranged as well. Yes, so all of this, all of it, and I have been a piece on the board. Go and merge with the fire, said the snake slayer, almost kindly. For 1,000 years of good service I will let you taste divinity, even a false one. It is the only way you have any chance against me at all. And then, on the front of the snake slayer, a divine fire showed itself, his own. Next to it, the fire of Ancestor Kang looked like a firefly next to the moon. You are a true god, said the head. You are from the heavens. The snake slayer laughed, and the laugh had contempt all the way through it, and he did not answer. The first head of Chishan went into the skull anyway. I watched a creature that had spent 1,000 years watching his own brothers die walk into a fire he had just been told was fake, and I heard him say the only thing he ever said that I liked. I watched them all go for this, he said. I will not betray what I built. I will not betray them. The skeleton grew flesh. It grew azure scale over the flesh, and 1,000,000 miles of dead dragon opened 2 golden eyes. And the snake slayer, in front of all of us, lifted an old sword. Even a corpse of a true dragon presses down like this, he said, conversationally, to nobody. The Azure Dragon clan is a second-rate branch. If you were alive, I might have given way, but you are dead. And then he cut 4 times. The first stroke went out 100,000 miles like a wall standing up in the sky, and he named it while it traveled. Strip the scales. Every scale that had just been grown came off at once and went up into the air like a country's worth of falling leaves. Second stroke, cut the sinews. A golden tendon came out of that body and away into the dark. Third stroke, bare the bone. Everything that was not skeleton left the skeleton, and the fourth stroke he did not throw. He put the sword into the mouth of the skull and let it go, and it went in and up and through, and it put itself into the divine fire. The fire went out. What came out of the wreck was an old man, bleeding, screaming, why, I lit it, I had the body, and he went out through the empty left eye socket of Ancestor Kang as a mottled old snake and was gone across the sky. The snake slayer let him go. Then he said the sentence that I have been carrying ever since. The last shackle of Ancestor Kang has dispersed, he said. The thing I have been sitting in this dirt for over 1,000 years to do is finally going to happen. And he cut the ground. The ground came open for 10,000,000 miles. Not a canyon, a hole, with no bottom in it that anybody has ever found. And he stood over it and recited something. By the river of oblivion, on the stone of 3 lives, among the wicked spirits of the yellow springs and the ghosts of the 9 nethers, I offer myself as sacrifice, and I invite every god of the netherworld to come and taste me. The sky went black in a way that had nothing to do with weather. Thunderclouds came down, and out of the first cloud stepped a stone statue of a heavenly god, and it threw a punch. He took its forearm off, then a second statue, and a third, 360 of them. Every heavenly god who patrols the human world came down onto that field at once, some of them on lotuses in Buddhist light, some with whisks and Taoist chanting, some with demon faces. All 360, he said, looking around. What a shame. If I were in the upper realm, I would sweep the lot of you away with one arm. Down here, my work is already done, and I am not your match. And then the hole started to give something back. A dark gold sun came up out of it, and it was not rising on its own. It was being dragged on 2 bronze chains by a bird on fire, a golden crow. Stop him. 360 heavenly gods shouted at once. And this is the part I want you to hear properly, because it is the part that told me what kind of world I actually live in. They were not shouting about the man with the sword. Do not let it out of the yin ruins. 360 heavenly gods hit that bird together. It ate their divine law. It opened its mouth and swallowed the thing that made their attacks work, and then it breathed gold fire and boiled gods alive in it, and tore them with its feet, and broke a dozen of them at a time with its wings. And then something came down out of the sky that was not a god at all. It was a string of copper coins with old writing on them. The snake slayer changed expression for the first and only time in that entire day. The coins grew, and they came down, and they put the golden crow back into the hole, and the dark sun with it, and the million-mile skeleton of Ancestor Kang went down after them. Was that him? The snake slayer said. He closed his hand very slowly. But the yin ruins are open now, he said, to nobody in particular, to the sky. You cannot hold this land anymore, and this is only the beginning. In time, the human realm sea will see the same thing, and after that, all the worlds will. Then, he was not there. The royal family and the dragon palace sealed the entire southern domain shut. They had to. What was coming up out of that hole was yin qi, and at the bottom of it, holding what was left of the lid, were 81 enormous copper coins that were plainly not enough. That qi went through the air and through the soil. It killed plants. It killed things. Close to where it came out, a divine bridge god did not last long. And on top of that, the first head had eaten 6 or 7/10ths of the spiritual qi of the whole domain to grow his body, which meant there was nothing left to push back with. It was around then that the creatures of the southern domain worked out that they had been abandoned. They started walking, millions of them, in every direction toward a coastline that was already closed. And I went after one specific thing. He was out in the Hun Yuan Sea, eating whole species and not healing, and he came up out of the water and found me waiting. Is this the 3rd time? He said. The first time you were a 7-colored devouring heaven carp, and you surprised me even then. The second time I watched you become a dragon, and I took it for a good omen. You know a great deal about me. I came across a book, he said. It is called The Chronicle of the Carp God. I wanted on the record that a market storyteller with a fake fortune-telling license wrote a piece of propaganda that ended up being read by one of the 9 heads of Qishen, and that this is exactly the kind of thing Zhao Kun considered a normal Tuesday. A pity, I said, finishing his sentence for him, that back then you were afraid of exposing your plan too early and left me alone. I used divine punishment on him, which I had not touched since the day I became a dragon, because nothing since had been worth what it cost. He came down from the other shore to the early stage of it in about an hour, and then he got a hand on my horn. The horn came off in his fist by itself and lit, dragon sealing. The technique that came out of a severed finger in a mine shaft. The technique the snake slayer used to take 9 heads off a serpent god. It drove him from the other shore down into the wheel sea in one stroke. Where did you get that? He said. What are you to him? Does it matter? I said. I set the furnace. And the last thing the first head of Qishen ever said was this. One origin, beginning and end. All this time I had my own name wrong. Qishen began with the 9th, and Qishen ends with the 9th. He was right. I had eaten the 9th in a mine 10 years and 1 species ago. He was worth 1.3 billion points of incense and 8.25 million evolution points, and the complete 9-headed serpent divine skill, and 3 levels in one sitting, straight through the late stage and the peak and into perfection of the divine bridge, over 10,000 feet of body. And he was worth 2 other things that came out of an ember of Ancestor Kang, and one of them changed my entire future. The first was a true god's will. The second was called the reverse scale dragon seed, and it is a thing you can use exactly once in your life, and what it does is change what you are. Because of that ember, I finally learned the latter, and I want you to hear the numbers. A dragon is graded by scales. 10 million scales is a 3rd-class true dragon. 100 million is 2nd class. 1 billion is 1st class. The Azure Dragon clan tops out around 100,000, which is barely above the horned dragons at the bottom of the family. Ancestor Kang was born an Azure Dragon. And the southern ancestor, a boy from a nameless tribe who had pulled a hatchling out of a beast's mouth, found a true dragon's reverse scale and gave it to him. He gave away his own chance at godhood to a lizard he had raised, and that seed took Ancestor Kang across the line at 99,999,999 scales and made him 2nd class, and that, and only that, is why he was ever able to light a fire at all. And when he went up to collect what he had earned, the heavens sent people down to stop him, and to this day nobody knows why, including him. There is one more thing in that memory, and I am going to leave it with you the way it was left with me. There are 9 heavens above, which is the divine realm, 9 heavens below, which is the netherworld, also called the Yin ruins, and between them the human world, which is not a world at all. It is a sea, an endless one. And the ancient kingdom of southern Kang, this entire kingdom, with its 4 domains and its 100,000 gods and its 10,000 years of history, is one continent floating in it. There are others. There are also, drifting in that sea, an uncountable number of small worlds, complete ones, whole ones with their own skies. And my ancestor, the 7-colored devouring heaven carp, once swallowed one. While I was busy, the snake slayer walked up a mountain of green in the middle of a frozen country and put half a yellow gourd into the hands of the old mother of Mount Li. That is Yellow Springs water, he told her. Live on Mount Li and drop 1 drop of it into the abyss every day. In 10 years, the Yin River will come. Are you not curious, he said, why I sacrificed the body of ancestor Kang to open the gate of the Yin ruins? I would not dare ask. With a temper like that and a gift like yours, he said, you will outlive a great many people. And when he was gone, the Hunyuan Golden Peng, who was standing beside her, said, who is he that he dares go against the gods of heaven? I do not know, she said. I can calculate him. I cannot calculate the one standing behind him. His reckoning covers the secrets of heaven, and I am not safe either. Then she told him she had divined his own road and that it had no exit on it, and that the only chance he had was to leave the southern Kang, live behind the sea, and never come back. He refused. Then from today, she said, our sworn kinship disperses like smoke. He bowed to her properly and flew away, and she stood on her own steps and said the thing that I have thought about more than any prophecy in this story. A person can calculate the fate of heaven. A person cannot govern their own. People are moths. They know the fire is in front of them, and they go anyway. It was true of Chiang, and it was true of Chishan, second brother. Do not walk that road. The river did not vanish. It flooded first. But the underground source that had been feeding it was gone, and everybody with any sense could see the end of that arithmetic. The royal family and the dragon palace conscripted every builder in 4 domains and put a great wall around the entire southern domain with a formation in it against Yin Qi. The people inside it understood exactly what a wall means when it is built on the outside, and that is the day the crown lost the southern domain for good, whatever the map said afterward. So I made my move, and it was the quietest one I ever made. All 4 of my priests left the Qianliu in secret and went out into the wider domain to build their own power and gather their own faith in their own names, with nobody knowing whose they were. The sect stands in the daylight, I told them. You 4 are the shadow. Grow until you are worth something, and when you come back, we take the whole domain. And the golden-toed mother tree came with them, because a tree that scrubs the gods' mark off incense and makes it ownerless is the single most useful object in a war of religions. Then I crossed the divine bridge. 10,000 divine source essences to walk it. A month of hunting divine bridge gods to pay for it. The other shore, 15,000 jang of body. There were 4 things left in that domain I would not have fought. The princess of Nanchang, the lord of the dragon palace, the snake slayer, and the old mother of Mount Li, and she frightened me more than the other 3 together, because I could not tell you one single thing about what she could do. I went to sleep on the lip of the abyss because Yin Qi feeds a Taiyan body, and because within a few years nothing else alive would be able to stand there. The best wall around a sleeping man is a place nobody can walk. I slept for 20 years. Here is what the world did while I was not in it. The Yin Qi took the entire domain. Over the abyss, a dark river gathered in the air with no source and no mouth, and it simply hung there. The Great Wall went up 100,000 jang, hurricane on the top and fire at the base, and nothing under the Divine Bridge realm ever crossed it in either direction. For weak creatures, that was the end of the world. For gods of incense, it was paradise, because for the first time in history, the defenseless did not have to be conquered. They came and asked. 4 powers came out of that, and they carved the domain into quarters. The Great Luo Alliance in the Hunyuan Sea, oldest and worst, which I would eventually eat. The Baizu Alliance, the 100 clans, youngest and fastest growing, and, as it turned out, already mine. The Demon Alliance out of the sea of 10,000 demons. And the new god cult, which taught yin methods and had 1 article of faith, which was believe and live. The other 3 all attacked the new god cult, repeatedly, and it kept getting stronger, which should have told everybody something. Outside all of it stood the Zhou King's mansion, because Zhou Fushan had healed a 200-year-old wound with the 5 elements qi and come out at the middle of the Divine Bridge, and because he protected the human race and nobody else would. And Guolin Shen, who had gone north to hold a wall, and whom every single one of those 4 powers was afraid of. And my sect, in those 20 years, disappeared, which is to say that the temples along my river all belonged to different gods with different names, and almost every one of those gods was mine. No banner, no announcement. 600 miles of quiet in a domain that was on fire, and everybody living there knew who to thank, and nobody could point at anything. Hua Jing stayed. Her clan was released from their sentence when the domain fell apart and came into the sect, and she sat under the mother tree at the Wheel Sea realm, laundering faith. And Zhang Shen came to see her, because they had been married for 10 years. He had asked me for permission before I went under, standing in front of a statue, 27 years old and terrified. Your faith is mine, I told him. Your life is your own. He never told her what I said. He never told her about the sleep either. 4 people in the world knew, and every one of them was a priest. Lin Mei went east to the Sea of 10,000 Demons and became the 5-tailed fox goddess, the brightest thing in the younger generation of the Demon Alliance, with 3 fox clans under her, black, green, and red. She stood on a reef most evenings holding a wooden carving of a 7-colored fish. Zhao Kun went south under a straw hat on a donkey and let people call him Master Mule, and founded the Baizu Alliance himself and served as its chief strategist while never once holding a rank in it, which is the single most Zhao Kun thing that has ever happened. And Chen Hao went west into the Great Luo Alliance, got caught, got hunted, and was pulled out alive by the Zhou King's people. Which is how the Zhou King and Guo Lin Shen came to be sitting over wine one evening discussing whether the thing on the Nanchang River should be supported or put down. He has killed as many as any villain in this domain, said the Zhou King, and Guo put a book on the table between them. Read it again, he said, and then tell me the word killer fits. Then what does? A merchant, said the scribe of the southern domain, a very careful one. I have been a scribe for 1,000 years, he said. For the people at the bottom there is no blessing on this earth worth more than the word quiet. Go and look at the Nanchang. It has not been that peaceful there since before the old mother. If the whole domain looked like that river, I would have what I wanted. I woke up in the ghost-wailing mountains with 2 men from the Great Luo Alliance standing on my back arguing about geology. They had just finished slaughtering a sect that had come there for yin fruit, and one of them, a monk with 100 faces, was explaining why they had really come. The ridge itself, he said, I have walked this range for years, and it is bigger every time. It used to be a few tens of thousands of feet. Look at it now. There is something buried under it. Then the ridge stood up. The peaks rolled off my back. The yin qi went straight up into the sky, and tens of thousands of ghosts came out of the mountains screaming, and it took me a moment to understand that they were not screaming in terror. They were cheering. They came at my shadow the way believers come at a door. 2 cultivators at the peak of the Wheel Sea realm came apart into powder in a cold wind without anybody touching them. I let the survivors of the murdered sect live, because their elder was carrying a divine decree from a 3-eyed wicked spirit, and I recognized the handwriting, and then I left, and that elder could not stand up for some time afterward, because the 3-eyed wicked spirit was Zhang Shen. And that night, on Mount Li, an old woman looked into a hidden pool that reflected a sky that was not the sky, in which the 4 brightest stars were 4 alliances, and out of nothing at all a black star rose in that pool and drank the light of every other star in it. Tian Quan, she said. I did not expect a backwater like the southern domain to produce something the darkest of the 7 stars of the Dipper would move for. The lordship of this domain is already decided. Then she gave one order, and it was, everybody, from today, we are taking Mount Li out of the southern domain and across the sea. Here is what I was, when I finally read my own panel. Bloodline, Tianquan guards Yin, late stage of the other shore, 10,000 feet long and 9,999,999 scales. 1 short of 10 million, 1 short of 3rd class. Tianquan is one of the 3 great ancient dragons, and unlike the other 2, it was never born a dragon at all. It was a spirit, native to the darkest star of the Great Dipper, its warden, holding that star's authority in its own body. And then Tianquan fell, cast down and cut off from the divine realm, and it landed in the Yin ruins, and it became the warden of those instead. That is where the name comes from, the authority of heaven, fallen, and that is why every ghost in 100,000 miles came out of the ground to cheer when I sat up. 30 million points of incense a day, all of it mine. The feedback that time was silent. No rain, no light, nothing anybody noticed. A seed of the Yin God went into every disciple in my sect, and not one of them felt it. And because I had ordered the whole sect converted to Yin methods before I slept, every one of them was about to start growing faster than any Yin cultivator alive. On the peak of Carp God Mountain there is a black stele with old writing on it, and the writing says Realm of the Yin Ruins. Chen Hao touched it, and it took him inside. And inside there was a sky with no sun and no moon. Clouds made of yin qi, and bare ground going out further than he could see. It is only a small world, I told him, that I have made over. And out of the storm came a black dragon, 100,000 feet long, with scales the color of a star that has gone out, and dark red veins running in the seams between them, gathering up into 2 red horns. Bring me every disciple above spirit transformation, I said, and every clan we hold. In 3 days we are pointing this at the Hunyuan Sea. The Hunyuan Sea had 36 floating peaks on it when I got there, and each peak was a god of the divine bridge realm. The royal family could not have put 36 of those in one place. I came in under the Great Void technique, which means nothing sees you at all, and the first thing that arrived was tens of thousands of yin ghosts falling on that sea out of a clear sky. Their alliance leader came up to deal with it, an old monk dragon catfish, peak of the divine bridge, a sea-shaking dragon catfish with a drop of dragon blood in him. One sweep of my tail put him 10 miles across the water and took 2/3 of the divine bridge gods on that sea with him. Other shore, somebody screamed. He is at the other shore. Then they all ran, so I used the lament of the fallen. That is a sound. It is the sound of everything that ever came apart in the yin ruins, and what it does is get into a Tao heart and break it, and it works on gods. 36 floating peaks turned into a knife fight in which nobody could tell who anybody was. One creature on that sea stayed sane through it, and it was the old monk dragon catfish, and the reason he stayed sane was that he remembered to think about Daluo heaven. That is twice now. Write it down because I did. I caught him anyway. He was worth 510 million points of incense, and the last thing he ever said was a question about my scales, and I did not answer it. Then, the Hunyuan golden pang came up out of the deep because the dragon catfish had never been the leader of anything. He had been a puppet put out front so that the name of the golden pang would gradually stop being said out loud. "Who are you?" he said. 20 years, I said, "and you have forgotten me already." And I gave him Taiyin light. "You," he said, "the white god, and you are at the late stage of the other shore." His claws came down my flank without leaving a mark on it. I put him across the sea with my shoulder. He came back for my eyes, which was correct, because the eyes are the only soft thing on me, so I opened them. The reflection of Tianquan is not an attack. It is what that star is, borrowed for a moment. For 100,000 miles in every direction there was no light of any kind, because the star had eaten it, and the weight that comes with that put the Hunyuan golden peng through the sea and into the floor of it. The crater is still there. The water came back in red for 40 miles. His wheelsea was broken. His divine bridge was down. The other shore he had crossed was gone. "Is the gap between the early stage and the late stage really that wide?" he said. "The gap is not between the stages," I said. He asked me one more thing. "Did you bury one origin?" I did not answer him with words. I let a thread of one origin key off my body, and he saw it, and he understood everything at once. So that is who my sister meant. He had listened to her in the end. He had left the southern Kang and gone across the sea and broken through to the other shore out there and come back and walked directly into the exact death she had described to him. He sat up in his own crater. He wiped the blood off his mouth. He put his hair back behind his ears with both hands and lifted his chin in the shadow of a thing 10,000 feet long and said the last words of his life like a man closing a shop. "You are a great figure," he said. "If not for me, the title of Lord of the Southern Domain might have come to rest on your head anyway. A pity. The winner is a king and the loser is a villain, and I have been both, and I know exactly how thin the line is, and I ate him." A day later, the Black Stele on Carp God Mountain opened into a gate in empty space, and 100,000 cultivators at Spirit Transformation came out of it onto that sea, 20 years of quiet accumulation arriving all at once through a door on the other side of a domain. The Hunyuan Sea was flattened in a few days. The Great Luo Alliance had no leadership left to organize anything because I had eaten all of it personally in one afternoon. The Zhou King watched from a black tower and said out loud that in a single day one creature had removed 2/3 of the top of the oldest power in the domain, including a peak of the divine bridge and an other shore. "Who would have thought," he said, "a little fish out of the Qianliu. We spent a year cleaning up. I hunted down the divine bridge gods who had run and finished them one at a time. The war blooded my army, which was the actual point, and produced a generation of officers who had seen an other shore fight and not soiled themselves. And the faith of the Great Luo Alliance, which had never been faith at all but only fear, came off those people like dead leaves off a tree and came to us. 30 million points a day became 300 million. The other three said nothing at all about any of it. Chen Hao came home to organize it because he is the only one of the four who genuinely enjoys logistics, and he built himself an intelligence network across the whole West and gave it a name and did not tell me for a year, and then the Zhou King came to see me in person. Chen Hao brought him into the realm of the Yin ruins, and he stood on my dead ground and looked up at a sky with nothing in it and said, "There is an entire small world hidden in here." I talked to him as an equal because he had pulled my priest out of a trap that would have killed him, and I remember debts. He offered me the Zhou King's mansion and every human power in the northern region to help unify the domain. I asked what he wanted, that there be peace here permanently under whoever holds it, he said, that the whole domain end up looking like the Nankong River looks. That is my wish, and it is also Guo's. And then I named my price, which was 30% of all the incense of the north for 3 years and 50% for 10. He was quiet for a long time. All right, he said. I have thought about that silence a great deal. He was not haggling. He was working out whether the thing he wanted was worth handing his people to somebody like me. He decided it was, and he was probably right, and I am not going to pretend that reflects well on me. He warned me about the other two on his way out. The Demon Alliance has the Sea of 10,000 demons behind it, and probably its own other shores, and the new god cult is the youngest and the smallest, and Guo believes there is somebody behind it from across the sea. And then I asked him the question I had been holding. The man who saved you on Nine Serpent Mountain was the Snake Slayer. Yes, said the Zhou King. He calls himself Mr. Heji. At the next Carp God Festival, the Zhou King's mansion and every human power in the north announced publicly that the north belonged to the Swallowing Heaven sect. The west had taken a year. The north took 3 months. And the moment that happened, the Demon Alliance and the new god cult declared war on the Baizu Alliance on the same day because the south was the last thing left that could still be divided between them. Which is the exact outcome I had been waiting for, and I did not lift a finger. The weakness of 100 clans is that they are 100 clans. Every one of them defended its own mountain, and none of them held a line, and half the south was gone in a fortnight. Their leader came out of seclusion, and he was at the other shore, and he stopped the bleeding for exactly 1 day, because on that same day, both of the other two produced other shores of their own, and put him on the ground by evening. 3 months later, 2/3 of the south was lost, and the rest was pressed into a circle 300,000 miles across, and clans started defecting, dozens of them in a month, 2 of them with divine bridge gods. We did not move at all, and the Zhou King watching said, he saw all of this coming, did he not? In the Hall of 100 Alliances, my priest told me, they were screaming at each other about whether to surrender, and then an old man in a white robe with long emerald green hair came in, and the room went quiet. The Diablo Sword Saint, and I had heard that name since I was a fish. Born out of a stalk of azure heaven bamboo, famous 1500 years before my time. In the age of Qishan, he held the #1 position on the god list of the southern domain and held it for a very long time. There had been 2 saints in my domain 1,000 years before me, the great saint of the white tiger and him. The saying went, the white tiger puts down evil and the Diablo takes away suffering. He had built the Baizu Alliance, I learned that night, for exactly one reason, which was that he did not want to watch weak things die in a chaos they had not caused. He had also broken through to the other shore early to do it, cutting a seclusion short, which is why his foundation was cracked and why one bad day had put him down. He asked his chief strategist for advice. The donkey, said Master Mule, is ignorant. The room got colder, and the Sword Saint looked at that scruffy Taoist on a donkey for a long, long moment, and then sent everybody else out of the hall. Then he took him into a bamboo grove behind the mountain, to a hut, and poured 2 cups of old yellow wine. It is bitter, said Zhao Kun. Bitter bamboo leaves, said the Sword Saint. Say it plainly. The Baizu Alliance is finished. You knew I would never be a king, said the Sword Saint. Why did you come to me at all? Because if I had not, said Hong, somebody else would have built a Baizu Alliance, and it would probably have ended the same way. Then we surrender. To whom? And he went through it. Not the Demon Alliance and not the new god cult, because both of them would kill everybody who mattered on principle. Not the crown, which had abandoned this domain and built a wall to prove it. Not the Dragon Palace, which would spend them as pieces, which leaves the Swallowing Heaven sect. You have respected that sect a great deal, said the Sword Saint, for something that has existed for 1 year. I do not respect the sect, said Zhao Kun. I respect the one behind it. You know the white god. You said that without me, there would have been no Baizu Alliance, said Hong. Without him, there would have been no me. And a 7-colored mark came up on his forehead. The Sword Saint's other shore aura came up with it, filling that little hut. When did you swear to that sect? I named it, said Zhao Kun. The aura went out, and you are not afraid I will call you a traitor and have you killed. Hong stood up, and behind him, in a hut in a bamboo grove, a pair of cold black eyes opened in the air, and an other shore realm saint felt his own hands shake. Then my priest bowed politely and left, and on the table he left a row of small wooden boxes. There was a straw doll in every one of them, 23 boxes, 22 for the divine bridge gods of the Baizu Alliance, and 1 for the Diablo Sword Saint. I took that technique off a witch in a dead valley about 150 years ago, and I gave it to a storyteller, and he had spent 20 years making 23 of them without telling anybody, including me. 6 months later, I let the last 100,000 miles of the Baizu Alliance had a dark river hanging over it, and every fortress fell on the same day. And the Diablo Sword Saint told every clan he had left to stay indoors, and walked out alone to surrender. They came out to meet him, and I came out behind him. The peaceful sea demon empress, azure-winged, with 2 green snakes hanging from her earlobes and 2 red ones around her ankles, and the leader of the new god cult in a black robe with a burning crescent moon on the chest of it, wrapped in black fire. War, they said, or submission. He took out a black stele. I have come to submit, he said, not to you, to the owner of this stone. And out of the gate that opened in it came a scruffy Taoist on a donkey, wearing 7 colored robes and a 7-colored mark, and he introduced himself properly for the first time in 20 years. Zhao Kun, priest of the carp god. There were men in that field who had planned campaigns beside him for 20 years, and the sword saint handed him the seal of the alliance leader, white jade with red flecks in it, and the red flecks are the blood of several hundred clan chiefs. From this day, he said, the Baizu alliance submits to the Swallowing Heaven sect. Everyone to arms, said Zhao Kun pleasantly. We are taking the south back. You intend to frighten 1,000,000 soldiers by yourself, said the leader of the new god cult. I never said only one of us came, and my gate in that stele unrolled across the entire sky. The army of the sect came out of it, and the Zhou King's mansion came out behind them, and out in front of all of it came 10,000 feet of black dragon. On a hill behind the line stood 2 people watching, a white-haired young woman and a young man with 3 eyes, and one of them said, Lord Carp has come. I broke 4,000-foot serpents off the demon empress with one sweep, and the 3 of us took it up into the clouds so that the armies would survive. Both of them were early other shore, and I was late. Neither ran, because if they ran, their people died by nightfall, which is the only good thing I can tell you about either of them. Black fire with wolf heads in it came at me, and Tai Yin light put it out. The call of the Yin god took every thread of Yin Qi the new god cult leader had and made it mine, and stood his own ghosts up on my side. He put a spear into my forehead and 4 swords into my belly, and I opened my eyes. The reflection of Tianquan turned 100,000 miles of afternoon into nothing at all, and when the light came back, he was in a hole and her 4 little snakes were paste. But he was alive, and there were old black totems crawling over his skin that I did not recognize, and that is how I knew that the thing standing behind the new god cult really was from across the sea. So I fainted. I went for him and hit her instead, and she wrapped herself in her own wings and went into the ground, and came out of it red, hair and feathers crimson, claws out, and for 1,000 miles in every direction the ground cracked from drought. Yanzi, somebody said. The Empress is of the Calamity Beast clans. Wherever one appears there is a great drought. Although what most of the audience actually took away from that fight, according to what got repeated afterward, was not the drought. It was that a thing at the late stage of the other shore had spent the whole fight being careful and using tricks. I turned the dark on for a second time, and the new god cult leader felt where it was going and screamed one word, ancestor. And out of the totems on his skin, a figure stood up. An old man. He put a palm against a star and dragged that man out through empty space, and I got 1 lance of Tai Yin light into him on the way through. A pity. He had not come himself. I still had the Empress in 1 claw. The one behind the new god cult has shown himself, I said. Is the one behind the demon alliance not coming out? And somebody came down out of the sky in red, shining like the sun, and every scrap of yin qi and cloud in that region ran away from him, and for the first time in more than 20 years, the southern domain saw daylight. The extreme sun demon emperor, lord of the sea of 10,000 demons, and a contemporary of the dead king, with whom he had gone to war as a young man. Was he my equal? He said, when I asked. A man who sat on other people's incense for 10,000 years and reached the middle of the other shore in a lifetime. He said it with contempt, and there was something else under the contempt, and I did not comment on it. Then he asked for the Empress back and offered, in exchange, the truth about the new god cult. I lifted the claw. She looked at him once, on her way past, with an expression that would have taken paint off a wall, and told her alliance to withdraw. My sister and I, he said, are having a disagreement. I gave Zhao Kun 1 order in front of him, which was that not one member of the new god cult, from the divine bridge down to the lowest apprentice, was to leave the south alive. The extreme sun demon emperor looked at me sideways and approved. We drank afterward in the realm of the Yin ruins. He drinks azure dragon blood out of a cup that fits in a palm and holds a river, and he said he had killed a few of them for being slow, and I did not ask which few. The others did not see it, he said. I did. You were holding back the whole time. My sister and that fanatic would have been on the floor in 2 exchanges otherwise. You hold a law. Yes. Then here is how I know, he said. A law is the method of a true god, and nobody gets one before the divine fire realm. So yours is innate, and an innate law only comes with the very highest bloodlines. And you have 1 scale short of 10 million, and in the whole written record that number belongs to 3 ancient divine dragons. You are not the golden dragon, and you are not the serpent dragon, so you are the dark authority of heaven. I did not answer him, and he took the silence for what it was. He also gave me the single most useful sentence anybody said to me in that century, and he gave it away for nothing, in passing, halfway through a cup. Your little world in here is primordial. No origin in it, no order in it, which means the ceiling on it is enormous. They say that a true god who takes a law to its limit weaves that law into a domain, and a domain woven around a primordial small world has the strength of an entire world inside it. I filed that where I could find it again. Then he told me about the new god cult. What was this land called before the ancient kingdom, he asked. The Hu continent, I said. The continent of the barbarian sorcerers. 20,000 years ago, it was covered in tribes, and the oldest and strongest of them was the Hu tribe, and the Hu tribe did not worship gods at all. They worshipped fire and the moon, which is a burning crescent, on a black robe, on the leader of the new god cult. They also sacrificed living people, at scale, as policy, and when the southern ancestor and ancestor Kang founded a kingdom, they went through that tribe and very nearly finished it. The remnant went across the sea and lay down for 20,000 years and is now stronger than it was. And they are not coming back for the land, they are coming back for the incense, because the Hu ancestor is one step from lighting a divine fire, and the entire surviving tribe exists to push him over that line. They want to make a god. 2 days later, on an archipelago in a foggy sea that I would come to know very well, the bleeding leader of the new god cult came home and was laid out in front of an old man in animal skins with black totems across his face, who spent several hours putting him back together. And then my annihilation mark went off inside him. He shriveled. Yin Qi came out of him in sheets. His eyes went red, and he turned around and put a fist into his own ancestor, and his ancestor put a finger through his forehead. That should have been the end of it. It was not, because the sound he made while he died drove that entire archipelago insane, and the Hu tribe spent the next hour killing its own family until the old man in skins put the wind down over all of it. I did not expect, he said, standing in that mess, that a backwater like Southern Kang would produce a figure like this. The new god cult came apart without an other shore to hold it. The Demon Alliance withdrew east to its own coast because the Empress had only built it to spite her brother in the first place. The South came back to us. The whole southern domain was ours. And I did not enjoy that either, because the Hu ancestor was still standing and wanted to be a god, and because of the other thing, which had been sitting in my chest since I read a stone. Ancestor Kang lit his fire, went up to collect, and was intercepted by the heavens, and he never found out why. So before I ever touched a divine fire, I wanted a second road. If the 9 heavens above and the 9 heavens below are equals, then somewhere in all of history there has to have been somebody who lit a fire and went down instead of up. I went to look. Mount Lee had vanished in a single night, incidentally, the same week I woke up. The whole mountain, gone. Down in the abyss of the fallen sun, the 81 copper coins had 2 characters written on them in the script of the divine realm, and my blood could read them, and what they said was half an ounce. And I had been hearing something down there for years. 2 syllables, patient, in no hurry, Tian, Quan. At the join between 2 of the coins there was a chip out of the metal with claw marks in it, and a scorch, and I knew exactly which bird had left them. I turned myself into a beam of tie-in light and went in with the backflow. I put a yin ruin stele on both sides first, so that whatever happened I could come home through my own small world, because I am not brave, I am careful, and there is a difference, and it has kept me alive. It took me several days of falling, and at the bottom there was a gate, and in front of the gate there was a queue. Human souls, old ones and young ones, women, children, birds and beasts, all of them with the same empty face, all of them shuffling forward in a line that went back further than I could see. Guards in black armor with tridents and gold whips worked the line I was standing in, and what the whip does is knock the incense out of a soul, which is the first step of washing the karma off it. A short fat spirit was shrieking that he was a proper earth god, and that his incense had been hard to come by, and they beat him with it until it came loose and threw him through the gate. Then an ox head and a horse face came up the road, dragging an unconscious ancient dragon 100,000 feet long by the horns on 2 chains, and said they had picked it up on patrol in a small Yang world. 9,999,999 scales, said one of the guards, counting, going pale. Have the 2 of you brought in a true dragon? They hit me with that whip several hundred times. The incense did not run out, and the hide did not mark. They took me down the Yellow Springs Road, which is made of moving loess, to a river the color of yellow blood, with flowers on the banks that I am not going to describe, and faces in the water that I am also not going to describe. You cannot fly it. There is only the bridge. And at the foot of the bridge there is a pavilion, and in the pavilion there is a woman in hemp ladling soup, forever. No soup, said Yan Lu. Why not, said the ox head. Do you too, she said, have the faintest idea what that is? And down at the bottom of that river something said, Tian, Quan. And I woke up. The pavilion went. The river of oblivion stood up. Every ghost in it came out of the water at once, and Yan Lu put one sleeve out and put all of it back down again without changing expression. I looked at her for a long moment. I could not read her at all. Not her realm, not her age, not one single thing. Then I went back up that road, ate the gate guards on the way past, and left. The 10 kings of hell rotate, she said to the two of them afterward. Ox heads and horse faces rotate. You have served 1,000 years, but the name Tianquan, Warden of Yin, you ought to have heard. Lord Warden of Yin, one of them said, in a very small voice. Who else, she said. Offend him, and not even the one in your own Yama palace will save you. And then, when they had gone, she said one more thing to herself. Strange. He looked at me as though he had never seen me before. I came out of that abyss shaking, and I want to be honest about which part did it. Not the gate, not the river, not the guards. The fact that all of it was real. That there is an office down there with a rota and a queue and paperwork, and that whatever happens to everything that dies goes through it. The thing I actually took away was small and cold and useful. The road to the underworld is open. If I light a divine fire and the heavens come down on me the way they came down on Ancestor Kang, I have somewhere else to go. A year later, the new god cult was gone, and the South was mine, and the Baizu Alliance had been dissolved and reissued as 136 clans under our banner. 3 years after that, on the ground where Mount Li had stood before it left me, there was a sect called the Fish Dragon Gate, and it was throwing a party because its founder had crossed onto the Divine Bridge. Zhang Shen, my 4th priest, 3rd from a mine shaft, the boy with the arrow in his leg. Guests came from every corner of the domain. The 6-tailed fox goddess sent the red, green, and black fox clans on her behalf, because she was in seclusion and moving toward the bridge herself. Which is when I learned, along with everybody else at that party, that Lin Mei had been taken as the closed-door disciple of the peaceful sea demon empress. The empress and the extreme sun demon emperor had a daughter once, and she died as a child, and he had been away wandering when it happened, and a marriage went into that hole and never came back out. Xiaoxiao was the age their girl would have been. The emperor came to me personally to ask. Him. In person. Zhao Kun turned up on his donkey. The Diablo Sword Saint did not, because he had retired out of the world entirely, and I never saw him again, and halfway through the evening, a servant announced a special envoy of the Azure Sea Dragon Palace, and 3 of my priests looked at each other and thought the same word. Finally. Because that party was not a party, it was the East changing hands, and the settlement of who ruled the southern domain, done socially so that nobody had to say it out loud. Here is what my map looked like when the plates were cleared. North, the Zhou King's mansion and the human race. South, Zhao Kun and 136 clans. East, Zhang Shen and the Fish Dragon Gate. West, which is my river, the sect itself. Chen Hao held no rank at all, and ran the service that watched all 4. And Lin Mei sat on the Demon Coast, where every point of incense the land clans generate comes to me, which is the price of their staying on land and the condition of her apprenticeship. She is the reason those 2 powers never fought. I did not attend. I have never attended anything. And the Lord of the Azure Sea Dragon Palace, listening to the report of my absence, said, he knows the room is full of other people's eyes, and he does not want anyone to see what he actually is. It hardly matters, he said. He is stronger than me. Then he handed his envoy the sword of the southern ancestor and told him to return it to the royal family. This kingdom has stood 20,000 years, he said, and we held it up for all of them. We have not betrayed what Ancestor Kang left us. But from today, the Dragon Palace cuts every tie with the royal family and stays in the Azure Sea. Lord Ancestor Kang, he said, to nobody. We can only save ourselves now. It is not our doing. They could not even keep your body safe. The kingdom came apart the following year, and I did not lift a finger to stop it. The chaotic ice sea came over the northern border while I was still counting my own borders. And on the same news, in the same season, the Huangjiao great god announced that he had reached the other shore and took the western domain out of the kingdom, and the scribe of the east was murdered, and the Qianliu palace of the Feather Clan blamed the crown for it and took the eastern domain out as well. In 1 year, a kingdom of 20,000 years lost east, south, and west, and was left with a besieged north. We did not move north. I went up to the wall myself, and Guolin Shen was not there, because Guolin Shen had gone to fight the chaotic ice sea and had not come back. I am going through to the west, I told Shu Da. Tell your master afterward. The west is desert. The Huanglong Desert specifically, which is where the southern ancestor once found a true dragon's reverse scale and gave it away to a lizard he had raised, and which now had the Huangjiao Palace sitting in the middle of it as the holy ground of Western Buddhism. I raised a sandstorm over it, tore the formation, and set a furnace of Tai-Yin light over the entire palace so that nothing could leave. 2 of them came out to meet me. The Huangjiao great god, and a heavy-set man in animal hides with black totems on his face at the middle stage of the other shore. So it was you who killed Han Tao, said the man in hides. Their plan was to hold me in a fight long enough for the Hu ancestor to arrive, so I did not fight them. I opened with everything I had. The reflection of Tianquan turned midday into midnight and broke the Hu's Wheel Sea and his bridge and his other shore in one go. Peak of the other shore, he said on his way down. Their scouts had said late stage. 20 years of war and a very great deal of eating had moved me a step, and nobody had updated the file. I ate him. The Huangjiao great god ran as a streak of gold, and I came through the void and swallowed him whole, and the panel said nothing at all. I want you to understand how unusual that is. In 180 years, there had never been a single time when I closed my mouth on something, and the world did not send me a receipt. His clan splits its 3 souls and 7 spirits in half and grows 1/2 inside a shed horn. The true body dies. The soul in the horn grows a new one. It takes about 3 months, and it does not come back at full strength. He had been raised to the other shore by the Hu tribe in exchange for being their respectable face when they came home to southern Kang. They had promised him land afterward. He knew it was a lie when he agreed to it, so I did not go looking for him. Instead, I did something to the survivors of that palace, which I have been told is the worst thing I ever did, and which I would do again. I did not kill them. I used the lament of the fallen on them, and I broke their minds, and then I fed the whole western desert Yingqi and let them turn into what that turns you into. They ravaged the west for a year. 2 things came out of it. 1,000 years of faith in the Huangjiao palace rotted into hatred, so the west fell into my hands without an army, and the Hu tribe, when it came home across the sea, found there was nowhere clean left to land. Chen Hao put the correct version of events into circulation within the fortnight. The Huangjiao great god is not dead. He conspired with the Hu, and he is breeding monsters in the desert. And the lord of the southern domain, unable to bear the suffering of the people, has come west in person to exterminate the Hu. 3 months later, the Huangjiao great god dug himself out of the sand with a new body, looked at the west, and screamed my name. You are heartless, he said, to go this far. And a very long way east, on Mount Qianliu, an envoy carrying the annual tribute to the Feather Clan arrived at the ancestral mountain of every scribe of the east who had ever lived and did not meet one living person. He walked up the slope in a blizzard, and the smell was not blood, and he tripped on something, and when he brushed the snow off it, there was a face under it with a beak on it, frozen, pressed flat. He cleared a wider patch. The entire Feather Clan was under that snow. They were on the ground, and they were in the pine trees, and some of them were standing upright in the air where they had frozen mid-flight. Almost none of them were wounded, and every single face had an expression on it that I am not able to describe. The scribe of the north came, 3,000 feet of walking stone, and on his shoulder were Guolin Shen and a stooped old man in purple and gold with a jade crown who smelled faintly of rot and who broke the flight prohibition over that sacred mountain with a flick of one hand. Other shore, somebody said, the old royal uncle, the last card in the royal family's hand. He raised the corpse of a feather elder, and behind it stood a vision that was blank. No wheel sea, no bridge. They were not drained, he said. They were harvested. Somebody cut the realms out of them. The bridge, the other shore, the divine bridge, the cave heaven, the spirit transformation, taken off, one at a time, like fruit. He told everybody not to panic because it can only be done to cultivators who practice a particular kind of method that turns cultivation into an object, and the Feather Clan did. Then he declared that mountain forbidden ground and sent the story out across 4 domains as a warning about trusting strangers. I was watching from a long way off with the extreme sun demon emperor. To take a god's incense, he said, is to cut off his hands. Hands grow back. Incense can be gathered again. To take his realms is to drink the soul out of him with no way back. I moved that person to the top of my list, above the Hu ancestor, and I did it for a reason that had nothing to do with power. The Hu ancestor I knew. I knew his strength, his history, his tribe, and what he wanted. The other one had walked through the ancestral home of a scribe of the East, taken an entire clan apart, and left nothing. I had got there before the royal uncle, incidentally, and eaten several of those bodies myself. There was no memory in any of them, not damaged, not sealed, nothing there for me at all. And then I suppressed the story across my entire domain and put every clan under my banner under supervision of what they practiced and how, and told nobody why. Meanwhile, the war in the north was eating the kingdom alive, waves of ice giants out of the chaotic ice sea endlessly, and nobody could work out who was driving them. Until one day a thin man in a black and white robe and a painted mask was standing on the shoulder of one of them. He took a guqin out of a wrapping and played one chord, and the whole horde went forward at once. He fought the princess of Nankong and the old royal uncle at the same time, alone, and drove both of them back to the capital. where the royal uncle died, buying enough time to wake 3 sleeping elders of the royal house, and behind those 3 elders stood Mount Nanzu, with the tombs of every king in it, and the shadows of ancient dragons moving around it, and a girl on a throne holding the sword of the southern ancestor, and in the hands of the elders were 3 scrolls left behind by ancestor Kang. The proud azure dragon, said the man in the mask, admiring them, left you something like this even after death. But there are only 3 of them, and there are more than 3 parties circling this land. I am not going to destroy you today. I am only going to take one. Then he played and said, Gentlemen, listen. This song is called Summoning the Gods. And out of the sky a statue of a heavenly god came down, not a true god, a manifestation of one, which is a very different thing, and which was still enough. The eldest of the 3 elders took the souls of every dead king in that mountain into himself, went up to a hair below a divine fire, coughed his own blood into a scroll, and tore it open, and out of it came a dragon 10,000 miles long that met the statue's fist. Everybody within sight bled from the eyes and ears. The man in the mask thought, quietly, and I only know this because of what happened later, that of the 3 songs of summoning the gods his teacher had given him, that was one spent, and that the other 2 scrolls of Ancestor Kang could be somebody else's problem. And he walked away. Watching all of that from a ridge, out of sight, was the Hu ancestor with one of his own. We cannot delay the godhood any longer, he said. Call in every one of ours at the other shore and take the western domain by force. And as for the Huangjiao great god, he said, that one has an extremely unusual origin. If I get hold of him, my odds of lighting a fire go up by a 5th. A pity I only learned it because the lord of the southern domain failed to finish him. The only time in my life anybody has thanked me for missing. The extreme sun demon emperor and I watched that fight in a mirror on the demon coast. He is our level, I said, and his methods are nothing like ours. Anybody who can summon a divine image, said the emperor, may not be from the ice sea at all. Out in the human realm, see, there are old clans whose ancestors ascended, and their descendants can still call down the protection of a true god of the upper realm. So he is the descendant of a god, very probably. Which left the question neither of us could answer, which is what a thing like that was doing in a dead-end corner of the world. I had 2 guesses and hated both. Either Ancestor Kang killed heavenly gods on his way up and left a debt with a name on it, or all of it is about a hole in the ground with 81 copper coins at the bottom. Then the emperor asked me to come and look at Lin Mei, and I found out how badly I had been paying attention. She had gone into seclusion and not come out. There was something inside her he could not read, and he is not a man who says that easily. And the link between a god and his priestess, which had been in my chest since she was a fox cub kneeling on a dirt floor in front of a drawing, was quiet. The empress carried her out of the palace herself, asleep, and she had 7 tails. 7. And I had not felt a single one of them arrive, and I feel everything. The strength is in her blood, I said, and it is not the blood she has now. I put a drop of my own essence into her to see. What I saw was darkness going out further than my own small world, and asleep in the middle of it, curled up, was a fox with 9 tails. The drop was gone before I finished looking at it. Not repelled. Erased. 3 tails is a king, 6 is an emperor, 9 is a god. Is it possible, said the extreme sun demon emperor very carefully, that the Qingqiu fox god did not actually die? I told the empress that the girl's body and soul were intact and that she would wake on her own, which was true, and which was not what she had asked me, and I did not say the other thing, which is that I had noticed, at every single stage, at the 3rd tail, and at the 4th and at the 5th, that Lin Mei got colder, that she stopped calling her mother. That the little thief who used to steal fruit off my altar because she was hungry and bored had turned, 1 tail at a time, into something extremely polite that answered every question and told you nothing. She had told Zhang Shen it was a side effect of the method. I had heard her say it 70 years earlier, and I had been busy, and I had let it go. Meanwhile, I followed the man in the painted mask down into the abyss of the fallen sun. A river with no source, he said, looking at the dark water hanging over it, and yellow springs water in it. Whoever made this was not simple. Probably the same person who opened this abyss with 1 stroke of a sword. Then he saw the coins. 1/2 an ounce, he read. Coins of that era. And whoever owns these is worse than whoever swung the sword. So my teacher was right. The divine realm will not tolerate the netherworld and will not let it touch the human world. Then who had the nerve to defy both heaven and the world of men and force a realm of yin and a realm of yang into contact by hand? And out of the dark, a voice said, "Who is your teacher?" Something came toward him holding a white lantern, and in the light of it the face changed. A little girl with pigtails, then a hideous old woman, then a blue devil, and then it settled, and stayed, as a baby with an enormous head. "I am bored," it said, "and I am hungry. Give me something to eat." The man in the mask smiled and put out a hand, and then hit it in the face hard enough to put it into the rock wall. You lied, the baby screamed. You are a bad person. And it began to cry, and the tears were blood, and it started raining blood in that abyss, and the rain scalded. The baby put a fist through the mask. Under the mask there was gold, not blood the color of gold. Golden blood. They beat each other around the bottom of that hole for days. The man in the mask smashed the baby into the barrier of coins and worked on it with his fists until its teeth were gone and its brow was broken and one eye had come out, and none of it made the slightest difference to what was standing there. Help, the baby howled. At nobody. I cannot beat him. And it turned into an old woman. I told you, grandson, she said. You were never going to take him. And then she looked at the gold on the ground and stopped smiling. The descendant of a true god. The abyss made noises for several days after that. Scouts from the Fish Dragon Gate went to look and did not come back. Then the man in the painted mask came out of it, bleeding gold, saying to himself, so he is only a leek farmer after all. That explains the Feather Clan in the east. And behind him, out of empty space, I watched him go. I swallowed a drop of that gold in my own small world afterward, and read it, and here is what it said. Divine blood, but not pure. He was not a true god. He was the direct descendant of one, within 3 generations, which meant he had a true god's protection on him and I could not touch him. I went down into that abyss instead and found what was left on the floor of it, and what was left was divine bridges and cave heavens belonging to the Feather Clan of the East, not visions of them, the actual objects. I ate those too, and then I found out where the leek farmer had gone, because in the villages around the Fish Dragon Gate, which is where the people from the vanished Mount Lee had settled, something had been through. Nothing in that street was standing, and nothing in it was whole. And sitting in the middle of it was a baby that looked about 2 years old, chewing on a woman's arm, and behind that baby, in its wheelsea, were hundreds of divine bridges and more cave heavens than anybody could count. Every one of them cut off a feather. Mortal meat is not nice, it said conversationally. It does not fill you up. Your meat is nicer. Then the sky opened, and I put my tail through it, and the baby went over several mountains, and one of those stolen bridges went out. You cannot beat me, I said. Pa, if we had not just been fighting that other one, and if Grandpa and Grandma and Big Brother and Big Sister had not gone back to sleep, do you think I would lose to you? We, I said. I looked between its eyebrows properly then, and there were several presences hiding in there. One body, a great many souls, so I did not kill it. Instead, I looked at that filthy, enormous, sobbing thing, and I asked it, in a very kind voice, whether it was still hungry. It was chewing on a lump of red gold, the size of half a man at the time. Its teeth went through the metal. You will not let me eat yours, it complained. So let me eat somebody. I know a good place, I said. Everything there is meat, and I took it through my own small world to an archipelago in a foggy sea. Are those ones going to let me eat them? It asked, drooling over the fog. Usually they say no. Usually they say eating makes trouble. They are asleep, I said. Its whole face lit up. Asleep. Then they cannot say no. I sealed that entire archipelago inside a furnace of Taiyin light so that nothing could leave, and I sat outside it for a day and a night. The image of the Hu ancestor manifested halfway through, and the baby knocked it apart with one slap, along with every temple and every idol on those islands. And when it had finished, it came back out through my furnace covered to the elbows and said, "Thank you, big brother, and I have never been thanked for anything worse," which is, as far as I can tell, the only kindness anybody in that world had ever done it, except for a grandmother, a grandfather, a brother, and a sister who were asleep inside its own head. Come on, I said. I know somewhere better. I had been trying to introduce it to the Hu ancestor. He was not home. A month later, the Hu tribe took the entire western domain by force, 5 of their other shores rolling over the strongest clans in it under a slogan about submitting and living, and the royal family, holding 2 of Ancestor Kang's scrolls and counting 4 separate things that wanted their land, sent Guolin Shen to me with Shu Da. The lord of the southern domain, he said, is prepared to ally against the Hu ancestor. There are no conditions. None, said the princess. He is the one who destroyed the new god cult and the Huangjiao palace, said Guo. The Hu cannot let him live, and he knows it. He says he has a sharp weapon, and that with one of Ancestor Kang's scrolls, the death of the Hu ancestor is assured. So 2 mountain guardians came out to meet me, and their names were He Bing and He Lei, and the surname is not decorative. The southern ancestor's real name was He Jin. Ancestor Kang's was He Yun. The big head doll came out of the gate beside me and looked the 2 old men up and down. Big brother, it said, are these ones for me today? They look tough, all dried out. Meat would be stringy. Then both of those old men went pale because they had seen the Feather Clan's cave heaven standing in its vision behind it. The Hu ancestor came out with 5 things at the other shore realm behind him. They had started with 8. I had eaten 2, which is more other shores than the royal family of a 20,000-year-old kingdom could put on a field. Do you know the size of your sins? He said. What of it? I said. I wiped out your entire tribe. That one I can carry. And then I said the thing that actually did the damage. You did not take your other shores home to avenge them, which means you already knew it was too late, and you were exterminated once before, 20,000 years ago, so of course you left a seed of the tribe somewhere else first. He did not answer, and the silence was the answer, and I watched him work out that the fight had already gone badly. That kind of cunning, he thought, is worse than strength. If this one lives, he will find the seed, and he will go and finish it. He was right. Then I brought down the realm of the Yin ruins itself onto a corner of that desert, not a reflection of it, the world. And I took all 5 of his other shores into it with me, and left him standing in the sand with 2 old men. Gentlemen, I said on my way out, the Hu ancestor is yours. The Hu ancestor lit his divine fire that day, and I watched every second of it. He did it standing in a desert with a heavenly tribulation 100,000 miles wide coming down on him for 3 days and 3 nights, and both of those old royal mountain guardians died to make it happen, and the second scroll of Ancestor Kang was spent breaking against a tree. And in the exact second, the holy light came out of the cracks in him, and he shouted that he had done it. Black branches came out through his own stomach. The devouring God tree had been growing inside him the entire time. The old woman had told him, right in front of everybody, she had said it plainly, your tree seed and your inheritance came from people like us, who live by harvesting realms. We planted you like a crop. Light your fire, and the real owner of that inheritance arrives the same instant, and you become his meal. He had assumed she was trying to trick him. The tree drank his divine fire in about a minute. His wheelsea went from hundreds of thousands of miles to nothing. His face came out on the trunk, and he was still in there, and he was still awake. Nobody ever saw the owner of that tree, only a shadow behind it. That is when I finally understood what I had actually been living in for 180 years. There are things in this world that plant people, not conquer, not enslave. Plant the way you plant a field, and come back when the crop is ripe, and the crop never knows it was sown. The witch god in the linen robe was somebody's crop. The Hu ancestor was somebody's crop. And the word for it, out in the wider world, is a farming word. I had been standing in a field my whole life congratulating myself for being the tallest thing in it. Meanwhile, the 5 other shores I had taken into my own small world had gone very quiet, and then all 5 of them came apart at once, because I had put annihilation marks into every one of them a long time earlier, and had simply been waiting to see which way the other fight went. The tree started eating the entire western domain in front of me, and the laughing venerable went at its roots with a sickle, and the man in the painted mask played a guqin at it and finally said who he was, which was the divine child of the Shangshu Palace out of one of the first-ranked divine lineages of the human realm C, founded by 3 gods, and producing an ascended true god every single generation. And the owner of the tree answered that by dropping 3 pieces of fruit onto the sand, and every one of them was the corpse of a true god, stolen out of the divine tomb of the Shangshu Palace 10,000 years ago, which is why they had been hunting him ever since, and he called the old woman and the mute old man by their titles. The laughing and weeping venerables of the world C7 venerables, of whom 5 are left, and all 5 of whom had been living inside one body, which is the body of the foolish venerable, which is the baby with the enormous head that I had taken sightseeing to an archipelago. He also said to the old woman, you are trying to cut down a crop I have been growing for thousands of years, and she took out a bow. Today, she said, you are the mantis catching the cicada. We are the oriole you did not know about. I watched that fight for a month. 3 things holding divine fire, and it took tens of millions of miles of the west with it. And at the end of it, the tree owner and the divine child had both gone across the sea, and the venerables were still standing, and I could feel that they had found the mark I had left in the baby and scrubbed it out without comment. The royal family evacuated their entire line by teleport and then deliberately spread word across the sea that all 3 of those powers had been crippled, which was a lie, and which was intended to draw every predator in the world onto a corpse they could no longer hold. If we cannot keep it, they reasoned, nobody gets it. My response was to hand out stele. Every clan, every sect, every allied power under my banner got a stone with the realm of the Yin ruins in it, and one instruction. If something comes that you cannot beat, do not fight it. Go inside. Then I went to the Azure Sea and told the Dragon Palace to submit or die. He asked what he would get for it. You do not have the standing to negotiate with me, I said. The Lord of the Azure Sea Dragon Palace knelt, and the whole Azure Dragon clan knelt behind him, and I sent them south to settle on the empty Hu archipelago because I was already thinking about where my own people would have to live when the mainland stopped being habitable. Then things started arriving from across the sea, and my arithmetic changed again. The first one to reach me was a silver-haired young man drinking out of a skull, who went through sect after sect in the north and never caught anybody, because every time he broke a gate, the gate turned into a hole in space and everybody walked out of it, and all he got was a cracked stone. So he went for the Zhou King's mansion, which was too big to evacuate in time, and the Zhou King stood in the road and told him to leave before he brought disaster on himself. Who in this backwater, he said, could possibly bring disaster on me? A claw came out of the void, put him into the ground, and swallowed him with his sword still in his hand. I am of the Heavenly Sword clan of Heavenly Sword Mountain, he said, on the way down. My ancestor is, and that was the end of the sentence and the end of him. The Heavenly Sword clan is a real divine lineage, and the Heavenly Sword ancestor was already in the Southern Kang at the time, and felt his descendant die from a very long way away, and said aloud to nobody, "That is strange." That boy was at the late stage of the other shore, and he did not even have time to call down my divine image. The second lot came for something of mine. 3 of them, all at the peak of the other shore, with a 3-colored flower on each forehead, and they came to the demon coast and told the peaceful sea demon empress that they were taking the 7-tailed fox as a pet. The empress got in front of Lin Mei. Then the extreme sun demon emperor arrived and showed them a crimson token with the character for flame on it, and all 3 of them went white and bowed and left, because whoever owns that token is somebody their own true god bows to. They got about 4 miles. Then a dark current took all 3 of them into my small world. I raised mountains around them on every side and told them that this was my world and therefore my ground, and they did the only thing left, which was to burn a true god talisman, and a true god came. She came at me as a woman with 3 flowers over her head, gold and silver and jade, the 3 flowers true god. The story about her is that she found some Taoist scriptures as a girl, worked out the rest herself, achieved the thing they call 3 flowers gathering at the crown, which is one of the 9 wonders of the Taoist path, and stepped into the divine fire realm in a single motion. She unrolled a sea of flowers over my world. I teleported the sea of flowers onto her own 3 servants. I want to be clear that this is the trick I am proudest of in 200 years. She crippled all 3 of them herself with her own attack in the space of a second and could not take it back. Then she sealed the void around me with the 3 flowers so I could not step, and brought her fingers down on the crown of my head, and something gathered over my skull and held them. "A law," she said, and her voice was not steady. "A law is what a true god fights with, and nobody below the divine fire realm has one, which means yours is innate, and an innate law belongs only to the oldest bloodlines. And you have 1 scale short of 10 million. And in the entire record there are 3 dragon bloodlines like that. You are not the golden dragon, and you are not the serpent dragon. You are the dark authority of heaven." "You guessed it," I said. My tail broke her flower prison, and a claw came out of empty space behind her, and her divine seal, which by rights should have been able to threaten a perfection of the other shore, landed on me at a fraction of its weight, and my claw shook her divine avatar. That is not strength. That is the law. Tianquan is the middle star of the 7 of the Dipper, and what it governs is balance. What that law does, without me doing anything at all, is force whoever I am fighting down onto my own level. Not weaken them, level them. And the only way through it is to beat me on level terms. And to do that on level terms with one of the 3 ancient dragon bloodlines, you would have to be, at minimum, extremely lucky. She worked it out and dispersed her own incarnation rather than be eaten, which was the correct decision. I ate her 3 servants, perfection of the other shore. Even the extreme sun demon emperor was shaken, and he does not shake. She could not protect 3 of her own people, he said, in her own manifestation. And then he told me the thing that reorganized my entire future. Those gods had not come to Southern Kang to avenge anybody. They had come to catch the owner of the devouring god tree, and the reason they wanted him was that they intended to trade him upward for an ascension quota. "There are quotas," I said. "Of course there are quotas," he said. "Without one, the heavenly gods intercept you and kill you on the way up. An old lineage like the Shangshu Palace gets one every 10,000 years. 1 per generation, which is the answer to the question that had been sitting in my chest since I read a dead dragon's letters to a dead man. Ancestor Kang did not fail. Ancestor Kang did not do anything wrong. He went up without a ticket. Lin Mei woke up around then, at 7 tails, standing on the divine bridge, with whatever had been sleeping inside her gone without leaving a mark. She did not remember any of it. I did not press her. That was cowardice, and I know it. I had 180 years of arithmetic to do, and I did it fast. My people were moved wholesale onto the Hu archipelago, which meant physically dragging islands across a sea. The priests were delighted because they had worked out that 1 more sleep would make me a true god and their sect a divine lineage. And I went down into the underworld to sleep because a heavenly tribulation down there does not put a light on for the divine realm. And because something down there had been calling my name for a century and I intended to find out who. Here is what the underworld actually is, as far as I ever pieced it together. There is a netherworld emperor in a central capital, and I have never seen him. Under him there are 10 kings of hell, and the Yama Palace is one of them, with a book of life and death, and a gong, and a judge's brush, and a couplet on the wall about rewards and punishments being clear. I stood in that queue myself. The ox head and the horse face who had dragged me in on a chain were hauled up in front of Yama for it, told what I was, and posted to a frontier instead of being destroyed. And afterward, Yama went out onto the terrace of homesickness and said, I did not expect to live to see the light of the human world falling on the land of the dead, because there had always been a dark gold sun over the Yin court that never set, and some decades ago it had gone out, and I know exactly which decades, because I was there when a string of copper coins put a golden crow back into a hole, and a stele of mine, one of the thousands I had scattered, had come to rest somewhere I had not intended, in a place called the Small Yang Realm, on a mountain belonging to a sect called Fushu, which means fortune and long life. That sect had 3 founding masters at the other shore, and it currently had 1 member. My man was Chen Guoliang, 18th head, whose teacher had poured his entire cultivation into him on his deathbed to get him as far as Cave Heaven, and who had just decided to give up, lock the gate, and walk down the mountain. The stele lit up in front of him, and a dragon shadow tens of thousands of feet long came down out of his sky, and he sat down very hard. That realm turned out to be a bundle of small worlds built by somebody out of the underworld, and it has a real reincarnation cycle running in it, and every soul in it goes to the Yin court on death and hands over every point of incense it accumulated in life. Which, put the way I put it to myself that night, means the creatures of that place are livestock and the Yin court is the farm. I made him my priest, the first since a fox on a dirt floor, and I poured power into him for 3 days and 3 nights until he came out at the Wheel Sea, and I gave him a task. Find the frontier city god, the one who once a century selects talents and sends them to the Yin court without putting them through the wheel. Then I coiled up behind his mountain and looked like a mountain and went to sleep. It was the year 1,327,895 down there. 5 years later, I watched my priest walk into the once-a-century festival of the Kanu city god and won it. My priest walked in, and I walked in behind his eyes. The city god of Kanu is a golden phoenix tree with a fire phoenix for a pet, and he sat there in his own form with 2 guests beside him who had recently been reassigned to that frontier from a rather better job, and who I recognized immediately because the last time I saw those 2 they had been dragging me by the horns. The rules were bone age under 101 attempt in a lifetime. 64 arenas and 4 famous champions died on that sand, and in the final 6, among 5 Divine Bridge cultivators, there was a man at the Wheel Sea. He beat a Divine Bridge and left him lying on the sand looking about 90 years old, and I felt the whole stand go cold, and somebody said out loud into the silence, he did not take his blood, he took his lifespan. The city god stopped smiling and quietly ordered that name struck off the list. Because the method my priest practices is the devouring of longevity, and the founder of his sect took it to the other shore, and the 3rd head of it came within an inch of a divine fire, which is the actual reason that sect had 1 member left when I found it. And then I heard what the Small Yang Realm is, said out loud in that pavilion by the person whose job it was. It is a field, he said, planted by the Yin court for incense, and I listened to that through a borrowed pair of eyes. The duty of a city god is to keep the field and make absolutely certain that nothing in it ever gets close to lighting a divine fire. The festival exists to identify dangerous talent early and remove it upward. Anything that slips through and starts growing anyway, the city god quietly kills. He had ruined the Fusho sect himself. He had killed their 3rd head personally. I think I will have to pull that sect up by the roots, he said. And the horseface, who had not said 1 word for the entire festival, said, no, that one you do not touch. Because a dark mark had come up on Chen Guoliang's forehead, and behind the mark there were 2 cold star-colored eyes, and something in that pavilion said Tian Quan. That is a priest's mark, said the ox head, sweating. The former warden of the star Tianquan, now warden of the Yin ruins, Lord Warden of Yin. The underworld has stood for 1,000,000 years, and the 10 kings have come and gone, and the Warden of Yin was there before the Yin court existed, and is tied up in the rise of the Netherworld Emperor himself, and he is the only officer in that entire administration who obeys orders and does not attend when summoned. The city god of Kanu cancelled the murder, declared my priest the champion, and spent the rest of the evening being charming to a young man who had no idea whose mark he was wearing. Then he took my priest aside and gave him the complete devouring of longevity, including the 2 chapters he had cut off the sex copy and kept, and confessed everything and wept and said he was only an official following rules. Chen Guoliang forgave him warmly because the mission mattered more, took the treasure, and let himself be escorted to the Yin court. They took him across the River of Oblivion on a merit boat with the character for karma on its flag, past 3 of the 10 palaces, and they posted him as a guard in the city of the wrongfully dead, which is a ghost town, which is a sinecure. except that the city had over 100 guards on the wall, and every single one of them had lit a divine fire. His instructor was an old soldier called Sun Bo, and I watched that man for years without ever working him out, who answered the obvious question with a shrug. Why would one of the 10 kings garrison an empty city? It is not an empty city. Stay long enough and you will find out. 3 years later, with me watching through his eyes, a cold wind came up the Yin rivers, and out of it came an army. Ghost armor, rank after rank of it, more than anybody could count. And Sunbo did not sound an alarm, which is when I sat up. He shouted, "Open every gate, invite the ghost army in, ask the king to set out wine for 3 armies." The palace of King Ming came, and golden giants rolled out vats of wine, and for 10 days the servants of the underworld poured drink for an army of the dead, and then the army withdrew. The city of the wrongfully dead, I learned that night, is older than the Yin court. It was garrisoned by a different dynasty, one that Sunbo would only describe as considerably more terrible, and those soldiers held that wall for 1,000 years and died on it or died old on it, and after they died they did not stand down. Every 10 years, my priest was told, they come back to their post. You cannot meet them with force, said Sunbo. You meet them with honors and with wine, poured according to the rites of that dynasty. Fail to host them properly, and they will empty this city and go on and take the Yin court apart, and the emperor himself would get a headache out of it. The Yin court, he said, is the tip of something. At the 100,000th birthday of King Yama, I counted 100,000 tables, and I learned the ladder above a divine fire, which goes divine sacrifice, then God, then divine Lord, then divine king, then undying divine king. The 10 kings are divine kings. Yama is the youngest and weakest. King Ming is in the top 3 and already undying. And Qianliu came to that banquet, and I watched King Yama lay a road of white bone for her personally, the way you do for an envoy of the emperor himself. And Sunbo, watching, thought a thing that my priest overheard because he was standing next to him, and because I was standing behind my priest. The netherworld is 9 lands. The Yin court is only the first of them. Above the 9 there is a 10th land. Above that are the 9 heavens, which is the divine realm. In antiquity, the lord of the divine realm governed ascension, and the lord of the netherworld governed reincarnation, and between them they ran the 10th land, which is the human world. Then the netherworld was sealed and cut off, and its 9 lands fell into chaos, and 1,000,000 years ago something arrived out of nowhere, founded the Yin court, and made itself the master of a central capital. But there was not enough incense to run it, so an ancient thing of the netherworld and that emperor built the small Yang realm together as a substitute for the 10th land, to farm, which means the gate of hell is a copy, the Yellow Springs Road is a copy, the River of Oblivion, the bridge, the flowers on the bank, all of it is scenery, a small wheel, a false reincarnation, except for one thing. The woman on the bridge is real. The word they use about her, said Sunbo, is innate. If you ever hear that word attached to a name, go the other way, because at that point, even the emperor is not much help. And then my priest asked for leave to visit his teacher, went to Kanu for appearances, doubled back, and walked north. North of the Yin court, there is a lost domain, and I am told people wander in it for 800 years. He got through it. And on the northern mountain of Looking, in a pavilion with its back to the south, I finally met the thing that had been saying my name. A person in black of a beauty that did not settle into being a man's or a woman's, with eyes like dark stars, who said, I have waited a long time. The mark on my priest's forehead lit, and I came the rest of the way into him, and my own eyes looked out of a borrowed face. And a dragon 100,000 feet long stood up out of the mark to prove it. Even I, said the thing in the pavilion, and I was born out of the innate, did not expect this world to produce a second Tianquan. He was born with the star. He was the star. What I have is a piece of what he was. And after he fell into the underworld, the divine realm stole the star Tianquan. Not destroyed. Stole. Because Tianquan is the balance in the middle of the dipper, and if it goes, the other 6 come out of true, and the disaster that comes down from that lands on the divine realm itself. I am an undying divine king, he said, higher than any of the 10. In the whole Yin court there is one being who is my equal, and he sits in the central capital, but the Yin court is not the netherworld. I laid it out for him, because I had had 100 years of nothing but time to think. The divine realm held ascension, the netherworld held reincarnation. Together they ran the human sea. Then somebody cut the netherworld off, and the divine realm took the sea alone, and now somebody has spliced the two back together, and my being here at all is part of that. You think clearly, he said. Good. Then I can hand you the star with a clear conscience. And then the wind moved. Behind that pavilion the fog came off a mountain that was not a mountain. It was a skeleton, a dragon, and I could not measure it, and the flesh had been taken off it while it was still alive. I am already dead, he said. What I was talking to was a remainder. Whatever killed him had sealed the body so completely that the emperor of the underworld did not know he was gone. He gave me a black iron box with a pearl in it that only Tianquan blood can melt, and in the pearl is the method for taking the star completely, and every divine art he ever had, and the way to join the divine world and the yin world together. 2 requests. When the moment comes, unbalance the 7 stars and turn the sky over, and catch the divine realm looking the wrong way. And, if you are willing, help the yin court put reincarnation back into the world of men. That is the only thing I ever wanted. Who killed you? I said. The Lord of the Golden Crows of Heaven. And while he was still saying it, a dark gold sun came over the ridge on 2 bronze chains behind a burning bird, and in the fire behind it, wrapped up and carried like cargo, was a white skeleton 1,000,000 miles long that I had last seen going into a hole in the ground in a desert on the other side of everything, the body of Ancestor Kang. He threw my priest out through space with one hand and stayed. A palm came down out of that sun and erased him, and the northern mountain of Looking, and several million miles of the lost domain around it. My priest carried a letter into the central capital, and out of the palace, in the middle of the underworld, came a sound that turned the day into night, and the officials of a 1,000,000-year-old administration said, in a whisper, that they had never heard the emperor angry before. An imperial sword came out of that palace, 5 feet 8 inches long, with dragons and phoenixes and Kylan and rivers and stars on it, and it cut the golden crow in half, and the sun with it. Every light in the yin court went out. Black and white impermanence came for the crow's soul with instructions to put it in the great hell to be eaten forever with no reincarnation. Its owner did not come. One of them killed the warden of yin, said Sunbo afterward, standing on the wall with a lantern in the dark. And the other one killed the god of Fusang. I wonder whether those 2 will come to blows. Then he explained why everybody had gone so quiet. Before the yin court there was no sun down there, and ancient things walked in the dark, and the sun put them to sleep. As far as the sun reaches, the arm of the yin court reaches. There was no sun, and at the bridge Yanlu was not at her post and the queue had stopped moving. I followed her. 3 months later, a new sun came up with a new crow in it, and she walked through it into a world of lava and hundreds of suns around a golden palace, which is the house of the Fusang god clan, and the crow the emperor had cut in half had been one of their divine kings. Was it necessary, she said, to kill the warden of yin now? A small insect, said the thing on that throne. If he had become an emperor, the underworld would have lost its balance. He did not want it, he said when she argued. The one in the central capital wants it. Why else do you think the emperor sat him alone on a mountain that looks at the throne? And then he said the part that told me exactly where I was standing. Your emperor is an emperor because we permitted it. He has always been our peace. And now the peace would like to get off the board and be a player. And on his way out of that hall, he looked at the dragon bones stacked against his own wall and said, "The one who breeds dragons has shown himself. So has the eternal tyrant. Is it not about time you showed yourself as well?" And in his palm, while he said it, I saw an old soldier on a wall in a ghost town, holding a lantern. Sunbo, standing on that wall, smiled and said, "Found me then." And then he turned to my priest and told him something he had no business knowing. That method of yours, the devouring of longevity, was made by the eternal tyrant. The idea is to eat the lifespan of men, and then the lifespan of a country, and then the lifespan of heaven and earth, until you are as old as they are. You have the chapter for the lifespan of men. There is a chapter for a country, and to use it you must rule one. There is a chapter for heaven and earth, and to use it you must rule those. That tyrant only ever ruled a country. He reached for the 3rd chapter anyway, got stuck between, and buried his own empire doing it. When you become a true god, he said, change your method immediately, or you will end up under somebody else's hand. And as my priest was walking away, he added quietly to himself, that method runs against heaven. Once you start it, you cannot hold your own wanting. The little one standing behind you worked that out a long time ago. That is why he has never let you change it. 40 years went past while I slept behind that mountain, and the world above ground came apart in a way that I think is worth telling properly, because it is the reason everything after it happened. The divine realm had sent 7 heavenly gods down to find the snake slayer, who had by then killed 2 of theirs. Those 7 behaved themselves for a while. Then they started taking things. Gods who come down, apparently, need provisions and travel money, and the people they took them from were not consulted. So the gods of the human realm C did something nobody had done in recorded history. They organized under a nameless leader, and they killed all 7. They still call it the 7 Gods Rebellion, and after it the reverence that had held the whole arrangement together for 1,000,000 years simply stopped working. The divine realm sent down a punitive god, the Thunderfire Godlord, who arrived, assessed the situation, and then blamed the man who had led the rebellion, at which point that man had no options left at all. So he founded the Yin God Palace and took the name Ming Hu, and a month later he wiped out the Thunderfire God Lord's entire clan. And on an island in a warm sea, a seven-tailed fox goddess was teaching 100 fox kids to read when the Thunderfire God Lord came to exterminate her line for the sin of being what it was, and was stopped by a crimson token with the character for flame on it. The karma of the Qianliu foxes runs back a long way, he said, on his way out. Do not get close to them. The extreme Sun Demon Emperor gave that token to Lin Mei and took his own people away. She did not go with them. She called Zhao Kun to her instead and handed over the 3 fox clans formally in front of witnesses, and then she went alone to the abyss of the fallen sun and stood on the lip of it. Grandmother, she said, is this the road? And she walked in. I was asleep. I want that on the record. I was asleep behind a mountain in a farmed world, growing, and the little white fox who once knelt for half a day in front of a drawing she had made of me walked into a hole in the ground, and nobody stopped her. And the reason nobody stopped her is that the only person she would have listened to was not there. I have eaten gods for less than that. On the 2nd day of the 2nd month, which the calendar calls the day the dragon raises its head, a star came out in the middle of the afternoon. On the new Mount Li, which the old mother had moved across the sea, a girl who looked about 11 came out of a seclusion having become a god, and read the sky, and said, the dark authority of heaven has changed. Light in the clear day means a god has returned to his own place and been raised, and Tianquan was already the top of what a dragon form can be. So what does it turn into now? A dragon, said her attendant. An astronomer of the divine court logged that the star Tianquan had altered, that the omen was of transformation into a dragon, and that the true owner of that star was in the netherworld and could not be controlled. And on a mountain in a farmed world, the tribulation clouds came down over an entire sky. 65 years, said an old soldier on a wall a world away, listening to it. He slept under Fushu Mountain for 65 years, and he has finally turned into a dragon. Yan Lu, at her bridge, put her head up. That roar, she said, belongs to a first-class true dragon, surely not that false warden of Yin. And in the central capital of the underworld, something that had not spoken for a very long time said, so this is your successor, warden of Yin, a first-class true dragon. Not bad. The tribulation stopped as suddenly as it started, and nobody could find the dragon afterward, because I was already gone, and because what I had become does not have to be anywhere. Bloodline, formless Jingje. The panel had never used a name I could not translate before. That one I had to learn. Jingje means the waking of the insects. It is the point in the year when the thunder comes and everything that has been asleep in the ground comes up out of it. And what the formless Jingji actually is a thing that was sleeping as a small crawling nothing and got a fright and woke up as a dragon. Formlessness and change. That is the whole animal, and I am it. There are tens of thousands of dragon bloodlines, and fewer than 100 are first class, and I had gone from one scale under third class to the top of the ladder in one sleep. There are 3 of them. Thunder, which is the Shengxiao heavenly dragon, whose lightning is the lightning of the 9 heavens, which is what they use on people who try to ascend without a ticket. Mist, which is the mirage dragon, and what mist does is turn things into other things. And wind, which is the void wind dragon, and what it does is not be anywhere. Together they have a name, and the name is the Dragon of the 3 Calamities. My realm read God Sacrifice, Middle Stage. Lifespan 125 out of a number the panel would not print. And 2 entries under law that had never been on any panel I had seen. Companion law. Heavenly authority and change. Law. Space. A law is what a true god fights with. I was not a true god. I had 3 of them. That is the day the ceiling I had spent 180 years pushing at stopped being a ceiling and turned into a floor. Over the Hu archipelago, it snowed for a week, and the snow was warm, and every believer I had grew in it. I gave my 3 remaining priests seeds of a true god, which is exactly what it sounds like. I told Zhang Shen about his son. His wife had carried that boy for 7 years with an ancient drum beating inside her the whole time. The child walked and talked out of the womb, and by 3 was wrestling tigers in the shallows, and Lin Mei had named him herself and given him a jade charm before she walked into a hole in the ground. Your son is not simple, I told him. His past life was extraordinary, and it is tied to somebody very large in the netherworld. One day he will wake up. I did not know who. I still do not. The only person who did know had given him a name and left. And I told him the other thing, which I had been sitting on for 70 years. I know what is inside Lin Mei. The 9-tailed thing asleep in her is the Qianliu fox god, and the Qianliu fox god is considerably more than the legends about him. She may find a better future following that than she would have had following me. I believe that. I have believed it for a long time. It is also the most convenient thing I have ever believed, and I am aware of that too. Then the heavenly sword ancestor came to my archipelago with his clan to avenge a descendant. 5 of them at the other shore came out to meet him, and Zhao Kun stood behind them and smiled and said, "You have come at a very good time." The head of the Heavenly Sword clan took one step forward, and a small breeze went across the beach, and he came apart into powder, and then the rest of them did. That breeze was Mirage Ki. I took the ancestor himself into my small world, where a black and white dragon was hanging in the dark across the whole of the sky, and he looked up at it and got 2/3 of the way to the right answer. "A dragon," he said. "A true one. First class. You are a Mirage Dragon." He called for his patron. He had one. He had a sword guardian lord in the divine realm who had chosen him personally. Nothing came, because a sealed small world does not have a sky for anything to come through. Up in the divine realm, a white-haired young man noticed that the man he had just picked had died within the week, and observed mildly that the news of 2 reincarnated god kings might now leak, and that he would have to come down himself. Then I went and erased the entire Heavenly Sword clan. All of it, hundreds of thousands, and then I pulled Heavenly Sword Mountain out of the sea, because Heavenly Sword Mountain is not a mountain, it is a sword, and I scrubbed the previous owner's mark off it and gave it my own name. I called it Jingje. I went to see the 3 Flowers True God afterward, on an island where she had gone very quiet since the life tablet of the Heavenly Sword ancestor cracked, and where she had been draining consorts by the dozen to feel better about it. "Did you kill him too?" she said. "Yes. That grievance was never mine," she said. "I have no interest in getting involved." One sleeve. Thunder and wind and mist all at once, and there was no 3 Flowers True God. "If you had been stronger," I said, into the empty air, "would you have let me go? Not getting involved is a thing people say when they are losing." And then a Taoist called Kai came down from a mountain called Langdang, looking for the 3 Flowers True God, to invite her into the Fu Yin Palace for a war against the Yin God Palace. He found a white-haired young man in a black robe with a single dragon horn standing on her island, who introduced himself as Shu Rui. It means formless. And that young man asked, politely, whether the Fu Yin Palace would take him instead. I want to be very clear about why I did that, because it is the single largest decision in this entire story, and I made it standing on somebody's beach in about 4 minutes. I had been down into the underworld. I had walked its roads and eaten its guards and had a conversation with one of its founding officers, and I knew, roughly, what it was and who ran it and what it wanted. I knew nothing whatsoever about the divine realm except that it kills people who try to reach it without permission. So I was going to go up there, legally, on paper, with a sponsor, and then decide which of them I was going to work for. Kai told me a great deal on the way, most of it without meaning to. The reason there are ascension quotas is that there are too many gods up there already and not enough offerings to feed them. A divine fire, he told me, is a lamp, and the oil is divine source essence. Every 3,000 years there is a small decay, he told me. Every 10,000 years there is a great decay, and anything that survives a great decay has to climb to the next realm or the lamp goes out. After that, the intervals stretch, 20,000, 40,000, and every single one of them is a bill. That is the whole machine, and I had been climbing it for 2 centuries without ever seeing it. And then he said the thing that I have not stopped thinking about since. The human realm sea is not a place. It is the transformation of an innate divinity, and it is still growing, and it has been larger than the 9 heavens and the 9 lands of the netherworld put together for a very long time, which is why neither of them will let go of it. I remember standing on that beach doing the arithmetic on what I was about to become. Because I had spent 180 years eating gods who ate people and telling myself quite sincerely that there was a difference between me and them, and the difference, when I finally wrote it out, was that I had a better sense of timing. Whoever kills the dragon becomes the dragon. I knew exactly what I was walking toward, and I put my name down for it anyway. I had never seen anything like it. The Fu Yin Palace is 1,000 palaces on chains laid out in the shape of the 8 trigrams, and in every one of those palaces there is a true god. 60% Taoist, 20% Buddhist, the rest unaffiliated. The 3 teachings up there are Buddhism, Taoism, and Confucianism, and the Confucians are 1 sect and 4 academies, and their influence is everywhere, and I did not understand why until much later. They shape what everything alive reads. None of those 1,000 true gods obeyed the Thunderfire God Lord out of loyalty. They obeyed because he held a golden decree, and nobody in the human world knows whose it is. They tested me at the gate. A 1,000-eyed child looked at me with 1,000 eyes and saw a black and white dragon standing behind my ribs and shouted, "Mirage Dragon!" Everybody in that hall believed him. I have never corrected anybody about that, not once. In 3 years, I became one of the strongest things in the Fu Yin Palace, and they built me a hall and called it the Wuxiang Palace, and true gods came to pay their respects because a first-class dragon is certain to ascend eventually, and it costs nothing to be early. And then the 1,000-eyed child came to my door with a job. Kai had spent 6 months finding out why the Yin God Palace had suddenly taken an interest in a small country called the Old Dragon Kingdom, and what he had found was that the Old Dragon Kingdom did not exist anymore. The Yin God Palace, I was told, had gone through that kingdom for 2 children. The king's son and daughter, twins, born 6 years earlier, at the exact moment the sun and the moon came up together, and their father had got them out and hidden them in the Old Dragon Ancient Land, which is a forbidden zone where an old true dragon is supposed to have lain down to die, and out of which almost nobody comes back. Kai had gone in after them, and had not come out either. I said yes before the thousand-eyed child finished the sentence, because I already knew who those twins were. I had known since a white-browed swordsman started asking about sword marks. They are the reincarnated god kings of the male and female sword sect of the upper realm, and if you hold 2 of those, then when you finally go up, you are not arriving as a supplicant. You are arriving with something to sell. They sent 4 of us. 3 true gods out of Taoist lineages, Long and the Xuanyang Divine Maiden of Great Sun Mountain, and Dao Sheng, who was the current palace master of the Shangshu Palace, and who I liked immediately, and for no good reason. And for the first time in the history of that palace, the Confucians sent somebody too. Ma Gui, head of the Azure Dragon Academy, at the perfection of God's sacrifice, riding a third-rate half-blooded Azure Dragon, which took one look at me and tried to eat me. A first-class dragon is a delicacy. It was also a test, and both of us knew it, and I put that lizard on the ground with nothing but the pressure of standing there. He had brought 2 children with him. Disciples, he said. Attendants, along to broaden their horizons. The Old Dragon Ancient Land only opens in the rain, so the Azure Dragon made it rain, and we went in. Dao Sheng called up mountain spirits, which is a Shangshu inheritance and is genuinely useful, and they found Kai's blood, and then they found a survivor, a dragon man who turned out to be a cousin of the dead king, hidden in a crack, who Kai had saved and told to wait for reinforcements. Ma Gui asked him about the sword marks. 2 of them, said the dragon man, on the backs of their hands, one like a heavy sword and one like a light one. And Ma Gui burned his soul out of him on the spot and fed the body to his dragon, and then apologized for a slip of the hand during the soul search. Nobody said anything. Everybody understood. So I sent the other 3 off after Kai and stayed with Ma Gui, and about 4 hours later he hit me in the back with a palm at the perfection of God's sacrifice, and I dissolved into the space around it. Space law, he said, out loud, to nobody, in the tone of a man revising a plan. If he is sensible, he will go home quietly. I was extremely sensible. I went and sat in the void and watched him work. He erased 4 true gods of the Yin God Palace with a single painting scroll. He walked to the bottom of a valley with a divine prohibition on it that no dragon may pass, and when the prohibition would not let him through, he cut open his own Azure Dragon and used what came out of it to unlock the door. At the end of that valley, there was a cliff, and a stone door in the cliff, and an overgrown medicine garden, and in the long grass there were 2 children about 5 or 6 years old with marks like swords on the backs of their hands. He told them he had been a friend of their father's, and the boy said, "You killed our uncle." Their innate sword chi came up and did nothing to him at all, and he was pleased about that, because it meant their past life memories had not woken yet, which meant he could take the God King inheritance out of them and put it into 2 clean vessels he happened to have brought along, and the little girl screamed for her grandfather. The stone door opened. What came out through it was dragon might of a kind I have no vocabulary for, and one old left hand, and when that hand moved, time and space in that valley stopped being things that worked. Ma Gui burned a talisman and called an Azure Dragon God King down out of the divine realm, and an enormous claw came through the sky, and the old man behind the door took the claw off it, and then, from behind the stone, there was chewing. "Some Azure Dragon," said a voice, "dares to swagger in front of this ancestor. Although, tasty." Ma Gui came out of that valley considerably faster than he went in, with 2 children in his hands, and my sword came out of empty space and cut his dragon in half. And then it killed both of his young attendants, because attendants were not what they were. They were containers, and I was not going to leave him any. "I heard your warning, Chief Ma," I said. "Hearing is not the same as obeying." He swallowed both children into a bell to keep them out of the way, and produced a fan made of the true feathers of a vermilion bird, which told me that the Vermilion Bird Academy has a real one somewhere, and then he took off his robe. Underneath it was the body he had spent thousands of years forging since the day he entered God's sacrifice. And he had entered it as a scholar, which is the strangest thing about him. I took him into the realm of the Yin ruins and closed space law over the whole sky, which means no god comes down and nothing moves fast. I showed him a black and white dragon 1,000,000 miles long. He hit it with the 9 powers of the Azure Dragon. Then he brought out a dragon-binding rope, which only the Azure Dragon Academy knows how to forge, and put me on the ground with it and went looking for the one thing every dragon has. He found my reverse scale. He hit it with everything a perfection of God's sacrifice has, and nothing happened, because of the second law. Heavenly authority is the law of balance, and what it does, without any instruction from me, is take whatever is thrown at me and bring it down to the level I am standing on. He was hitting me at the perfection. It was landing at the middle stage. You have mastered 2 laws, he said, and he could not make his voice work properly. A true god gets one. I had 4. I did not tell him that. The rope went slack, and he looked, and there was no dragon in it, because I had changed into a man, and the 3 transformations of the waking of insects have the law of change folded inside them, and an azure dragon rope is built to hold ordinary shapeshifting. And then the lament of the fallen came up out of the ground. His Tao heart had been in pieces since the moment his palm strike came back at half weight. That wailing took the last of it for about a second. A second is enough. He was worth 65%, 320 billion points of incense, and the late stage of God's sacrifice and a law. The law of flesh and blood, which is why my claw had not killed him earlier, and which turns a body into something that heals while it is being destroyed. I spat out his things, the vermilion bird fan, the dragon binding rope, and a pair of small bells. I shook one of the bells and 2 children fell out of it. Who are you? Said the boy, putting himself in front of his sister. Where is the bad man? He is dead, I said. You do not have to worry about him. Then I drew a sword. The Jingji sword shivered in my hand, all by itself, the way a dog does when somebody it knows comes into the room, and both of those children reached for the blade without being told to. I was right then, I said, and put it away. What are your names? My name is Shi Yun, said the boy. This is my little sister, Shi Shen. The royal house of the old dragon kingdom takes its surname from the stone dragon that founded it. No, I said. Your name is Xuan Long, and hers is Yin Hua. And I watched 2 small faces go through something that I have thought about a great deal since, which was pain, arriving from a very long way away, in children who had not done anything to earn it. Go to sleep, I said. It is not time for you to wake up yet. And I breathed on them, and they went down, and I laid them out in a forest inside my own world, where nothing has ever been able to reach. 2 reincarnated god kings of the male and female sword sect, I said out loud, standing over them, to nobody. When I ascend to the divine realm, I will have 2 more chips to bargain with. That is what I said, in those words. Standing over 2 sleeping 6-year-olds who had just remembered something terrible about themselves because I made them. I have replayed that sentence more often than any fight in this story. Then I went back to the cave where the others were waiting with a recovered Kai, and I told them the following. Chief Manhua, unfortunately, has died. Deep in the ancient land there is a valley with a sheer cliff and a stone door, and there is a master behind that door. The old Dragon King's children were hiding in that valley, so Chief Ma and I went in after them. The people behind the stone struck before we ever saw them. Chief Ma died, and his azure dragon, and both of his young disciples. I only escaped because I hold the law of space. And the children, their fate is unknown, I said. 4 words, and the whole cave went quiet. They had doubts and no way to test any of them, and the largest thing in the way of the truth was that nobody in that cave believed a middle-stage god sacrifice could kill a perfection. Half of what I said was true. That is the only kind of lie worth telling. The master behind the stone door was entirely real, and according to Magui's memories, an upper realm god king was not his match, and I had every intention of never going anywhere near him again. The thing I could not work out, and still cannot, is why he did not come out of that valley after Magui. Was it beneath him, or is he in there because he cannot get out? Days later, 10 men of the Yin God Palace walked into that ancient land with the pattern of the rootless river on their chests, and an invisible sword came out of the air behind them and took all 10 heads off at once. The Yin God Palace, said a voice, dares to covet the reincarnated God King of my male and female sword sect. 6 swordsmen, and in front of them a white-browed boy who was the sword guardian of that sect. He went down that valley. He broke the dragon prohibition with 1 finger. He looked at the ground where I had fought, and he smelled azure dragon blood at God King level on the stone door, and the door opened for him. Little brat, said the thing inside, you are standing on my medicine garden. And the medicine garden was gone. Where it had been, there was an abyss, and floating in the abyss were skeletons of a great many different races, all of them with an aura that should not survive death, and out of those bones grew golden trees with branches shaped like dragons. I know where you come from, said the voice, and I know why you are here. Every god king has reincarnated and gone down into the mortal world, so a change has begun in the world of men. Where are my 2 god kings? Taken by the Azure Dragon Academy. And then, before the boy could go, the voice added, do not rush. The people of the Azure Dragon Academy died after they left the valley. Who killed them? It must have been, said the thing behind the stone door, a formless Jingje. Such a dragon exists in the human sea. In these days. In the ancient world it was rare, a pity. He was born in an age when the dragon race is finished, and then it named its price for the boy's life, and the price was this. Go to the netherworld, to the land where dragons are buried. Find a man called Fei Lang and tell him that the time has come and that the dragon ruins should be returned to my hands." The door shut, and the boy was standing outside the valley without remembering how. The Thunderfire God Lord questioned me personally in a hall full of lightning and fire and asked whether everything I had said was true. "If the Divine Lord does not believe me," I said, "I am happy to go back to the old dragon ancient land with you." He looked at me for a while and did not find anything, because there was nothing on my face to find. "There is no need," he said. "If a god king of the upper realm that Ma Gui summoned was no match for whatever is hiding in there, my going would accomplish nothing." And then the Azure Dragon Academy arrived, which we had all been waiting for. Two of them, Wang Liang, called the Great Confucian of Chu, white-bearded, straight-backed, who had entered the Tao 2,000 years ago as a scholar in a mortal kingdom and was already at God's sacrifice without ever having survived a single fire tribulation, and Duan Jian, who was beautiful in a way that made people look twice, of the Gongsun family, which is tangled all the way up into the Haoran sect. They wanted to take me back to the academy to assist with an investigation, and if I do not want to go, I said. Duanjian hit me without a word of warning. I hit back, and a black and white dragon came up behind me, and a mirage claw came down, and his divine rings shattered, and he went back several steps with the blood in his face. "That is enough," said the Thunderfire God Lord. "Chief Gongsun, is it not a little unreasonable to seize my man in front of me?" And that is when I turned the whole thing over, because I had been waiting for the room to be full. "Since the founding of this palace," I said, "the Confucian sect has ignored every decree the Divine Lord has ever issued. And then the Azure Dragon Academy volunteered for this errand and sent the head of an academy in person, at speed. That is interesting. Why do you suppose that is?" And then I gave them the two things. Chief Ma brought 2 attendants into the most dangerous land in the human sea, neither of whom had reached the other shore. He said it was to broaden their horizons. There are a great many safer ways to broaden a horizon, and when he found a survivor who had seen the twins, he searched his soul in a hurry and then killed him by accident. And while he was searching him, he asked about 2 marks like swords. And I drew them in the air with 1 finger, 1 bright and 1 dark, 1 heavy and 1 light, yin and yang, male and female. The Thunderfire God Lord stood up out of his chair. "That is the sword seal of the male and female sword sect of the upper realm," he said. "That is the mark of their 2 god kings." Duan Jian said it was a fabrication. "Whether it is a fabrication," said the Thunderfire God Lord, "is for me to decide. Does the Azure Dragon Academy propose to doubt a divine lord?" Duan Jian started to say something about the Haoran sect, and the Thunderfire God Lord cut him off. "Do not try to frighten me with the Haoran sect. He is a mortal god king. I am from the upper realm. In rank and in strength, I am not below him. And if your Confucian line wishes to press me, then first go and ask the owner of that decree." And he looked up at the golden edict hanging above his own seat, and every single person in that hall found somewhere else to put their eyes, because nobody in the human world knows whose it is, and everybody knows what he can do with it. Duan Jian swallowed. "The investigation is concluded," said the Thunderfire God Lord. "Shu Rui is not a suspect. You may go." And as they were leaving, he said one more thing to their backs. "The human world is in an upheaval it has not seen before, and god kings are reincarnating downward. Whatever your academy and the Haoran sect are planning, think twice. Ruin the great design of the divine realm, and the Haoran heaven itself will not shelter you." I did not follow them. Following them would have been an admission, and I had a much better weapon than a fight, which is a rumor with a witness. Which is how, several days later, the old dragon ancient land was discovered to have vanished, not sealed, not hidden, gone. Entirely, with no trace of where it had been, so that the death of a head of the Azure Dragon Academy and the fate of 2 reincarnated god kings became an unsolvable mystery whose only surviving evidence was a statement given by me. Both sides agreed publicly that Chief Ma had fallen to a recluse in the ancient land. Neither side mentioned the male and female sword sect at all, the academy because it was hiding what it had wanted, and the palace because a divine lord who is busy fighting the Yin God Palace does not want a second war. So I went into seclusion in the Wuxiang Palace and waited for a chance to ascend, and grew, quietly, for years. And in the year 1,327,970, the Fu Yin Palace and the Yin God Palace met in the Bronze Sea. Over 100 true gods on each side, 10 days and 10 nights, millions of miles of water gone red. So many true gods died that the sky wept, which only happens when a god king falls or true gods die in quantity, and which had not been recorded in that sea for a very long time. They brought the bodies home wrapped in straw mats and laid them out in the halls of their own palaces to be identified by the people who had trained with them. Long was one of them. His own disciples knelt around what had been recovered of him, and it had not been recovered until the end. And what all of that had been about was a dojo, the Tao field of a fallen god king, found on the seabed. Dao Sheng put a soundproof barrier around the four of us and explained, the dojo belongs to the disintegrated god clan, who were made in antiquity by a single person out of an ancient dynasty and who did not cultivate through incense at all. They harvested other people's realms, which is when I understood what the World C7 Venerables actually were, and the owner of the Devouring God Tree, and the leek farming, and every single thing that had happened in my old kingdom, and I sat in that barrier with my face doing nothing at all. The upper realm declared it heresy and destroyed the clan along with the dynasty it belonged to. But the person who made them has never fallen, said Dao Sheng, and the upper realm has been looking for him ever since, which is why hundreds of true gods are dying over one empty dojo. The Thunderfire God Lord sent 300 more, 3 crimson treasure ships built by Great Sun Mountain and burning with Great Sun Flame, 100 true gods on each. The four of us stood together on one of them, because you form a small group and you look after each other, and that is how anybody survives anything. And the Thunderfire God Lord said, this is not a journey to your deaths. The upper realm has sent 3 heavenly gods with you. The sky went black, and 3 colossal stone statues came down through the barrier between the great realms and turned into people. A Buddhist, an old monk of the Gu Tuo lineage, called the Lion Hermit, a Taoist, a woman on a white crane with a whisk across her knees, called Wu Daogu, and a Confucian, a pale-faced scholar with a book basket on his back full of long scrolls, who smiled like a spring breeze. Divine Spirit Realm, a tier above God's sacrifice. They started fighting in front of us inside a minute. There are no disciples of your Confucian line on these ships, said Wu Daogu. Do not call us family. Why so strict, said the scholar. The 3 teachings are one family. Besides, this errand was your responsibility. We only assist. Whether it is assistance or supervision, she said, the 2 of you know perfectly well. Behind them came 360 wandering heavenly gods. And when we had all gone, the Thunderfire God Lord stood alone under his golden decree and said, what is actually hidden in that Tao field, and why is even this Lord uneasy, and saying nothing? I memorized his map. The forbidden sea of one word is where the human sea divides north from south, and it is a scar. More than 1,000,000 years ago, the Netherworld and the Divine Realm fought there for the whole human sea, and the Netherworld lost, and after that day there was no reincarnation in the human world at all. So many powers died on that line that it turned into a place where the sky weeps and has not stopped for hundreds of thousands of years. An old true god on our ship called Niu Sidao, with a white ox head embroidered on his chest that nobody recognized, unrolled a map on a hide older than the ancient kingdom, and I memorized every line of it, including the parts he had deliberately left blank. At the 4 edges of that map there was nothing marked, and the word he used for it was border wasteland. New land, still growing, so young that the rules of heaven do not reach it. Remember that phrase. It comes back. I watched us lose a young true god on the way in, to greed, over a pool of divine source liquid on an island, which turned out to be guarded by golden fish that are the descendants of ancient vicious beasts and are intelligent and are extremely fast. Wu Daogu watched him go and did not lift a finger, and then said the word idiot, and then said, the essence is still there, if anybody else would like some. Nobody else would like some. And half a month later we came to a sacred mountain in the deep water that reached out of the sea into the sky and had color pouring off it, and the man standing at the foot of it, swinging a sword into the rock once every quarter of an hour, was somebody I had last seen cutting a hole in the world. The Snake Slayer. Wu Daogu named him, and her voice was not right. The one who broke the barrier of yin and yang. The one who set the rootless river loose. They had met him twice before, all 3 of them, with 360 gods behind them, and both times they had failed to take him. The Lion Hermit stopped her going in. We do not know his depth, he said. Our trump cards are for what is inside the mountain. So we all sat there and watched a man hit a mountain with a sword for 8 days. Everybody assumed he was trying to break it open. I listened. That is all I did. I sat in the void and listened to the interval, and after a while I stopped hearing a sword at all. 8 strikes an hour. 8 days. What I was listening to was a heartbeat. On the 8th day he stopped and stepped back, and the sea turned itself into a whirlpool around that mountain, and the mountain came apart from the bottom upward and opened like a door. There was a palace inside it, bronze, whole, roofed with carved dragons and phoenixes, with a gate on it 3,000 children high. And the gate opened, and there was the sound of chains being dragged. 8 figures came out, colorful robes on withered bodies, empty eyes, dry hair, hands hanging, feet moving the way an old man's feet move, and every wrist and every ankle was in a bronze chain that ran back into the dark. The corpse-dissolving gods, said Wu Daogu, and she was more frightened of them than she had been of the Snake Slayer. It is a technique of the disintegrated god clan. On the eve of a true god's death, he turns himself into his own Tao. The body dies, the divine fire never goes out. Every one of those 8 had been a divine lord, and I finally understood the sword. 8 corpses, 8 strikes an hour. He had never been breaking that mountain. He had been knocking. He walked toward them and threw a scroll at the three black armored things standing on the Yin God Palace's side of the field, and they read it and went white and looked at each other. An edict of the Yin Emperor. Those three were ghost generals of the Yin court itself, which meant the underworld had come to that sea in person, and on his word, they turned around and attacked three heavenly gods of the upper realm. And with that, 600 or 700 true gods stopped pretending and went at each other. I fought at the edge of it because I had no interest in that dojo at all. I was there under orders, and my plan, if the wind changed, was to leave, but I watched him go in. 8 corpses at the Divine Lord realm came at him, and behind them rose a forest of visions, cave heavens and wheel seas and divine bridges stacked up over the whole mountain, and I recognized the shape of it immediately because I had seen a baby with an enormous head make exactly that shape in a village street 150 years earlier. Leek farmers, all of it, the same family, all the way down. 8 divine lords, said the snake slayer, walking through them. If you were alive, you might have made me step back. It is a pity you are dead. Corpse dissolution was never the right road. Inside the tomb, past every hall, there was an altar with a triple bronze coffin on it and a blank stone beside the coffin, and kneeling in front of the altar with a halberd planted beside him was a general in bronze armor with chains running from his feet to the coffin and out to the 8 corpses at the gate. Take one more step, he said, and you will be executed. You are the last god king of the disintegrated god clan, said the snake slayer, walking. I did not expect to find you a corpse as well. Although you are not like the 8 outside, you still have divine thought left in you. The halberd came up. You will regret killing me, said the snake slayer, and the god king stopped and said, Prefect Hezi. There is a whole conversation there that I heard every word of and that told me almost nothing because it was 2 people who both already knew everything talking around it, and because the one line that mattered was this. Each of us serves his own master, said the god king. Even if the heavenly gang is overthrown, said the snake slayer, my master will still be your master's master. The god king had nothing to say to that. He was allowed to look in the coffin. There was a person in it, alive and not dead, asleep and not woken. It really is him, he said. And on his way out, he said, this stone has been lost in the mortal world for a very long time, and it will shortly go back where it belongs. The rest of the things will be found one by one. You know you cannot hold this place. I am dead, said the god king, and my heart is still loyal. If only your master were as loyal as you. And then, at the door, he asked the general his name. My lord gave me a name, said the last god king of the disintegrated god clan. I go to Penglai. That is a good name, said the snake slayer. He walked out past 8 corpses that did not touch him, turned into dust, and left one sentence hanging over that entire battlefield. I have lifted the divine prohibitions on this mountain for you. There is a stone in there called 3 lives. Whoever holds it sees his past life and his present life and knows the changes of the future. Let us see which of you gets it. I killed the god I was fighting with one hand while he was still talking. The 3 lives stone, which is one of the 9 treasures of reincarnation, and an old true god on our ship listed all 9 of them out loud, like a man reciting a catechism nobody had needed for 1,000,000 years. The gate of hell, the Yellow Springs Road, the flower of the other shore, the bridge of helplessness, the river of oblivion, the stone of 3 lives, the soup of forgetting, the terrace of homesickness, the pool of reincarnation. All 9 of them born out of heaven and earth, all 9 of them lost when the underworld's hold on reincarnation was destroyed and reincarnation gone out of the world along with them. That is what the Bronze Sea was actually about, not a dojo, not a legacy. If that stone goes to the netherworld, they can start rebuilding the wheel. The 3 heavenly gods shed their bodies and became 3 enormous stone statues, and I got close enough to look at one properly, and it changed my life. Because it is not a statue, it is a body woven out of laws. I sat there in the middle of a war between 600 gods with 4 laws stirring inside me and understood for the first time what the ceiling above my head was actually made of, and that I could touch it, and that there was fog over the last inch of it that I could not get through. And then I understood the fog too. The rules of the heavenly Tao in the human world are incomplete. That is why nobody down here goes further on the law path. The underworld has a fuller set because the underworld still has reincarnation in it, and even that is not complete. You can only make a law body by going up, which is why, even after becoming a true god in the underworld, I have always felt like something with a piece missing. The 3 of them killed the 3 ghost generals and went for the mountain, and the 8 corpses tore their own chains off and came out to meet them, and the last god king said, Go, let the world see the glory of the disintegrated gods again, and set the whole thing on fire. They called down 360 wandering heavenly gods and arrayed them in a formation across the sky. 8 dead men with broken chains took that formation apart in half a day, 1 statue per swing. I stood in that and watched the mountain come down. Everything in it flew out, and every true god still alive in that sea went after the pieces, and the Bronze Sea turned into a slaughter that had nothing to do with anybody's plan. By the end of the day, the sky was full of the corpses of heavenly gods, and the 8 were still standing, wearing what was left of them. That is when the world understood what the Snake Slayer was. 360 heavenly gods could not beat 8 of those things. Not one person alive, myself included, had ever stopped him alone. And then the general in bronze armor stood up off his altar and looked at the sky. One look. Out of 360 heavenly gods, 3 survived, and only because they were the ones commanding. A golden hand came down out of the clouds and put all 8 corpses into the sea like stones, and an ascetic in a patched robe came down after it with 108 black beads around his neck and walked into that hall and said, "Benefactor, it is time to hand over the stone of 3 lives." The halberd cut him into pieces. He reassembled 10 feet further on out of Buddha light. Then Confucianism arrived. 4 stars came down and turned into an azure dragon and a vermilion bird and a white tiger and a black tortoise, which are the 4 sacred beasts of the Horan heaven. And a Taoist came on foot across the water, leading nobody, and it was the same Niu Sidao who had shown me a map. "I have come," he said, "on my ancestral master's order, for the coffin behind the god king of Penglai," and then he said the sentence that made every god on that field forget the stone entirely. The disintegrated god clan was created by the person in that coffin, and that person comes from my Dao lineage. "You cannot call a thing exterminated," he said, "if you have not cut the root." What happened next is the most instructive thing I have ever watched, and it had nothing to do with strength. The 4 sacred beasts of Confucianism went for the coffin instead of the stone, because the 3 teachings had agreed to share the stone and had said nothing at all about a coffin, and whoever touched it first would keep it. The vermilion bird got it in her beak. The black tortoise put her into the sea. The azure dragon swallowed it whole, and I noticed, because I had reason to, that his front left claw was missing and had not grown back. The white tiger hit him in the belly until he coughed it up, and then told him, out loud in front of everybody, that the story was true, that his true body had recently forced its way through a boundary, and that somebody in the boundary sea had taken that claw off him. That was me. That was in a valley, over 2 children. And then I sat in the void and watched the 4 of them fight each other over that coffin from the sky to the seabed and back for days, and they did not stop, and they started eating true gods to keep going. Their own. The azure dragon inhaled 100,000 square miles of ocean with everything in it. The black tortoise ate his own descendants and told them, while he was doing it, that as his descendants they should be glad to help. Niu Sidao and the ascetic, who had never once touched that coffin, stayed perfectly rational the entire time. That is the tell. That is the whole answer. 4 god kings went mad, and the 2 who never laid a hand on the box did not. There is something in that coffin, and the last god king of the disintegrated god clan let it be taken on purpose, because the fastest way to kill 4 things stronger than you is to give them all the same present. It took several days for it to finish. When it did, the god king of Penglai was standing in shattered armor on a broken halberd with nothing left in him, and Niu Sidao told him so kindly, "A corpse-dissolving god cannot refill his fire. He can only spend it. This is over." "Perhaps," said the god king, "perhaps it was decided from the beginning that I could not keep that stone. But you will not be getting the coffin my lord sleeps in either." And he lay down on his own altar and looked up at it and said, "The disintegrated god clan was born for you and dies for you, my lord. I go to Penglai." And the last of his divine power went out of him and into the altar under his back, and the altar lit up with patterns it had been hiding for 10,000 years, and every one of them pointed at the coffin, and the coffin was not there anymore. I watched their ascetic spend the last of himself waking the 4 sacred beasts out of whatever the box had done to them and dispersed on the wind. And the second the 4 of them had their eyes clear, a beam of Buddha light came across that sea from a long way away and went through all 4 of them, one after another, and 4 God King incarnations of the Confucian Haoran heaven ceased to exist in about a second and a half. Niu Sidao looked in the direction it had come from and saw an old monk in a patched robe walking on the water and said, "So it is him." "It seems this is all fate," he said. "Reincarnation was destroyed, and reincarnation will be reborn. No wonder my ancestral master never told me to fight for that stone. That stone has found its home. It was never meant for the upper realm." And then he turned around and left, rather than meet the person coming toward him, which is a level of self-control I have never once managed. I was sitting on the skeleton of something large in a quiet corner of that sea by then, drifting, with a blank gray stone in front of me. Because after all of that, after 4 god kings and 8 corpses and 360 heavenly gods, the 3 live stone had ended up in my hands, in a scramble by accident, exactly the way everything in my life has ever ended up in my hands. I had no intention of keeping it. The karma on that thing pulls God Kings down out of the sky, and it was built for a reincarnation I have no use for. But I was curious, so I cut my finger and let one drop fall on it, and it showed me a deep blue star. I have not seen that in 200 years. I have not let myself think about it in 200 years. There is an apartment on that star with a fridge in it and 11 downloads on a game about a fish. Then it showed me 3 dragon shadows, which are the 3 transformations of the formless Jingzhe, which is what I already am. And then it showed me a dragon's corpse, drifting in an empty void. I leaned into that one. I am not proud of how hard I leaned into it. It might not be a corpse, I said, out loud, alone, on a bone, in the middle of an ocean. It might not be dead. Let me look again. And a very old voice behind me said, Benefactor. The stone shows the past and the future, but you must not lose your mind in it. The Golden Lotus Monk King. I gave him the stone. I did not fight him for it, and I am not going to pretend that was generosity, but I asked him one thing before he went. Did you see my future? I did. Then tell me, is it life or is it death? And that old monk said, this old monk does not dare to speak carelessly. Who can be certain of what is ahead? Even one of the 9 treasures does not show the future in detail. Fate may be fixed. Human effort still matters. Throughout history, a great many people have defied heaven and changed what was coming for them. You may be one of them. Then he left, and I sat on that bone for quite a long time. Wu Daogu came looking for it and found me sitting there with nothing, and missing an arm herself. The Golden Lotus Monk King took it, I said. He did not kill you. He said he had not come to kill. She did not believe me. So the lion hermit landed on the bones under my feet, swept a sleeve, and brought up a pair of golden footprints on the white bone where the Monk King had been standing. He had left them on purpose. A god king of that grade does not leave a footprint by accident, and there is only one reason to leave one, which is to prove that somebody else was telling the truth. I have never met him again. I have thought about that a great deal. They went home to report, and the 3 of them had lost 360 heavenly gods and a very large number of the Fuyin Palace's true gods and had not got the stone, and they knew exactly what that report was going to sound like. 3 divine spirit realm gods, badly injured, standing still in front of me. I want to be honest and say that I thought about it. I thought about it in some detail, then I let them go and went back into the Bronze Sea to loot the wreckage like everybody else, which is where Dao Sheng found me, being chased by half a dozen gods of the Yin God Palace and one Confucian over a blade of grass. The Confucian was Duanjian, and the grass was 3 fingers long with edges like sword blades, and it had already cut its way out of Dao Sheng's hand and was busy escaping. Duanjin opened an azure paper umbrella over the whole sea, which is the second of the 3 treasures of the Azure Dragon Academy, and 16 ribs came out of it as 16 azure dragons and tore the Yin God Palace gods apart. Dao Sheng went under a 10,000-foot mountain and out of trump cards. I came out of the void and put my foot through all 16 dragons. You, said Duanjian. Good, he said. I thought you had died in the chaos. Since you have not, I will bury you today. That was fair. He had been waiting for me for a century, and I had been waiting for him for exactly as long, and I had come to that sea specifically hoping he would turn up. The Bronze Sea is inside the forbidden sea of one word, which is neither heaven nor earth. It is the best place in the world to kill somebody, but the grass got away from all 3 of us and dived into a floating fragment of the shattered holy mountain, and Duanjian covered the whole fragment with his umbrella and started killing the true gods already scavenging on it, and one of them told him, before he died, that there was a complete heavenly god's corpse in there. I went through his seal with the law of space and landed in an ambush, which I should have expected, because he was not stupid, he was only vain, and the 2 are very different problems. Try, he said, taking his time, to show your true dragon form. A scale came up on the back of my hand and went out like a match in wind. I have been rebuilding that umbrella since the day you humiliated me in the Thunderfire Hall, he said. It suppresses the power of a true dragon. The dragon body is the great weapon of your race. Without it, you are not a first-class true dragon. You are a turtle in a jar. And he brought out the other 2. The dragon binding rope, and a black iron poker, which is the dragon slaying pole, and he had spent a family's entire influence collecting all 3 treasures of an academy that deliberately splits them between 3 people for one specific dragon. I caught the rope with my bare hand and wrapped it twice round my wrist, and we pulled against each other, and he started sliding forward, which surprised him. Then the tip came out of my palm like a wasp, and went for the point between my eyes, and I flicked one finger at it with a rune on the end of it, and the gold went out of the rope from tip to handle. How, he said, do you know its weakness? Why would I not know it? I ate the man who forged that one, and I had studied it for a century, and it takes exactly 1 rune. I threw him into the air with his own rope. He landed like a leaf and came in with the dragon-slaying pole on fire, and 16 dragons came down off the umbrella at the same time. Even without a dragon body, I said, looking at him rather than the dragons, my physical strength should still kill a perfection of God's sacrifice with one punch. Would you like to test that? I watched him work out in the last second available to him that a man who has spent 200 years eating everything he ever met does not need a bloodline to hit somebody. The dragon-slaying pole broke. He went through several boulders and into a wall with his upper body no longer the shape a person is, and he could not understand it, and he said so. Your umbrella works, I told him. In human form, I get about a third of my strength. A third was enough. I rolled a mirage out of my sleeve, and there was no more Duanjian, and I breathed the mist back in. That was for a boy with an arrow through his calf, and for a man who cut a peasant's throat in front of his family because there was a mushroom in his sleeve, and for 400 years of a mine. It was also just for me. I am not going to dress it up. Then I went after the grass and found it, and found that the complete corpse of a heavenly god in that mountain was not a corpse. He sat up out of the pool with the grass already in his fist and told me cheerfully that of course he had faked his death, and did I really think he was going to charge a god king like an idiot and die for the divine realm? The gods look glorious, he said. We wandering ones are the bottom of the divine realm. A miserable salary out of the divine court, and when something unpleasant needs doing, they send us to die in it, exactly like this trip. Now the human world is changing, and the two realms are going to grind each other. I saw it coming years ago. If I stay up there, I am firewood. So I died on paper and came down here to enjoy myself. Then he looked me over and suggested in a friendly way that I become his mount. That is when I found out what he actually was, which was divine spirit realm, a full tier above me and a thunder rock, and fast enough that his first pass took a piece out of my back with the scales still in it. He went straight for my reverse scale, because everybody does, and I coiled it away into the middle of my own body and would not let him near it. Then he brought out a small waist drum with thunder patterns on it and tapped it 3 times, and a sea of lightning went out 100 miles, and out of the sea of lightning came a second golden bird that was larger and faster, and considerably worse. A golden-winged great peng bird, which is the bird in the old story about eating dragons. Its claw came down on my skull, and lightning came out of me to meet it. I would like to have seen his face properly. He said, out loud, "Where did you get that?" Because my body had stopped being the gray of a mirage dragon and gone gold, the Shengxiao heavenly dragon, second of my 3 transformations, darling of thunder, and the lightning it makes is not weather. It is the lightning of the tribulation of ascension. Back when the dragon race was at its height, there were no quotas on this sea. You lit your fire and you faced your tribulation and you went up, and this is what they used to hit you with on the way. I never said I was a mirage dragon, I said. Then I came down that waterfall of tribulation lightning and ate him with his feathers already black. And the last of it burned the azure umbrella off the sky and lit the whole sea up in white. And the true gods outside watched it and could not go near it, because they were not heavenly gods and had never been baptized in that kind of lightning and would have gone to ash. When it cleared, there was a white-haired young man standing in the wreck of a mountain with a blade of grass in his hand. "Duanjian," said Daosheng. "Dead," I said. Everybody in that sea heard it. And then I turned to the surviving true gods of the Fuyin Palace and asked them politely what they thought about it. "Duanjian killed our people for treasure," said one of them. "He deserved it. Shurui only removed a villain. If the Azure Dragon Academy makes trouble for Shurui, they are making trouble for us." Which was easy for them to say, because his umbrella had killed a great many of their friends that afternoon, and because I had asked at the correct moment, and because I have been doing this for 200 years. Then I took the grass into my own world and sat down, and this is the part I actually care about. That blade of grass was not a plant. It was the origin of a small world. Every small world sits in a vessel. The Golden Lotus Monk King's Dharma realm sits in a golden lotus. The realm of the Yin ruins came out of the 7-colored space of a carp, and its vessel is me. But mine had never had an origin in it. It was a chaos with no beginning, and left alone it would have taken somewhere between tens of thousands and 1,000,000 years to grow one. I did not have 1,000,000 years. According to a divination I had not yet received but was about to, I had 9. The refining took days, and when the origin of that grass came out of it as a green light and went into my world, the 2 of them fought. The sky in my world tore, the ground came apart. And on the other side, the small world that had belonged to that grass, which was green and full of rivers and full of life, came apart at exactly the same rate. Destruction is the start of living. Division is the start of joining. They collapsed into each other over and over, and when it went quiet, the broken ground was mending itself, and the territory had gone out much further than it had been, and there was green coming up on the dead hills. Water ran clear. Rivers spread out across a land that had never had one. And the sky was not empty anymore. There were stars in it, and a sun, and a moon, and they were the real ones, because a world that has grown up stops being a bubble and connects to the constellations of the 9 heavens. That is step 1, I said out loud, standing in the middle of it. And then incense started coming in. From my own world, from things that had been alive for about 4 hours. I am the master of that place, and I am the maker of everything in it, and the plants bowed to me, and the mountains gave way, and the streams ran because I was walking. So I walked all of it, every inch, and I put the laws into the ground as I went. Heavenly authority, change. Space, flesh and blood, thunder. That is step 2. And when the light of those laws had got into every grain of sand in that world, the world started running the way I wanted it to run. I came to a mountain, and it was in my way, and I said, "Mountain, open," and the mountain opened. I stepped into a river, and the river changed its course for me, and on a hill at the center, the hill grew under my feet like something that had been waiting a long time to be asked, and lifted me to the highest point in my own sky, and out of the ground in front of me came a tree. 5 colors, 1 for each law, the tree of laws, law domain complete. There are 3 levels on the law path, I found out later, and they go base laws, then a law body, then a law domain, and the 3rd one is supposed to belong to divine lords and to nobody else. I skipped the middle one entirely. I had a primordial world in my chest, and somebody had told me, a century and a half earlier, over a cup of azure dragon blood, exactly what to do with it, and I had written it down. I stood on top of my own world with a tree behind me that will keep growing for as long as I keep collecting laws, and I looked out across the forest where 2 children were asleep, and I felt, for the first time since I woke up in a river with no hands, like something that could not simply be removed. Then I took a small drum out of my sleeve and tapped it. "Are you coming out?" I said, "or not?" The drum said nothing, so I put a ball of mirage qi into it, and it screamed, "Mercy, fellow Taoist, mercy." And out came a golden bird the size of my palm. "I thought you were a scrap of a soul," I said. "You have all 3 ethereal souls and all 7 spirits," which meant that whatever that bird had been before somebody put it in a drum, it had been above the divine spirit realm. He tried to tell me Gao Min had forced him. I told him I had read Gao Min's memories. He tried to fly away and hit the inside of my sky at 40,000 miles, and I crooked one finger, and he was back in front of me without having moved. "A law domain," he said, looking around at the tree. "You are not even in the divine spirit realm, and you have made a domain. Well, as expected of a formless Jingzhe. That grass was not wasted on you. What do you want?" he said. "Kunpeng," which is when he got expensive. "Do you know who I am?" he said, drawing himself up to the full height of a bird you could hold in one hand. "I am the little Peng king of the golden-winged great Peng bird clan of the divine realm. My father is the clan leader. My ancestor Garuda is a Dharma guardian king of the great thunderclap temple of the Lingshan lineage of Buddhism. Harm me, and every heavenly god and every Buddha will come down and flatten the human world." I turned the mirage qi into a furnace and put him in it. "If you have relatives like that," I said, "why are you living in a drum?" And the answer to that took a very long time to get out of him, and it is the reason I am telling you about him at all. But the immediate business was kunpeng. I had to have it explained to me. A kunpeng is the equal of a true dragon and a true phoenix. Ordinary true dragons are food for one. It is kun in the sea and peng in the sky, and every peng bloodline in the world came out of one, and they are rarer than either dragons or phoenixes, and their arrival is treated in the histories as a natural disaster. Gao Min had faked his own death and come down into the human world for exactly one reason, and the reason was that this bird had told him there was a kunpeng nest down here. "Where?" I said. "I do not know." The furnace flickered. "I do not know where," he said quickly. "I know it is in the human sea. A kunpeng that knows its end is coming goes home to its nest," he told me. "The way a true dragon goes back to the dragon ruins, and a true phoenix goes back to the phoenix nest. The one I know about made trouble in the divine realm, was cornered, and ran back to the border wasteland of this sea to die. But the sea grows, the wasteland moves, and a peng builds in the void, so nothing can find it. Then how are you going to find it? When the boundary sea tide comes," said the little Peng king, "the nest comes out." That is the first time I heard the phrase. Whenever the world goes into great chaos, the human sea has a boundary sea tide, and everything hidden in the border wasteland gets brought out with it. For the creatures of this world, it is a blessing and a disaster in the same package. His terms to me were straightforward. "You cannot get into the nest without me, because my blood is closer to kunpeng than anything else alive. Take me, and when it opens, set me free, and let me have enough of the inheritance to rebuild a body." "Done," I said. And then he noticed the forest. Hiss. "The reincarnated god kings of the male and female sword sect are in your hands. Their master forged swords for the emperor of the old dynasty and was called the first swordsmith of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Even at my peak, I would have given those 2-3 points of respect. You have them asleep. They will not stay asleep. And on the day they wake, you have a problem." "I know," I said. Then get on with ascending, said the bird. We spent the next stretch of that trip hunting other heavenly gods who had faked their own deaths, on the theory that if one had done it, others had. The bird was appalled and delighted in equal measure and came along, and somewhere in there he gave me 3 golden pages out of his own mouth, unprompted, for nothing. 3 of the 5 divine powers of the Lingshan lineage. Divine foot passage, which is speed, supernatural hearing, and the heavenly eye, which sees through anything. What are you being generous for? I said. What is there to be reluctant about? He said. I need you alive until I have a body. The stronger you are, the better. Besides, the good ones are telepathy and premonition, and I never got taught those. I turned the heavenly eye on and looked at the sea around us, and found that we were not the only people waiting for the last complete corpse-dissolving god to finish dying. There was the big head doll on an island, with 2 old people beside him, and I had last seen that face 150 years and 1 continent ago. There was a blue-haired youth sitting on coral at the bottom of the sea, a pure-blooded descendant of the sea god, who felt me looking and lifted his head. And up in the blood clouds there was a man in black holding a small black tree, and I knew that tree. The devouring god Tao Lord. He frowned and said, "Who was watching me just then?" And a voice answered him out of a piece of rotten wood on his belt, and said it felt like a familiar aura. I have never in my life wanted so badly to be somewhere else, and stayed where I was. The thing that happened over that corpse afterward was the ugliest few hours I have ever watched, and I was only ever a spectator to it. A faceless old man with 100 eyes growing around the crown of his head, who rebuilt his own body out of other people's. A walking incense burner with a human face on its side, which turned out to be the soul-summoning furnace of a sect the Netherworld founded here. The blue-haired youth, 5 of the world's C7 venerables, and a bow. The weeping venerable put an arrow through the blue-haired youth from a mile away and pinned him to the side of the furnace. That bow is the god-slaying bow. In antiquity, 10 suns came up over the human sea, and they were 10 golden crow kings of the Fusang clan, and a great god called Wen came out of somewhere and shot 9 of them down with it. They were carrying a replica. The replica was enough to put a hole in a devouring god Tao Lord's chest guard. I took the furnace, because I wanted it, and because when it called up its ghosts to defend itself, I made a noise, and every single one of them went flat on the ground in front of me, like servants who have recognized a face. The call of the Yin god. I had forgotten I could do that. The blue-haired youth had burned a once-in-a-lifetime bloodline art to survive that afternoon, and had gone from 6 wings to 9 and turned entirely to gold, which is the Yaksha royal line, and he wanted the corpse, and he wanted the furnace, and he was not getting either. I broke his trident with a punch. I put a dent in a body cast out of gold. I took the crown of 8,888 flying swords off the white tiger's descendant and swallowed them, and did the same to him. He burned a jade token and screamed for an ancestor, and something with 12 wings came up out of it, which is a flying Yaksha, which is the ancestor of that entire race. It looked at me and said, "A first-class true dragon," and reached out a hand that could have flattened a mountain range. "A wisp of will and a law body," I said, "and you want to catch a dragon." I met it with a claw and a corner of my own world behind the claw, and it went thin, and it looked at the 5-colored tree standing in my sky and said, "So you have cultivated a law domain and made your own Tao field. It seems I will not be taking you today." And it tore a hole in space and pushed the boy through it, and on the way out he looked back at me and said one sentence, in the flat voice of somebody making an appointment. "Today's grievance does not end here. When we meet again, I, Liu Chonglu, will kill you. He is out there. He has my name and I have his, and one of us is going to be right." That leaves the last part of that afternoon, which is that after all of it, I still went to the 5 venerables, who by then were sitting on a bone in the middle of the sea, having lost. The laughing venerable stood up and bowed and called me by an old name. "Divine Lord Tujian." That was a former divine name, I said. "I am Shurui of the Fuyin Palace now." And then I offered them the thing I had taken off the last god king of the disintegrated god clan, which was the complete inheritance of that clan, the disintegrated divine art itself. The big head doll answered before anybody could stop him. "Yes. Grandmother says the technique we practice is broken and full of holes, and that we have to get the inheritance no matter what." "Foolish child," hissed the old woman, pulling him back. "Does the fellow Taoist have conditions?" "If I asked you to worship me as a god and be my followers," I said, "people with your qualifications would refuse and die refusing. So, 3 commands. Follow 3 of my orders and it is yours. Even if it means death," I said, and the laughing venerable looked at me and told me the truth, which is the only reason I respect her. "Without the complete inheritance," she said, "we do not survive our next great decay, not even now that we have relit our fires. If the fellow Taoist is generous enough to hand it over, what does it matter if we risk our lives 3 times? So I gave them a scroll and a stone tablet, and I told them the tablet would find me when I needed them. And my bird, watching me do it, said the part I had not worked out. The creator of the disintegrated god clan is still alive. He is the person in the triple bronze coffin. While he exists, that clan comes back sooner or later, and those 5 are not clan but their inheritance is at least orthodox. Giving them the art may be worth a good connection with that one. Is he strong? I said. Strong enough, said the bird, that a god king guards his tomb, and strong enough that this king will not say his name out loud. I will tell you only this. He is above the god king realm. He is on the level of the ancestors of the 3 teachings. I went home to the Fu Yin Palace with a divine spirit realm body, an early one, because the corpse I had eventually refined had had its power burned out of it long before I got there, and with a spirit soul finally cultivated, which is the thing that actually matters. There were white streamers in every corridor of that palace, and people coming from all over the sea to collect what could be found of their teachers. Most of it could not be found. There was one more thing waiting for me on that road home, and it nearly finished me. The devouring god Dao Lord was still alive, and he had picked up a servant, and the servant was a head with 1 yellow horn on it and no body at all. The Huangjiao great god, former scribe of the West, the one I had failed to kill in a desert 200 years earlier because his clan grows a spare soul inside a shed horn. Tu Jiang white god, said the head, and there was a century and a half of hatred in it. It really is you. He went into my body, not at my body. Into it, straight for my own souls, and I have never met anything like it, and I threw him out on instinct with a wall of divine power and did not understand what had just happened. That head, shouted the laughing venerable, who had lost to it once, corrupts a Dao heart. It becomes a heart demon. And the Dao Lord went into my shadow, because that is his art. He does not need you to show him your wheel see. He becomes a shade, walks into the vision of another cultivator, and takes the Dao fruit out of it by hand, and that is how he stole a divine fire from an ancestor, and took his place. He put an ancient heavenly blade into my hidden cave heaven, and then he stopped. You have only 1 cave heaven, he said. 10 cave heavens merged into 1. That is a myth. 9 is the ceiling. 10 is a once-in-an-age genius, and I had 10. 1 made out of 10 exists in stories, and he had never seen it in a life measured in ages, and he pulled a chain on that blade to drag it out of me. Since you want it so badly, I said, have it, and I opened my wheel C over him. It is a C with no edge on it. The venerables said out loud that they could not have built that vision by harvesting 100,000 people, and they were right, because I did not build it by harvesting. I built it by eating everything that ever tried to eat me. He could not get out from under it. His own chain held him there, so he turned himself into a shadow the size of a god, and held my cave heaven up on both hands, and screamed at his servant to do it now. And the head went for the point between my eyes, which is where a dragon keeps his souls. Mirage Key does not touch that thing. It went straight in. And inside my own soul sea, on my own ground, that head was faster than I was, and my soul, which is a very small dragon, ran. Open your divine palace, said the little Peng King, and let me in. A golden-winged great Peng bird arrived inside my own head and got its claws into it, and the head laughed and said, ah, only a spirit soul, and started making a noise. That is the thing, said the bird, in a voice I had never heard from him. He is calling a heavenly demon. Get out. Take your body into your Dao field and seal the void. I threw myself into my own world and dragged a devouring god Dao Lord in with me, and above the sky of a world I had built with my own hands, a crack opened. Cold came through it that had nothing to do with temperature. There were whispers in enormous numbers, and behind the crack there were eyes, and every one of them was mad, and one glance down that hole was enough to make 3 ethereal souls understand what an eternity is. Seal it, screamed the bird. The 5-colored tree lit, and the law of space went into every corner of my world and closed it, and the whispers stopped, and the crack went away. Impossible, said the head. I was 1 step from bringing it down. This is not an ordinary small world, said the Dao Lord very quietly. He has refined it into his own Dao field. Then he burned everything he had into that blade, cut a hole in my law of space and ran, and took the head with him, and my bird came back to my shoulder looking older. That, he said, is the 4th soul clan. Everything alive has 3 ethereal souls and 7 spirits. That clan is born with a 4th. They are not heavenly demons. They are the masters of heavenly demons. Invading a Dao heart and calling one down is a fraction of what they can do, and the worst part is that from 1 sliver of a remnant soul they come back. Not from a drop of blood, he told me, from a sliver. In antiquity, he said, something too terrible to name buried their inheritance across the 9 heavens and drove that clan back into the land of heavenly demons, which is not in this world at all, and that is the only reason anybody here is alive. Is there anything that beats them? Ordinary methods, no. Your law of space, no. Reach the divine spirit realm and cultivate a spirit soul, and you will not have to fear that particular one. And if you and I ever get the Kunpeng inheritance, he said, you will not have to fear any of them. A Kunpeng devours heaven and earth. The strong ones eat true dragons and true phoenixes. Heavenly demons are also on the menu. So that was the shape of my life when I finally got home. A devouring god Tao Lord who could not be killed, and a head that could not be killed either, both of them now personally invested, and a 9-winged Yaksha prince with my name in his mouth, and 2 god kings asleep in my forest on a timer I could not read. And a number I could not stop thinking about, which is that in 8 or 9 years the boundary sea tide would arrive, and something on a stone had shown me a dragon's corpse in an empty void, which is why I sent word to the 7-colored heaven-swallowing sect to find me a diviner, specifically the old mother of Mount Li, who had moved a mountain across a sea to get away from all of this, and whom I had feared more than any of the 4 powers of a domain. I gave the order on a morning. That same afternoon, 2 children in astrologers' robes walked up to my sect gate and said they had been sent. She had divined that I would look for her and posted them ahead of time. They brought a beast hide scroll, and on it, in her hand, was this: I could not meet you at the Bronze Sea, and that has been a regret. For seeing your search, I offer 2 divinations. I hope you will not be displeased. The first is about the boundary sea tide, and it is easy to read. Beneath you there is a sect named 7-Colored, and in that sect there is a child named Liang. That child is not ordinary. In former years he was the son of an ancient emperor, sleeping hidden among mortals. Now, facing great chaos, and with the help of a fox person's jade, he goes to assist his old family. This is your good fortune. Treat him well, and make an alliance with that emperor. When the emperor's son is 23, the ancient capital of an ancient dynasty will appear, and it is called Keoji, and the sea tide will follow it. I read that standing on a beach, and looked up, and out in the shallows there was a young man playing in the water with a green flood dragon, while an old one-legged bird stood guard on a rock nearby. The bird turned its head and looked back at me, and vanished into the sea mist before I had finished deciding what to do about it. Somebody is protecting his road, I thought, and did not chase it. Zhang Shen's boy is not mine to keep. The second divination is about the image on the stone of 3 lives. The stone is a marvel of heaven and earth, and it is connected to you, and so this reading is difficult and dark. I have exhausted the celestial phenomena. I know only that it touches the first divination thus. When the tide comes, another marvel will emerge, and a great war may rekindle, and a calamity of men with it. When the calamity of men arises, reincarnation has a fixed number. Humanity divides north and south, and the yin god holds one end. You are accompanied by a fierce god, soaring up to the 9 heavens. The 9 heavens are hard to ascend. Ascension involves a great catastrophe. If you transform into a dragon again, life and death hang by a thread. The image on the stone of 3 lives, life and death, are yours to decide. If the dead body is reborn, the 9 heavens are yours to roam. I read that 4 times, because that is the answer to the question I asked a Buddha on a bone in the Bronze Sea and did not get. It is not a promise. It is not even good news. Life and death hanging by a thread means the thread exists, which is more than a corpse in an empty void gave me. If the dead body is reborn. I burned the scroll with a wisp of mirage key so that nobody else would ever read it, and I told the 2 children to thank their old mother and to say that I would remember it. They got about 4 miles from my gate before either of them could breathe properly, and I found out later that she had warned them harder about coming to see me than she ever had about the snake slayer, who had visited her repeatedly. Then I did the arithmetic and made arrangements. Zhang Shen's boy was 13. In 8 or 9 years, he is 22 or 23, so the tide is 8 or 9 years out, and the Kunpeng nest with it, and the best chance at ascension anybody in this sea has had in a very long time, and a great catastrophe of life and death, with my name on it, arriving on the same day. In 8 years, I was not going to get materially stronger, my realm was not going to move, but my laws could. So I went looking for a place to collect laws quickly, and Dao Sheng, who had come back from the Bronze Sea alive and who owed me nothing and helped me anyway, told me about the divine ruins. Here is what I was walking into. My decree opened onto a lost space that sits outside the 9 heavens and the 10 earths and is joined to all of them, and it is the only ground the divine realm and the netherworld still share. You do not walk into it. You send a piece of your own will down a jade tablet called a Divine Ruins Imperial Decree, and it forges a spirit body on the other side, and whatever that body learns comes home to you. The catch is time, which I did not have. 1 day in there is 10 outside, which is why it belongs to true gods and to nobody else, and why Dao Sheng, who is a palace master with a job, had never lasted long in it. He gave me a tablet. He also asked me to look after the divine son of his palace, who was in there somewhere, and whose name was Wei Jian. Remember that name too. I woke up in somebody else's cave with dust on the floor, which meant my decree had had an owner before me who had died a long way from home, and outside the door there was a mossy stele that said Star Plucking Cave. The little Peng King came in behind me with his own decree and told me who that was. A divine lord of the upper realm in antiquity who could pull the sun and the moon and the stars down with his bare hands, killed 1 step short of God King, body never found. I pulled that stele up by the roots and took it with me. I was given 3 rules for the divine ruins. Do not let anybody learn who your main body is. Collect divine source essence, because keeping a spirit body alive burns yours. And the third rule is that there is no third rule. You may kill anything you like in there, including a god king, and nobody will care. Excellent, I said. I ate 2 ancient undead over a golden fruit in a swamp on my first afternoon and got 2 laws off them, neither of them from the 3000, and then I ate the fruit, which contained the origin of one law, and gives it to whoever swallows it out of thin air. My new law was the Ming King Law, ranked 1912th of the 3000, and the third best defense in recorded history, and the reason a claw off a golden-winged great pengbird rang off my head like a hammer on an anvil. The second best is the innate law of the Black Tortoise clan, which I intend to have as well. The best is something called the Divine Guard Law at number 72, and I want it. Then I flew up the side of a bare mountain surrounded by floating water so heavy that one drop of it nearly took my hand off, and kept flying for a day and a half without reaching the top, and just as the peak came into sight, a giant stepped off a star and hit me with a whip. Mount Buzhou, it said. Forbidden ground, no entry. I put the Ming King Law over my whole body and became a Shengxiao heavenly dragon, and it did not matter in the slightest. That whip threw 1,000,000 feet of dragon several 100 million miles, and I was in the air for 3 days. Interesting, the giant said, watching me go. It did not die. That was the God Ruins Patroller, which is an ancient god race that lives on those stars and guards the forbidden zones, and Mount Buzhou is the mountain out of the myth about the pillar of heaven being broken, and there is something asleep underneath it. I spent 6 months walking after that, and picked up 2 or 3 more laws, and got as far as a city built into a mountain range called Yaoqi, where a Taoist in yellow came out to meet me and told me, with a completely straight face, that he was an immortal. And then I was inside the city without having walked through the gate, and there was an immortal mountain behind it that I have no doubt was the real Kunlun in shape, and flowers that do not exist in the 9 heavens, and an ancient bell on the highest peak, and somebody ringing it, and the sound of that bell went into me like warm water. Sit down, said the immortal under the bell. I will expound the great Tao of longevity. I sat down, my eyelids went heavy, and then I noticed, among the people sitting under that bell with their eyes empty, a man in a painted mask. I have seen that mask on the shoulder of an ice giant on the other side of a dead kingdom, bleeding gold. So I stood up and put a fist through the immortal. You dare, he said, and dodged, and I said, if you are an immortal, why did you dodge a mortal's punch? He had no answer, which is my favorite kind of opponent. It was the bell, so I got a claw on it and hit it like a gong until the noise turned ugly, and everybody under it woke up, including the mask, and it made no difference at all, because they had been listening for years and their minds were gone. You are inside my master's limitless divine map, said the immortal, delighted. There is no way out. And by the way, he added, once we have finished enlightening these spirit bodies, we control their main bodies as well. That is the only sentence anybody said in the divine ruins that genuinely frightened me. I threw the bell into the sky and turned gold and put a thunderball into it with the law of thunder behind it, and it broke, and I swallowed the pieces. The wave off a breaking bell woke everyone properly. I called the divine son of the Shangshu Palace by name, took him under one arm and the bird under the other, and ran for an exit that I had found inside the bell's own memory, and the owner of the map put a hand the size of a country into his own painting to stop me. You have made a mistake, he said. That is not an exit. My master's map does not have one. So I went up the arm. Divine foot passage with everything behind it, and the 3 calamities out at once, mirage and lightning and void wind together, and I got a fraction of a second of hesitation out of that hand, and went through the gap between 2 fingers and up it like something running up a rope, and out of the painting and into the void before he could close his fist. He had been, I worked out afterward, one of 3,000 boys and girls taken across the sea by the man in the triple bronze coffin, looking for the immortal mountains of Penglai and Fangjiang and Yingzhou. He had actually seen them. That is why the fake was so good. And after that dynasty fell, he was buried somewhere as a remnant of it, and either he escaped, or the place they buried him in was always the divine ruins. I dropped the divine son of the Shangshu Palace on a hill somewhere safe. He asked who I was and how I knew his name. Somebody asked me to look after you, I said. That is all. And a fortnight later, over my head, the stars of the divine ruins started going out. Night, in a place that had never had one, with me in the middle of it. A gray-robed man on a black ancient ship with the character for emperor on its banner told us to hide, and then went past us hunting the owner of that map in the direction of Mount Buzhou. We went down a dead volcano, and the little Peng King put up the best concealment formation he had, and for 4 days there was no light of any kind anywhere in that world, and everything that had been asleep in the ground for an age got up. I watched a spirit body announce that he was a god king of the divine realm and get eaten in mid-sentence by something I never saw the shape of. Whole tribes of vicious beasts went. Most of the outsiders in that place went. Down on a wasteland, a tribe of 1,000 people I had eaten soup with prayed to a stone statue. The The statue split its skin and stood up 100,000 feet tall with an axe, and even that was losing. Then the old chief remembered the seal I had left him and set it off, and a golden dragon shadow with one strike in it bought that giant the moment it needed. Somebody, said that giant afterward, looking at the sky, has covered my lord's ancient seal, stopped the stars from moving, and put the divine ruins into night, and woken the dead. That somebody was the Taoist in yellow, and what he wanted was at the foot of Mount Buzhou, and he had put an entire world into darkness to get one conversation. I only heard it because I was hiding in the void 2 ridges away, and I have very good ears. You put out the stars to wake this emperor, said the thing under that mountain. What do you want? To save you. Do you know who put me here? One of the 5 emperors of antiquity, after Dai and Kun, and the Taoist told him what had happened since, and I lay in the void and took notes. In antiquity, a great emperor rammed Mount Buzhou in a rage, and heaven and earth tilted, and the 10 heavens and 10 earths became the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and a flood covered everything. And after Dai and Kun, the throne went to Emperor Shen, and Shen subdued the waters and exhausted himself doing it, and died. Karma, said the thing under the mountain, and then it laughed. He sealed me for an age and died of my flood anyway. If they had given me the throne of the human emperor, none of it would have happened. He wanted 72 demon god pillars that his own body had turned into, scattered across the world. The Taoist wanted 2 things in exchange: to stand beside him when he took the throne, and for him, in the coming years, to kill one man. His surname is Shu, said the Taoist. His name is Fu. Never heard of him, said the thing under Mount Buzhou. Then the ship with the emperor banner arrived, and I watched the thing under the mountain flick the Taoist out of the divine ruins entirely with a scrap of emperor realm power and beat the surging water back, and the guardians of the ancient emperor pagoda were told by the god king of the giant spirit clan that nothing was wrong in that mountain and that they should mind their manners. And the thing under Mount Buzhou said one more sentence to itself when everybody had gone, which I have carried around ever since. 3 teachings ruling the 9 heavens, so the line of the human emperor has been broken for a long time. I no longer have the ambition I had. When I come out, I will simply bury these 9 heavens and 10 earths. I left a spirit body seed in that volcano and came home. And in the realm of the yin ruins, my true body opened its eyes and looked up at a tree that had been 5 colors when I left it. It was not 5 colors anymore. 8 or 9 years had gone by outside while I was in there, and I came home to a war. The letter recalling every true god of the Fuyin Palace was already waiting. I want to tell you what the boundary sea tide actually was, because everybody in that sea got it wrong, including me, and the truth is better than any of the guesses. I marched with them. The Thunderfire God Lord took 1,000 true gods to the Haoran sect under the personal order of the God Emperor, and 2/3 of them refused to go because the Taoist and Buddhist lineages upstairs had quietly told their people to stay home. What was left of the army walked past 4 closed academies and 1 Azure Dragon God King nailed to the ground with 9 mountain spikes by his own side, and arrived at a Maplewood with 89,732 members of the Gongsun family hanging in it, killed by the Horan sect, before we got there. Because the head of that family, a young man called Gongsun Buhuo, had murdered a reincarnated great heavenly demon of the God Emperor's own race and stolen the God King fruit out of him, and his whole clan had died for it, and he came out to fight a domain alone. He held off the Thunderfire God Lord, and then 3 Confucian God Kings came down out of the sky in their true bodies to take him, and he ran south with all 3 of them behind him. And at the end of that run, in a range called Ike, under 240,000 headless graves, an old general of a dynasty that has been dead for an age cut the ground open and let out the Ghost Gate Pass, one of the 9 treasures of reincarnation, the door to the underworld. The whole thing, I found out afterward, was a con. The Gongsun family of the Haoran sect had been told, dozens of generations ago, by a man who called himself the Prefect Heiji, that they were descended from the Prey-Zhou, and they were not. They were Wei. And they were fed that lie and raised on it and pointed at a God King fruit and burned, all of them, so that one of them would carry one specific treasure seal to one specific mountain and put a door back into the world. 89,000 people over dozens of generations spent as a delivery mechanism, and I did not lift a finger to stop any of it. And when that door opened, I finally understood the rivers. The rootless yin rivers that had been running through the human sea for 1,000,000 years turned out to be the Yellow Springs Road, poured out into the world in pieces and waiting for a key, and on those rivers came paper boats, and in the paper boats were every soul that had died in that sea since reincarnation broke, gathered and kept for 1,000,000 years by somebody very patient. I watched reincarnation come back to the human world that season, and the divine realm found out about it after it had already happened, and a general in black armor came out of the border wasteland on a chariot pulled by 6 dragon horses, with an army behind him under a black banner with the character Zhou on it, and the man in plain clothes with the sword bowed to him and called him Lord Wuan. Mo Ren. The one they call the Butcher, and I was close enough to see his face. I watched him take the Ghost Gate Pass off a Taoist by cutting the arm off him at a distance, and then his old enemy from Ike called him out, and the two of them settled a grudge that had been waiting 2,000 years, and both of the Gongsun died on that water. I watched all of it from an island a long way off, with Dao Sheng, and we took the mortal descendants of the Wei dead off that island first, because the old general asked me to, which is the only request anybody made of me in that entire war. And the tide came in on a cold wind that made everybody else uneasy and made me warm, because I am a Tai-Yin body, and I was standing in front of an ocean of Yin Qi coming home. Then I put Dao Sheng on a teleport array and sent him away, and turned around and said, "You have been following long enough." The devouring god Dao Lord came out of the air with an ancient sword through his skull from back to front, and the Huangjiao head with him. I had been waiting for that sword since I saw it. It belongs to the prefect Heji, who had taken a treasure seal off him and left it in his head as a receipt. He was slower than the last time, and I was not. In 2 centuries he had spent his time burgling the Shangshu Palace, and I had spent mine collecting laws, and by the time he understood the difference, there were more than 10 of them turning around me at once. "Where did you get so many?" he said. I put the little King into the spirit-refining glazed lamp fight and kept the head busy, and then I watched the Dao Lord's face while he moved. Every time he did anything large, it hurt him. So I used the sealed dragon art. Not on him, on the sword. That technique came out of a severed finger in a mine shaft 200 years ago, and it belongs to the man who put that blade there, and the moment I turned it on, the blade lit up and answered it like a dog hearing its owner's voice. His eyes nearly came out of his head. I put him into the seabed with my tail, stood on him, and pulled that sword out of his skull an inch at a time while he screamed. "How can you use the prefect Hezi's sword?" he said. "What are you to him?" "Does it matter?" I said, and put it through his heart from the back. I broke the lamp and got my bird out. And when I reached for the Huangjiao head, the ground went soft under my foot. The body I was standing on had become an empty skin. The meat inside it had drained into the sea, and a skinless red thing put itself together 40 miles off and told me cheerfully that a Dao Lord who has lived that long does not die that easily. "Next time," he said, "you will not be so lucky." I did not chase him. Something that dares to show you its face on the way out has already made sure of the exit. I took that ancient sword, scrubbed every trace off the blade so nobody could read it, and dropped it on the seabed, because I want nothing at all to do with the man who owns it. And then the little King, sitting on my shoulder and going transparent at the edges, finally told me the truth. "The boundary sea tide is here," he said. "You should get to the border wasteland and find the nest. This spirit soul of mine is not doing well." "What is wrong with your main body?" I said. "If it exists, even imprisoned, you should not be fading this fast." "Ah," he said. "That is because I lied to you before. My main body has not existed for a very long time. It was broken. Only a spirit soul got out." "Who did it?" And that bird, who had spent 5 years being the most sarcastic thing I have ever traveled with, said, "My respected biological father, the clan leader of the golden-winged Great Peng birds, the Great Peng King." Then he explained why, and his explanation is the whole world in one paragraph. "True gods live on incense, and incense is finite, and I have known that since I was a fish in a river. That is why the upper realm keeps quotas on this sea. That is why bright things sit in the dust down here for 10,000 years. And inside a clan up there it is worse, because a new wave has to push out the old wave, and the old wave is not dead yet and does not want to go. He had been, he told me, the outstanding prodigy of that clan in 100,000 years. Divine spirit realm in 1,000 years, he told me. Divine Lord in 2,000 more. And his father was also a famous prodigy, and also young, and did not want a son standing behind him. So he stole the offerings of the Lord of Spirit Mountain and forced his way to God King with them, which gave his father the excuse he had been waiting for. A few loyal elders died getting a spirit soul out of that. The Great Peng King put a divine restriction on the soul on its way out so it could never build a body again. The Kunpeng inheritance breaks it. That is the whole of his plan, and he has been running it for longer than my entire life. "You hid it because you did not trust me," I said. "Were you not also guarding against me?" he said. "I have been beside you for years, and there are still a great many things about you I cannot see through. And now, I have had time to read your character," he said. "At the very least, you do not harm people who have helped you, or people who are useful to you. Conveniently, I am both. I will go and look for it with you," I said, "and we will find out." "With that," said the little Peng King, "I am content." Neither of us said anything else about it. Something came down between us anyway. The border wasteland is the newest ground in the world, and the first thing I learned there is that the fog is not fog. It is chaos key, and almost nothing alive can hold it, and when you see it, you know where you are. Under the fog there is nothing but ocean, because water comes first, and there are pieces of broken land drifting in it like the fragments of fallen stars. I was half a day in when the first thing found me, and it came up out of a wave carrying a golden mountain on its back and throwing 7-colored light off every scale. I knew that shape. I have worn that shape. It was not a devouring heaven carp. It had less holiness in it and more swagger, and the little Peng King named it before I could. A 7-colored overlord carp. The mutation of my own ancestral line, and by any honest reading of the ledger, higher blood than the one I started with. Behind it, roaring, came a black dragon twice its size, hornless, 3rd class, bottom of the family, at the divine spirit realm, shouting about a stolen mountain. I took the tail off the black dragon with one claw and closed my hand over the reverse scale on the second, and 200,000 miles of dragon went limp like a dropped rope. Then I ate him and moved up to the middle stage of the divine spirit realm and went after the carp. Who are you? It said. I have never offended you. Owning a treasure invites trouble, I said. It threw the mountain down and ran, and my tree of laws sent out chains of space and tied it where it stood, and it swore at me for a solid minute while I swallowed a mountain of ancient Ruoshui divine metal in one go, because it had nearly died 9 times stealing that thing, and I ate it like a plum. You blind fool, it screamed. That was Ruoshui. Do you know what could have been forged out of that? Which is, word for word, the sort of thing I would have said. So I laughed. And the little Peng King observed that the 7-colored overlord carp is born holding the overlord law of the 3000 and is also famous for having nothing at all between its ears. Kill me then, it said, lifting its chin. I am Chu the Conqueror. I have roamed the border wasteland for 6,000 years, and I made my peace with death long ago. Fine, I said, and the bird went for it, and it turned into a large frightened man and shouted, No, 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 spare me, honored gods, spare me. You had made your peace with death. That was a low god talking nonsense, it said. Who in this world is not afraid of dying? If I were not afraid of dying, would I be hiding in a place like this? I offered it its life for its service, and I told it that I had a connection to its bloodline. What connection, it said, and I let the image come up behind me. Not a Tai-Yin dragon, not a formless Jingjie. Something older than either. 7 colors across the flank, mountains and rivers and stars, and every living thing painted on one body, big enough to inhale 10,000 miles of cloud. The 7-colored devouring heaven carp. My descendant made a noise I have not heard from anything else. You are a true dragon, it said. How do you have the blood of a devouring heaven carp? And I told it. 4 words. Fish leaping the dragon gate. 6,000 years old, a god in its own right, master of a clan of 10,000, and it went down on one knee in front of me on a broken piece of drifting land at the edge of the world with its eyes burning, and it said, The 7-colored overlord carp is a mutation of the 7-colored devouring heaven carp. The devouring heaven carp is the progenitor of my clan. Ancestor. Your descendant Chu the Conqueror greets you. I want you to understand what I was looking at. 200 years ago, I woke up in a river as a red and white ornamental fish about as long as a man's forearm, with a 50-year lifespan and no hands, and the first thing that ever happened to me was a catfish deciding I was lunch. And here was a thing of my own species, older than the kingdom I burned down, kneeling in the dirt and calling me the beginning of its bloodline. Everything in between was just eating. I let it call me ancestor, and I did not correct one word of it, because it wanted the method of turning into a dragon, and I wanted a guide, and both of us knew it, and that is a perfectly good basis for a working relationship. That is where I am now, if you are keeping score. I have a world in my chest with a tree in it, and 2 children asleep in a forest who are going to wake up one day and remember exactly who put them there. I have a bird on my shoulder whose father broke his body out of jealousy, and I have told him I will help him get it back, and I meant it, which is a new problem for me. I have a 9-winged Yaksha prince somewhere out there who took the trouble to give me his name before he left, and a devouring god Tao Lord who cannot be killed, and a head with 1 horn on it that comes back from a sliver. And in front of me there is a fog made out of chaos, and past the fog there is a nest, and past the nest there is a sky with a quota on it, and a heavenly tribulation waiting under my name. An old woman who has never once been wrong wrote it down for me in 1 line, and I burned the paper, and I can still see it. If you transform into a dragon again, life and death hang by a thread. The thread is the good news. Nobody ever offers you better odds than that. So I am going to walk into the border wasteland and take a Kunpeng's nest off whatever is sitting on it, and then I am going to go up there and knock, and if they will not open the door, I already know the way down to the other one. 200 years ago, something with a very large mouth looked at me and saw dinner. I have spent every day since making sure I am always the one who commits first.